Chapter 666. Sword of Impermanence. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the instant the void distorted, Li Fuchen was already behind the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. It wasn't an instant shift, but it was better than an instant shift. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was a 4th-level emperor after all. He turned around and used his axe to deflect the Joint Heaven sword. Li Fuchen bounced off and immediately turned back to attack the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. Clang 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 clang, every time Li Fuchen was repelled, there would be an additional Li Fuchen in the air around the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. In just a few blinks of the eye, dozens of Li Fuchen were slashing and slashing at the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. The more the Anger Axe Martial Emperor fought, the more alarmed he became. His nerves were almost unable to react. The attack power of this sword was only secondary. The sword's trajectory was too strange, and it made him tired of dealing with it. Clang! Finally, Li Fuchen's sword struck on the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's chest. It might have been blocked by the armor, but the massive impact still caused the Anger Axe Martial Emperor to vomit a mouthful of blood. Heaven rank armor. Li Fuchen understood. With his current attack power, he was still unable to break open the Heaven class armor. Probably, only high-level emperors would be able to do it. Clang 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 clang, the Sword of Impermanence's prowess didn't seem to have an end. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had attacked at least 1,000 times, and every 20 to 30 sword strikes would land on the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. As time elapsed, the efficiency was rapidly increasing. Wow! The Anger Axe Martial Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Junior, don't be arrogant." Anger Axe Dermic Idol. A giant that was solid like metal appeared behind the Rage Axe Martial Emperor. This giant's appearance was 50% similar to the Rage Axe Martial Emperor, but it had a furious expression and held an enormous battle axe in its hand. The instant it appeared, the space in a radius of a few hundred kilometers was practically compressed, making it difficult to move. Law Phase was a method that only Law Phase realm emperors could use. Forming the Dharma idol was very simple. First, one had to cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique to the highest realm. Second, he had to raise his cultivation to the Law Phase realm. In this way, he would be able to condense the Dharma form. Generally speaking, the strength of a Dharma form was directly related to 3 aspects. The first was the level of the cultivation technique. One cultivated a low-tier heaven-tier cultivation technique, while the other cultivated a mid-tier heaven-tier cultivation technique. Naturally, the latter's Dharma power was stronger. The second was cultivation level. When cultivation techniques were of the same grade, a second-level emperor's law phase would definitely be stronger than a first-level emperor. The third was the comprehension of laws. At the end of the day, the Dharma idol was the manifestation of a cultivation technique, and the essence of a cultivation technique was actually the rules. If one's comprehension of the laws reached an extremely high level, then the Dharma idol that was condensed would be of a much higher level than normal. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor cultivated the Axe Dao cultivation technique, Anger Axe Divine technique. It might only be a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique, but it was still a special cultivation technique. The law phase that was condensed had astounding power. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor once used the Anger Axe Law phase to fight evenly with a 5th-level emperor. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor merged his body into the Anger Axe Law phase and controlled the Anger Axe Law phase to cleave at Li Fuchen. This axe was no longer an axe light but a solid metal axe. This axe chopped down, the world seemed to split apart, just like the legendary giant splitting a mountain. Is this the Dharma form? Li Fuchen had always wanted to see the Law phase. However, the Violet Sunset Martial Emperor didn't use his Dharma idol back then. He did not know if the other party had not condensed his Dharma idol yet, or if he had not thought of using his Dharma idol from the start. By the time he wanted to use his Dharma idol, it was already too late. As for the elder from the Clan of Darkness, he was immediately suppressed by Li Fuchen, and it was useless even if he used his Dharma idol. Once the Anger Axe Law projection appeared, the strength of the Anger Axe Martial Emperor increased by a lot. The same Anger Axe 3 style was displayed at this time, but the might of the Anger Axe Law projection was much stronger. The most important thing was that the anger axe law projection was too big, it was more than 1,000 feet tall. When the axe chopped down, the attack range was extremely wide, and it was difficult to dodge. Just in time. Li Fuchen used his full combat strength and clashed with the mountain-like metal axe. Bang! The anger axe law phase's power was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined, and Li Fuchen was sent flying. You shall be defeated. The anger axe law phase stepped forward and continued to cleave at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen retreated rapidly, and while retreating, he executed the heaven and earth extermination at the anger axe law phase. Right now, the heaven and earth extermination might not have the strongest attack power, but in terms of area of effect, it was still the strongest. Especially against a massive figure like the anger axe law phase, the heaven and earth extermination was the best. Crackle! The void was shattered like a mirror. The anger axe law phase's body distorted, and there were countless sword scars on its body. It caused the anger axe law phase's axe power to be greatly reduced and was only able to cleave a ravine in front of Li Fuchen. Anger axe 8th form. The sword scars on the law phase vanished, and the anger axe martial emperor burst out with a yell. He controlled the anger axe law phase to execute the anger axe 8th form. In an instant, the anger axe law phase looked as though it grew 1,000 arms and cleaved at Li Fuchen 1,000 times. Fire shift. There was a flash of fire and Li Fuchen vanished. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was behind the anger axe law phase. Meteor fall. As soon as Li Fuchen appeared, he brandished the joint heaven sword at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. When the sword was brandished, the dazzling sword light made the sun and moon pale. PFFF. The anger axe law phase was immediately penetrated, and the violent sword chi leaked out from the hole. Instant shift. The anger axe martial emperor's voice had a trace of panic. Previously, it didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was still within his acceptable range. Even if he had to exhaust Li Fuchen, he would still be able to exhaust Li Fuchen to death. After all, he was a 4th-level emperor, and his chi volume was at least 100 times more than Li Fuchen. When executing the anger axe law phase, the chi consumption would only increase by 10 times. But with the instant shift, everything was different. The instant shift allowed a martial artist to attack or retreat at will. Go! The anger axe martial emperor still had some trump cards that he didn't use. But even if he used those trump cards, he wouldn't be able to obtain victory in a single move. It would only allow him to gain a slight advantage. The anger axe martial emperor was very decisive and turned to leave. Trying to leave, Li Fuchen executed the fire shift to obstruct the anger axe martial emperor. You forced me to do this. As the anger axe martial emperor's voice echoed, the anger axe law phase rapidly shrunk and turned into a giant metal axe that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen, who executed the fire shift, was immediately repelled. It turned out that the axe Dao law contained in the metal axe was too intense and had seeped into the depths of the void. It repelled Li Fuchen from the fire Dao Qi and interrupted the fire shift. Die! This move was extremely taxing on the anger axe martial emperor, and he no longer cared about killing Li Fuchen. Just as the metal axe was about to hit him, Li Fuchen flashed and escaped into the void again. This time, the metal axe wasn't able to repel Li Fuchen. Impossible! The anger axe martial emperor's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. He was able to repel Li Fuchen previously, why couldn't he repel Li Fuchen this time? He couldn't understand. As expected, Li Fuchen understood. The anger axe martial emperor was able to interrupt his fire shift, but he wasn't able to interrupt his sword shift. Firstly, his fire Dao law comprehension wasn't as high as the sword Dao law. Secondly, the sword Dao law wasn't inferior to the axe Dao law and was actually slightly superior. If the anger axe martial emperor wanted to interrupt the sword shift, unless his axe Dao law comprehension was superior to Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to interfere with the sword shift, let alone interrupt it. Damn it! The metal axe vanished and revealed the anger axe martial emperor's true body. There was an additional jade talisman in his hand which he crushed ruthlessly. Swish! A light burst into the sky and the Anger Axe Martial Emperor vanished without a trace. Teleportation Talisman. Chapter 667. After repelling the Anger Axe Martial Emperor, Li Fuchen continued to wander around the core area. This time, his target was the 7 stars life-changing herb. At this stage, ordinary rootless flowers were no longer able to strengthen his dantian. Hence, he decided to take a different approach and look for medicinal herbs that could strengthen his bone frame. When his bone frame was strengthened, his dantian would also be strengthened. The two were directly related. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain a medicinal herb with a better foundation than the 7 stars life-changing herb. It's your fortune that the king of my Blue Sun Empire took a liking to you. You didn't cherish it and even injured Martial Emperor Qing He. In the depths of the core of the Angry Axe Abyss, a great battle was going on. The battle was between a black-clothed Absolute Beauty and 3 Law Phase Realm Emperors. Among the 3 emperors, the weakest was at the 3rd level of Law Phase Realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of Law Phase Realm. The one who spoke was the 3rd level emperor. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize that the black-clothed Absolute Beauty was Yan Qinggu. Compared to before, the current Yan Qinggu was slightly more mature. Her facial features were more exquisite and harmonious, and she was devastatingly beautiful. However, her temperament had also changed. She was mysterious and ethereal, with a trace of cold and domineering aura. In fact, Yan Qinggu had never met with the Blue Sun Emperor before. However, she didn't know how the Blue Sun Emperor found out about her existence and sent out the Qing He Martial Emperor to bring her to the Blue Sun Empire's imperial capital. Yan Qinggu naturally wouldn't agree and severely injured the Qing He Martial Emperor. After that, she had been fleeing for her life. The reason why she escaped to the Anger Axe Abyss was because she needed the Heaven-class high-tier bone frame herbs in the Anger Axe Abyss. Only by upgrading her bone frame to 8 stars, would she have the hope of advancing to the Law Phase realm in a short period of time. Otherwise, even if she was a great emperor in her previous life, there was no hope of advancing to the Law Phase realm within 10 years. Yan Qingwu's strength shocked the 3 emperors of the Blue Sun Empire. Li Fuchen was obviously at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, but his strength was stronger than any of them. Especially his saber art, it was simply tyrannical and sharp. Apart from great emperors and some top-notch high-level emperors, they had never seen such an incredible saber art. Crimson Flame Manifestation. Green Thunder Dharma. Wind Shadow Aspect. The 3 of them did not intend to waste any more time, and they all activated their Dharma idols. The weakest 3rd level emperor was called the Scarlet Flames Martial Monarch. The law phase that he executed was a giant that looked like it was formed by scarlet lava. The giant was much smaller than the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's Anger Axe Law phase and was around 6,000 feet tall. Then, it was the Green Thunder Martial Emperor, who was at the 4th level of the Transcendence Realm. The Dharma form he summoned was a giant surrounded by green lightning. It was 800 meters in size. The strongest was the Wind Emperor, who was at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. The Transcendence he summoned was a shapeless shadow. It was 11,000 feet in size, and it came and went without a trace. It was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them merged into their Dharma idol and charged towards Yan Qinggu. Black Saber, Destiny. Yan Qinggu spun and a black saber radiance shot out. Kacha Kacha, the earth split open, and the 3 Dharma idols also split apart. Yan Qinggu's saber technique was seamless and targeted at the weak points of the Dharma form. However, the Dharma form wasn't made of flesh and blood. Even if it was completely destroyed, it could be condensed again. After the split Dharma idol closed up, the trio planned to slowly wear down Yan Qinggu's chi before capturing her in one fell swoop. How could Yan Qinggu not know the trio's plan? After executing the saber move, her figure flashed and vanished without a trace. Instant shift. Yan Qinggu had obviously grasped instant shift. Bang! However, at nearly the same moment, Yan Qinggu was bounced out from the void. The Green Thunder Martial Emperor sneered and said, in front of the Yin and Yang heaven ceiling plate, So what if you can instant shift? Yan Qinglu's instant shift wasn't a secret anymore. Hence, he specially requested to bring the heaven-class cardinal treasure, the yin and yang heaven sealing plate. The strength of this cardinal treasure was that once it was activated, it would produce an extremely powerful barrier in the surroundings and sever the connection with the outside world. The instant shift technique required a medium. If the medium was severed, it would naturally be hard to instant shift out. Yin and yang heaven sealing plate. Yan Qinglu had heard of the yin and yang heaven sealing plate before. It was one of the cardinal treasures that the Blue Sun Emperor was proud of. Since that is the case, let's fight. Yan Qinglu's black saber spun and the saber light was like black lightning that streaked across the barrier. TFFF-TSS. The Scarlet Flame Martial Emperor's Scarlet Flame Law phase split open and nearly struck the Scarlet Flame Martial Emperor inside. Thunder Void Fist. Above, the Green Thunder Law phase covered the sky and blasted at Yan Qinglu with a fist that carried endless thunderbolts. Yan Qinglu's figure flashed and appeared behind the Green Thunder Law phase before thrusting her saber in. Had it not been for the Green Thunder Martial Emperor changing his position at the crucial moment, this saber move would definitely injure him. Yan Qinglu, who had grasped instant shift, even if she didn't escape, the trio wouldn't be a match for her. Seal. Right at this moment, a cardinal treasure appeared in the Wind Emperor's hand. It was a blue pearl, and when the pearl appeared, there was a burst of blue radiance that permeated the void. Subsequently, Yan Qinglu realized that she couldn't use her shifting technique to instant shift anymore. You are incredible, but it is a pity that we are already prepared. The Wind Emperor was rather impressed with Yan Qinglu. In his opinion, the Soul Emperor's strength back then was only so-so. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, apart from Yan Qinglu, there probably wasn't any other formidable primary Sea Realm monarch. Unable to teleport, Yan Qinglu's heart sank. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with any one of the three, but it was impossible to deal with all three at the same time. His Jin Qi was the biggest problem in front of him. Unless she could kill them in a single saber move. It was a pity that the trio were hiding in the law phase and she didn't know where they were. She could only rely on her intuition, and it was hard to kill them in a single saber move. Wind God Chain Strike. Controlling the Wind Shadow Law phase, the Wind Emperor charged at Yan Qinglu and frenziedly exhausted her qi. As time elapsed, Yan Qinglu had already exhausted more than 90% of her qi. Gulp. After consuming an elixir to recover qi, Yan Qinglu continued to fight. She was once a great emperor and wouldn't allow herself to be captured so easily. Unknowingly, one day and night had passed. Yan Qinglu's qi was starting to get messy. During this one day and night, she had consumed countless elixirs and it was already starting to affect the quality of her qi. Stop struggling. Why do you have to put yourself in such a miserable state? My king has never failed to obtain the woman that he desires. You are no exception. The Wind Emperor's voice was ethereal, and if it was someone else, they would have already crumbled from their battle intent. In your dreams. Yan Qinglu yelled out delicately and cleaved apart the Green Thunder Law phase. She then struck the Green Thunder Martial Emperor's body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the Law phase and the Heaven-class armor that weakened the power of the saber light, he would have perished from this saber move. You fell into my trap. In the sky above Yan Qinglu, the Scarlet Flame Law phase waved its hand and a dazzling net descended. Chapter 668. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? The Yin and Yang Heaven sealing plate could seal ordinary escape techniques, but it could not seal special escape techniques. Especially Li Fuchen's sword shift. The instant Li Fuchen saw Yan Qinglu, he was certain that this Yan Qinglu wasn't the Yan Qinglu he was familiar with. Her spirit was different. The so-called god was not a soul. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Yan Qinglu's spirit soul presence didn't change, it was her personality and emotions that changed. Generally speaking, a person's personality and emotions would change slowly. It was impossible for a person to have a huge change. If there was a huge change, it was most likely due to a heart demon. Evidently, Yan Qingwu was not haunted by her inner demons. "It's you." Yan Qingwu was slightly surprised. She had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might have been able to dominate the East Unicorn continent and was known as an unparalleled prodigy. But the East Unicorn continent was just an ordinary low-class continent. In this world, who knew how many low-level continents there were? If one could dominate a low-level continent, it would be nothing in a mid-level continent. But it was obvious that even if Li Fuchen came to the elite mid-class continent, the Emperor Sky continent, he was still that unparalleled prodigy. His innate perception wasn't inferior to her and might even be superior. After all, she had awakened the memories of a great emperor. Long time no see. Li Fuchen smiled and clenched his right fist. Bang! The scarlet flame dermic image exploded, and the scarlet flame martial monarch inside vomited a mouthful of blood, instantly severely injured. Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be inferior to his body refinement strength, but to be serious, there was still a gap. After all, the Hand of Force was equivalent to a heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art, and the might of a heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art, even if it was not as powerful as a heaven-class high-rank true Qi martial art, it was not far off. If it wasn't for the 6 great sword intense, the fire shift, and the sword shift, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wouldn't even have the shadow of his body refinement strength. With the fire shift and sword shift, Li Fuchen could attack and defend at will, allowing him to barely keep up with his body refinement strength. Who is it? The Wind Emperor was enraged. The Wind Shadow Law phase turned into a spear and thrust at Li Fuchen. Clang! One hand pinched the tip of the spear. With a cracking sound, the spear was crushed. In front of the Hand of Force, the spear was as hard as tofu. Die! Behind Li Fuchen, the Green Thunder Law phase was surging with thunderbolts. A massive thunder palm was slamming at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't even turn back and countered with a palm strike. Crackle! The green lightning Dharma form shattered inch by inch. Competing with the Hand of Force in terms of palm strength was simply courting death. So powerful! The Blue Thunder Martial Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with a face full of shock. Yan Qingwu was already strong enough, but Li Fuchen was actually stronger than her. Li Fuchen was only at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. When he progressed to the Law Phase Realm, wouldn't he be comparable with a top-notch Law Phase Realm Emperor? Where did these two people come from? The Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. Yan Qingwu was already an anomaly. With the addition of Li Fuchen, it was simply an anomaly among the anomalies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as the two of them didn't perish and everything went smoothly, sooner or later they would become existences like the Soul Emperor. No, we have to take them down. The Wind Emperor secretly crushed a token. The Blue Sun Empire's imperial capital was called the Blue Sun Imperial City. This was an extremely flourishing and massive city. Its size was several times bigger than regular province cities. In the center of the Blue Sun Imperial City was a city within a city. Blue Sun Imperial Palace. In the Blue Sun Imperial Palace's 9 Suns building, the Blue Sun Emperor was in seclusion. Bang! On the shelf in front of him, a token had shattered. The Blue Sun Emperor looked over and saw that the shattered token had the word urgent on it. Why is it so urgent? Did the Wind Emperor encounter something? The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. A token with the word urgent on it meant that it was extremely urgent and he was required to make a personal appearance. It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to joke about such matters. The 9 Suns building had a teleportation array. The Wind Emperor stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. At the border of the Blue Sun Empire, in a county city near the floating sky mountain, the Blue Sun Emperor appeared on the teleportation platform. Before anyone noticed his existence, he had already turned into a blue sun and fled into the void. Yang Shift, the Blue Sun Emperor's exclusive P-class shifting technique. At the core of the Anger Axe Abyss, the giant palms slapped the Wind Emperor and the others like flies. The Wind Emperor's law phase had crumbled. Just as Li Fuchen was planning to deal a ruthless blow, his scalp went numb and he said to Yan Qinggu, "Let's go." Yan Qinggu seemed to have thought of something and followed closely. Normal flying speed wasn't fast enough. Li Fuchen said, "Execute your shifting technique and head deeper. The deeper, the better." Earlier on, a terrifying sense of danger assaulted Li Fuchen's heart and it was unprecedented. Li Fuchen executed the sword shift and when he reappeared, he was already 200 miles away. Yan Qingwu's shifting technique was the saber shift. She might not have condensed the Dao heart and wasn't able to utilize the full potential of the saber Dao law, but her saber Dao law comprehension was superior to Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension. When executing the saber shift, her speed wasn't slower than Li Fuchen and was actually slightly faster. Li Fuchen's sword shift was able to ignore the yin-yang heaven sealing board because he had condensed the sword heart. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension was several times stronger, he wouldn't be able to ignore the yin-yang heaven sealing board. After all, the yin-yang heaven sealing board was the Blue Sun Emperor's prized cardinal artifact. 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles. The duo had only instant shifted over 10,000 miles and were no longer able to execute shifting techniques. The Axe Dao law in this place was extremely concentrated and had seeped deep into the void. Apart from the Axe Dao law, all the other laws were shattered. The duo were immediately cleaved out of the void and were covered in dust. While enduring the powerful Axe Dao law, the duo continued to advance. It was fortunate that the duo had the Anger Axe Herb and it helped them to neutralize most of the Axe Dao law. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to advance so easily. Crackle crackle. The void was like a mirror that was shattering inch by inch. The Axe Dao law here was ridiculously powerful. Li Fuchen felt countless axes cleaving at his body at all times. Without a choice, Li Fuchen activated the Sky Ring sword armor to protect himself. He turned his head to take a glance at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu's body was also emitting a layer of saber intent. This layer of saber intent was like a layer of black halo. When the Axe Dao law cleaved at it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea and was silent. 20,000 miles behind them, a blue sun appeared out of nowhere. Emperor! The Wind Emperor and the others quickly cupped their fists with respect. What happened? The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. The Wind Emperor took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened. Where did they go? The Blue Sun Emperor's eyes flashed with radiance. Be it Yan Qingwu or Li Fuchen, they were both out of his expectations. They were able to possess such powerful combat strength at the primary sea realm, they must have shocking secrets. Just like the Soul Emperor back then. They seemed to be heading towards the depths of the core area. The Blue Thunder Martial Emperor said. All of you return first. The Blue Sun Emperor circulated the Blue Sun cultivation technique and instantly formed a blue giant law phase that was over 100,000 feet tall. Behind the giant law phase's head was a blue sun. Swish! The Blue Sun Emperor vanished. Over 10,000 miles away, the Blue Sun Emperor was cleaved out by the Axe Dao law. He might be a great emperor, but in terms of law strength, he was inferior to the Axe Dao law in the depths of the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. Expand! The Blue Sun law phase expanded violently. 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, in the blink of the eye, the Blue Sun law phase expanded to 500,000 feet in size. It was 13.3 meters and 500,000 feet was equivalent to 3,300 miles. It was bigger than most of the demonic beast rulers and was at least 10 times or even a dozen times bigger. This was also the uniqueness of the law phase. As long as you had enough chi, you could expand endlessly. Of course, the bigger the law phase, the weaker the combat strength. In normal situations, law phase realm emperors wouldn't expand their law phase for no reason. After all, it was useless if it couldn't increase their strength. But the Blue Sun Emperor didn't care. He was a great emperor and even if his law phase was several times bigger, he would still be able to maintain the combat strength of a high-level emperor. 500,000 feet wasn't the Blue Sun Emperor's limit. His Blue Sun law phase was still expanding. 1,000,000 feet, 2,000,000 feet. The Blue Sun Emperor only stopped after reaching a height of 2,000,000 feet. 2,000,000 feet was equivalent to over 10,000 miles. This was an extremely horrifying size. Most of the small mountain ranges were only around 10,000 miles in size. The Blue Sun Law phase that was countless times bigger was much thinner. It looked like a translucent giant that was glowing with blue light. He took large steps forward and waved his hand, attempting to make the white core area clearer. At the front, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu sensed the commotion and couldn't help but turn to take a look. They were shocked when they saw it. In the white vision, they could see a small portion of a blue finger. Chapter 669. Flee. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu didn't have any other thoughts as they continued to venture deeper into the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. Even if they were fools, they would know that there was a great emperor behind them, and it might be the Blue Sun Emperor. It was hard to imagine how powerful a great emperor was. It was just like the difference between a combat emperor and a regular primary sea realm monarch. They might be in the same cultivation realm, but their strength was worlds apart. When the law phase reached 20,000,000 feet, the pressure that the Blue Sun Emperor was enduring was several times stronger. The intense Axe Dao law would occasionally cleave out cracks that were a few hundred miles or even a few thousand miles on the law phase. To maintain the law phase at 20,000,000 feet, the Blue Sun Emperor's qi consumption was 1,000 or 10,000 times more than usual. With the addition of the Axe Dao law's cleaving, the qi consumption was extremely exaggerated. Even the Blue Sun Emperor felt a little strenuous. Found them. The blue palm pushed aside the white qi currents, and the Blue Sun Emperor saw Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. He circulated his qi and reached out to grab the duo. Black Saber, Fate. Yan Qingwu turned around and cleaved at the blue palm, splitting it in the middle. To maintain the law phase at 20,000,000 feet, the Blue Sun Emperor's strength had already declined to the mid-level of law phase realm. It might look intimidating, but it was just for show. This was something that Yan Qingwu knew clearly as a great emperor in her previous life. Heaven-class high-tier saber art. No wonder. The Blue Sun Emperor understood. He was already certain that Yan Qingwu wasn't just at the primary sea realm. He reckoned that Yan Qingwu was originally a peak-class emperor. It was unknown why her cultivation had regressed all the way to the primary sea realm, but her martial Dao comprehension didn't regress. It was just her cultivation that regressed. The Blue Sun Emperor was very fast. As he gradually approached the duo, the law phase rapidly shrank. 1,000,000 feet. 500,000 feet. Cling cling clang clang. When it shrank to 500,000 feet, the Axe Dao law was no longer able to cleave the law phase and could only produce sparks. Blue Sun, unbounded loop. The Blue Sun law phase's giant palm pushed forward while a horrific blazing wave rippled out. A blue ring of flames appeared around Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. This blue ring of flames had pushed away the Axe Dao law and sealed off the duo's path. Open. If it was any other place, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to tear open the blue ring of flames. But this was the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. The blue ring of flames had already suffered tremendous pressure from pushing the Axe Dao law. When Li Fuchen cleaved with the hand of force, there was an instant crack. The two of them crawled out of the blue ring of fire through the gap. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the Blue Sun Dharma idol, and the cracks rapidly expanded. The Axe Dao law has been strengthened by several times. The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. With his understanding of the Angry Axe Abyss, he estimated that he had already arrived at the core of the Land of Fragments. The so-called Land of Fragments was said to have pieces of the axe buried deep underground. These axe shards contained extreme Axe Dao laws. Even if he came to the Land of the Shards, he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he got too close to the axe shards, he would be injured by the Axe Dao laws on the axe shards. The Blue Sun Emperor wasn't paying attention and lost track of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. In the Land of Fragments, every step was filled with danger. If the duo didn't have the Anger Axe herb, they wouldn't be able to survive for more than a single breath. Of course, If the duo's strength was too weak and their law comprehension was too low, even with the anger axe herb, they wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. It was fortunate that they finally got rid of the Blue Sun Emperor and the duo let out a breath of relief. Should I call you Yan Qinggu or something else? Li Fuchen asked Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu replied, Yan Qinggu is me, I am Yan Qinggu. Turning her head, Yan Qinggu looked at Li Fuchen with her beautiful eyes and continued, should I call you Li Fuchen or something else? In her opinion, Li Fuchen should be the same as her and had awakened his previous lifetime's memories. Li Fuchen shook his head, I am different from you. Is that so? Yan Qingwu raised her brows and didn't seem to believe it. Li Fuchen said, if I didn't guess it wrongly, you should have reincarnated into the East Unicorn continent, right? If it was a possession, then the current Yan Qingwu couldn't be considered as Yan Qingwu. Only by reincarnating would she be able to have two identities. Yan Qingwu said, I wonder if you have heard of the Saint Spirit continent? Li Fuchen shook his head, is it a high-class continent? That's right. Yan Qingwu said, this world that we are in is called the Deep Blue Plain. The Deep Blue Plain has a total of 9 high-class continents and the Saint Spirit continent is one of them. In my previous lifetime, I came from the Saint Spirit continent. Deep Blue Plain. 9 high-class continents. This was the first time someone told Li Fuchen what the world he was in was like. Yan Qingwu continued, almost all the saints are gathered in the high-class continents and the high-class continents are the only path to the universe. Therefore, there are very few saints staying in the Deep Blue Plain. Most of them are heading to the universe to search for opportunities in the universe. Then why did you reincarnate into the East Unicorn continent? Isn't it better to reincarnate into the Saint Spirit continent? The high-class continents had heaven and earth laws and it was the perfect choice to reincarnate there. Yan Qingwu rolled her eyes at Li Fuchen, do you think it is so easy to reincarnate and you can reincarnate wherever you want? In fact, without the reincarnation secret technique, it is impossible to reincarnate and death is death. Even if one reincarnates, not everyone will succeed. It might be possible that during the reincarnation process, all the memories would be erased by the plain law, turning one into a blank piece of paper. In short, there are 3 steps to reincarnate. The first step is to possess the reincarnation secret technique, the second step is to not have the memories erased by the plain law, and the third step is to awaken the memories of the previous lifetime. All 3 steps are indispensable. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. After thinking about it, reincarnation was too heaven-defying and it was the same as living another lifetime. Therefore, the plain law would definitely have restrictions. Perhaps you were a great figure in your previous lifetime, but you have yet to awaken your memories. Or perhaps, your memories from your previous lifetime have already been erased by the plain law. Yan Qingwu said with a profound meaning. After reincarnation, even if one lost their memories, they would more or less bring along some law comprehensions. These law comprehensions would suddenly become clear at a certain moment, allowing one to grasp them naturally. It might look like an epiphany. In this world, no one knew how many people were reincarnated. In Yan Qingwu's opinion, the number 1 great emperor of the Emperor Sky continent, the Soul Emperor, might be a reincarnator. That might not be the case. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. No one understood his own situation better than him. Reincarnation was incredible, but as compared to the golden amulet, it wasn't even worth mentioning. If there was a fated encounter in this world that was worthy for saints to fight for, the golden amulet would definitely be one of them. In fact, Li Fuchen had a premonition that the golden amulet was an artifact that was far superior to saints. At least, the joint heaven sword and saint monument gave Li Fuchen a feeling that they were far inferior to the golden amulet. Chapter 670. Does the Emperor Sky continent have any teleportation arrays to the Saint Spirit continent or other high-class continents? Li Fuchen inquired. In response, Yan Qingwu said, if there is a teleportation array to a high-class continent, do you think these Law Phase Realm Emperors will still stay on the Emperor Sky continent? That's true. Li Fuchen couldn't help but laugh. As compared to high-class continents, plenty of opportunities weren't worth mentioning. No one would be foolish enough to stay on the Emperor's sky continent. Yan Qingwu continued, in fact, the only way to reach a high-class continent is to cross the sea. It is impossible to build a teleportation array between two places. Even a sage wouldn't be able to do it. It also means that you are unable to find the way back to the Saint Spirit continent? Li Fuchen said. Yan Qingwu thought about it and nodded. That's right, the deep blue plain is too big. I only know that there are 9 high-class continents in the deep blue plain, but I don't know the exact location. After all, I haven't reached that level yet. Be careful. When Li Fuchen reminded Yan Qingwu, he immediately dodged. As for Yan Qingwu, she dodged at almost the same time as Li Fuchen. After all, she was once a great emperor, so she was very sensitive to danger. Kacha! An axe Dao rule cleaved the space apart. This was not an illusion. The interior of the split spatial zone was pitch black and had a boundless gravitational force. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu felt as though their spirit souls were about to be sucked away. They had no choice but to quickly move away from the spatial crack. Yan Qingwu said, "This place is too dangerous, let's find a way out." Normally, only saints would be able to cleave open the spatial zone. In this place, even great emperors would be injured if they were cleaved by the Axe Dao law, let alone them. With the ability to sense danger, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu traversed through the land of shards without any mishaps. But as time elapsed, there were more Axe Dao laws that could split open the spatial zone. The duo didn't even bother to speak as they were extremely tense. Outside the land of fragments, in the white world, another figure descended. This figure wasn't as majestic and tyrannical as the Blue Sun Emperor and appeared to be very calm. However, when the Wind Emperor and the others saw this person, all of them were trembling with fear. They quickly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings to the Soul Emperor." It was the Emperor Sky Continent's #1 Great Emperor, the Soul Emperor. Although the 3 of them weren't subordinates of the Soul Emperor, even if they were given 100 times more courage they still wouldn't dare to disrespect the Soul Emperor. One had to know that even the Blue Sun Emperor, who was a great emperor, wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor didn't bother with the 3 of them. He waved his hand and a dense mass of black insects flew out. The Wind Emperor and the other 2 shivered as they stared at the black insect. These black bugs were called soul bugs, and they could devour people's souls. They were not afraid of 1 or 2 soul insects, but if they were attacked by thousands of soul insects, they could only wait for death. In the outskirts of the land of shards, the Blue Sun Emperor was carefully searching for traces of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Tilting his head, the Blue Sun Emperor saw a small black worm flying past his eyes. Soul insect. The Blue Sun Emperor squinted his eyes. In the Emperor Sky Continent, only the Soul Emperor possessed soul insects. "Soul Emperor, what brings you here?" the Blue Sun Emperor said to the Soul Worm. He knew that soul insects were equivalent to avatars of the Soul Emperor and could transmit information and images. "Lan Ri, what are you looking for here?" The Soul Emperor's voice echoed out from the soul insect's mouth. The Blue Sun Emperor laughed and said, "What can I do? I am just looking for opportunities." "What opportunities can the Anger Axe Abyss have that are suitable for you?" "A straightforward person will not beat around the bush. I want that kid from the floating sky mountain. If you help me capture him, I, the Soul Emperor, will owe you a favor." The Soul Emperor went straight to the point. "Favor?" The Blue Sun Emperor hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right, it is a deal." It wasn't easy to obtain a favor from the Soul Emperor. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. After coming to an agreement, the 2 great emperors started to work hard to search for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. TFFF. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed open a small black insect. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with astonishment. After the black insect was slashed open, it seemed as though nothing had happened as it turned into a black chi stream and gathered again. "This is a soul insect." Yan Qingwu was knowledgeable and immediately recognized the soul insect. "Soul insect?" Li Fuchen had a bad feeling. In the Emperor's sky continent, only the Soul Emperor reared soul insects, no one else did. Yan Qingwu said, soul insects can only be killed with spiritual awareness attacks. While speaking, Yan Qingwu's left eye shot out a black thread. The black thread penetrated the soul insect, and immediately after, the soul insect turned into ashes and vanished. Blue Sun, I found them, but you are rather closer to them. At the same moment, the Soul Emperor used the soul insect to send a message to the Blue Sun Emperor. All right. The Blue Sun Emperor followed closely behind the soul insect. At the bottom of the land of shards, there was an axe shard that was still connected to the handle. A white-haired elder appeared from the axe shard. Kill! As the white-haired elder yelled out, the land of shards was filled with axe Dao Law. The density was 10 times or 100 times more than before. What is going on? The Blue Sun Emperor was shocked and quickly dodged the axe Dao Law. The axe Dao Law here was different from the axe Dao Law in the outside world. The axe Dao Law in the outside world was just the aftermath. The axe Dao Law in the land of shards was the axe intent, and it was even more concentrated, as though it was being activated by someone. Crackle! The axe intent was too concentrated and the Blue Sun Emperor couldn't dodge in time. One of the axe intent sliced open the skin on his arm and he nearly lost his arm. The axe spirit has awakened. The Soul Emperor warned the Blue Sun Emperor. Axe spirit. The Blue Sun Emperor had a change of expression. The true danger of the land of shards was the axe spirit. If the axe spirit didn't awaken, great emperors would still be able to roam around. But once the axe spirit awakened, great emperors would have to bear the consequences too. Hurry up and leave. An intense danger assaulted them, causing Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's scalp to go numb. In the void, there were pitch-black cracks that interweaved like a net and enveloped the duo. This was obviously the phenomenon of a large amount of axe Dao Law splitting open the spatial zone. But with the duo's ability, how could they dodge so many axe Dao Law? Just as the spatial cracks were about to envelop the duo, the axe spirit was rather astonished. With a wave of its hand, countless spatial cracks collapsed and weren't able to injure the duo at all. Seeing the situation, the duo didn't bother about the reason and quickly fled into the distance. If what happened before was just a coincidence, then the two of them understood that there was a reason why the axe Dao rules of the land of shards did not attack them. This was because while they were escaping, none of the axe Dao rules of the land of shards approached them. Sometimes, they even avoided them. It is this old one's honor to be able to see the legendary joint heaven sword spirit again. The white-haired axe spirit had a reminiscing expression. Ultimately, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu left the land of shards without any mishaps. It was unknown if it was the sweetness after suffering. After leaving the land of shards, Li Fuchen discovered a stalk of the 7-star life-changing herb. No wonder you are able to make it this far. Your luck is truly incredible. Yan Qingwu was speechless. She who was once a great emperor knew clearly how important fate was to a martial artist. Before the martial artist broke out of this world, the plane's fate would envelop everyone. It was basically a fool's talk to defy heaven and change one's fate. Even if one broke out of this world, there was a vaster universe outside. In order to travel in the universe, one would also need the universe's fate. If innate perception determined a person's innate growth limit, then fate determined a person's acquired growth limit. Chapter 671. Not daring to stay for a long time, the two people immediately left the angry axe abyss. Along the way, Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingwu, "You and I have been targeted by the Soul Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor. If there is nothing else, why don't we head to the Floating Sky Mountain together? The Vacant Mountain Lord does have a good reputation. However, I'm afraid that the Floating Mountain sect won't be able to protect us." Yan Qingwu said. That's true. Li Fuchen thought about it and felt that Yan Qingwu was right. If it was only the Blue Sun Emperor who was targeting them, the Floating Sky Mountain would still be able to protect them. However, with the addition of the Soul Emperor, the Floating Sky Mountain wouldn't be able to protect them anymore. A Soul Emperor was equivalent to 2 or 3 great emperors in the Emperor Sky continent or even more. Yan Qingwu looked at Li Fuchen. Do you know why the Deep Blue Plain is called the Deep Blue Plain? Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, is it because the Deep Blue Plain is mostly made up of ocean? Not bad. Yan Qingwu nodded. The Deep Blue Plain is 90% ocean. It is best for us to head out to the sea now. If we delay, there might be changes. You might not know much about the Soul Emperor, but from what I know, at least one of the great emperors in the Emperor Sky continent is his soul slave. That's impossible. Li Fuchen was shocked. Yan Qingwu said, you have never been to the Saint Spirit continent, therefore, you don't know about the Soul Emperor's background. The people of the Emperor Sky continent don't know about the Soul Emperor's background either. On the Saint Spirit continent, there are hundreds of Daos contending for supremacy. Among them, there is a Dao called the Soul Dao. Only those who cultivate the Soul Dao or those who cultivate the Soul Dao are able to rear soul insects. Because to rear soul insects requires the use of soul spirit energy, the Soul Emperor is undoubtedly a Soul Dao cultivator. Soul Dao cultivators have an extremely terrifying ability, and that is to control soul slaves. Some soul slaves don't even know that they have become soul slaves, and that is the most terrifying thing. I reckon that the Soul Emperor must have treated you as a reincarnator and wants to capture you. Li Fuchen didn't comment. If the Soul Emperor wanted to capture Li Fuchen, it probably wasn't because he suspected that Li Fuchen was a reincarnator, but because he sensed that Li Fuchen's spirit soul was very powerful. Of course, whether it was a reincarnated person or someone with a powerful soul, they were likely the targets of the Soul Emperor. These two types of people had tremendous potential. If they could become the Soul Emperor's soul slaves, they would be extremely useful to him. There's no time to lose. Since the Soul Emperor is so dangerous, let's go to sea. Li Fuchen was also a decisive person and said. All right. Yan Qingwu nodded. In the Anger Axe Abyss, the Soul Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor escaped from the Land of Fragments miserably. The Blue Sun Emperor's aura had weakened significantly. Damn it! Why did the Axe Spirit wake up just in time? The Blue Sun Emperor was enraged and fearful. He was so close to dying in the Land of Fragments. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm. He hadn't lived long enough. Lan Ri, your injuries seem to be quite serious. The Soul Emperor looked at the Blue Sun Emperor. What do you mean? The Blue Sun Emperor was vigilant. Nothing much. I am just lacking a subordinate. The Soul Emperor smiled. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the Blue Sun Emperor. Soul Emperor, you dare! The Blue Sun Emperor was enraged. He condensed the Blue Sun Law Idol and sent a palm strike at the Soul Emperor. Bang! The Soul Emperor was sent flying by the palm strike, but the one who let out a miserable shriek was the Blue Sun Emperor. He felt as if a small piece of his soul had been torn off by the Soul Emperor. In the distance, the Soul Emperor held a small gray soul in his right hand. The soul is one of the most mysterious things in the world. If one wasn't a Soul Dao cultivator, they wouldn't be able to touch the soul. Soul Emperor, what do you mean? The Blue Sun Emperor was terrified. The Soul Emperor smiled and said, Lan Ri, it is your honor to be my soul slave. Do you know that Red Moon is also my soul slave? Soul slave? The Blue Sun Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He had never heard of the term soul slave, but it didn't sound like a good term. He didn't want to be someone else's slave. Speaking of which, if you weren't injured, I would have to spend a lot of effort to make you my soul slave. You might have even escaped. The Soul Emperor held the gray soul with his right hand while green patterns bloomed on the gray soul. This was a soul imprint. As long as a soul imprint was carved on the soul of the other party would immediately become a soul slave. Of course, there were many ways to make someone a soul slave. For example, silently planting a soul seed in the other party's soul. However, that method was too time-consuming and wasn't as direct as the soul imprint. After the soul imprint was completed, the Soul Emperor loosened his hand. The gray soul was like a swallow returning to its nest as it returned to the Blue Sun Emperor's mind and fused with the main soul. No! The Blue Sun Emperor's eyes were struggling and filled with resentment and unwillingness. A moment later, the Blue Sun Emperor's eyes turned numb, but in the blink of an eye, the numbness vanished. Greetings to Master. The Blue Sun Emperor knelt on one knee and greeted respectfully. At this moment, he was only loyal to the Soul Emperor and nothing else. The Soul Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Stand up. Thank you, Master. The Blue Sun Emperor stood up. Has he left the Anger Axe Abyss? The Soul Emperor didn't bother about the Blue Sun Emperor anymore. Right now, his soul insects had already covered the entire Anger Axe Abyss, but he didn't find any traces of Li Fuchen. Sky Rome, capture him. The Soul Emperor used the soul imprint to transmit information about Li Fuchen to another soul slave. Yes, Master. On the floating sky mountain above the sea of clouds, a figure activated the teleportation array and vanished. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize the person called Sky Rome. He was the floating sky mountain's direct line elder, the Sky Rome Martial Emperor. His cultivation was at the 8th level of Law Phase Realm. Snow Moon City was the closest county city to the Anger Axe Abyss. On the teleportation plaza of the county city, a figure appeared. It was the Sky Rome Martial Emperor. He released his spiritual awareness and covered the entire Snow Moon City. At the same time, he started to take over the Snow Moon City's array. As long as Li Fuchen entered the Snow Moon City, the Sky Rome Martial Emperor would immediately lock onto Li Fuchen and capture him. A few tens of thousands of miles away from the Snow Moon City, Li Fuchen suddenly said, "Let's not use the teleportation array. Let's hurry to the Eastern Sea." Using the teleportation array would allow them to traverse the entire floating sky mountain in an instant. But Li Fuchen was worried that the Soul Emperor's soul slave might be in the upper echelons of the floating sky mountain. Your suggestion isn't bad. There is a high possibility that the floating sky mountain is hiding the Soul Emperor's soul slave. Yan Qingwu nodded. Just like that, the duo gave up on entering the Snow Moon City and flew towards the Eastern Sea. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Li Fuchen, the Sky Rome Martial Emperor transmitted a message to the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor's eyes flashed with cold light. "I have underestimated this child. He is so cautious and definitely isn't just a simple prodigy." In his opinion, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was undoubtedly powerful. Apart from that, Li Fuchen should also be a reincarnator. No matter which one it was, it would be very useful to the Soul Emperor. The floating sky mountain is close to the Eastern Sea. As long as you enter the Eastern Sea, you still won't be able to escape from me. The Soul Emperor smiled and didn't mind. The Emperor's sky continent was massive. Even though the floating sky mountain was close to the Eastern Sea, the duo still spent 1 month to arrive at the eastern coast. Chapter 672. Above the East Sea, 2 formless figures were shuttling rapidly. The tortoise rest incantation could make their chi presences faintly discernible. Even great emperors would find it hard to use their spiritual awareness to lock onto them. The invisibility incantation could make them vanish from the vision of all living beings. With the combination of the two, Li Fuchen was confident that even if the Blue Sun Emperor was nearby, it would be hard for him to detect them. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if the Soul Emperor could detect them. After all, the Soul Emperor's level seemed to be 1 level higher than the Blue Sun Emperor. "I didn't think that I would have to leave the Emperor's sky continent again after just a few years." Li Fuchen turned around and took a glance at the East Sea coast while feeling emotional. East Unicorn Continent, 7-Color Continent, Emperor Sky Continent. He had already experienced 3 continents and felt that he was born to wander. In fact, staying in the Emperor's Sky Continent would be the best choice. Only here, he would be able to progress to the Law Phase realm faster. If he left the Emperor's Sky Continent, the time needed to progress to the Law Phase realm would be several times longer. But when Li Fuchen saw the Soul Emperor in the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, he had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Emperor's Sky Continent for long. The Soul Emperor looked at Li Fuchen with a profound expression and could obviously see that Li Fuchen's spirit soul was different. Yan Qingwu said, "With our strength, it isn't too dangerous to travel on the sea. If we can find one of the high-class continents, we will take at most 3 years to progress to the Law Phase realm. It isn't easy to find a high-class continent. But since we are already here, there is no need to overthink." Li Fuchen was only feeling emotional, but he wasn't worried about the future. The cultivation Dao was to overcome all obstacles. An overly comfortable life would only slow down a person's progress. Li Fuchen might have the golden amulet, but if he lived an ordinary life, it would already be incredible for him to reach the battle spirit realm. Pressure was the source of a martial artist's progress. This statement wasn't wrong. Rumble. It was unknown why the ocean was surging with waves that were 1,000 meters tall. Something isn't right. Li Fuchen yelled out and used the sword shift to instantly shift to a higher altitude. On the side, Yan Qingwu's figure had also appeared. Below, there was a giant tentacle that broke out of the water. Each of the suckers was a few dozen miles in size. There was a hole in the center of the suckers and the hole was emitting a boundless suction force. If the duo couldn't dodge in time, they would be instantly sucked in. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had grave expressions. Especially Li Fuchen. In that instant earlier, he felt a sense of danger that was even more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was the pinnacle existence among the great emperors. He was even more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence he was. This aura, it's a demon saint. Yan Qingwu couldn't help but raise her voice. She had seen Demon Saint before, so she was very familiar with the characteristics and strength of Demon Saint's aura. Whether it was a human or a demonic beast, as long as they reached the realm of a saint, the power of laws that they grasped would fuse with their bloodline. This caused the aura of a demonic saint or sage to be incomparably terrifying, and it contained the power of laws. No, it's not a Yao sage. It's a quasi-Yao sage. If it was a Yao sage, we wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. Yan Qingwu said hurriedly. A beast overlord was too strong. If a beast overlord launched a sneak attack, they wouldn't be able to dodge it. Even a great emperor wouldn't be able to dodge it. Of course, even if it was a quasi-demon saint, it was still not something they could contend against. Looking down, the duo's eyes contracted. In their vision was a horrific octopus demonic beast that was over 1,000 miles in size. Each of its tentacles was 800 miles long. The octopus demonic beast's skin was black with a hint of gold. It looked both noble and tyrannical at the same time. Void Swallow Octopus. Yan Qingwu immediately recognized the identity of this quasi-demon saint. The bloodline limit of the Void Swallow Octopus was a demonic beast overlord. It might only be a low-tier existence among the demonic beast overlords, but it was only relatively speaking. It was said that once the Void Swallow Octopus progressed to a demonic beast overlord, its tentacles would be able to absorb everything. Anything that was absorbed would be refined into nothingness and turned into the power of the Void Swallow Octopus. No wonder. Li Fuchen understood now. Only a quasi-demon saint would be able to see through his tortoise rest incantation and invisibility incantation. The two of you are not bad. Become my soul slaves. I will bring the two of you to the peak. A figure appeared on the head of the Void Swallow Octopus. It was none other than the Soul Emperor. This is his Soul Dao clone, not his main body. Yan Qingwu said. Li Fuchen nodded. It was said that the Soul Emperor controlled 2 demonic beast overlords. From the looks of it, the rumors weren't too exaggerated. The Soul Emperor might not be able to control 2 demonic beast overlords, but he should be able to control 2 quasi-demon overlords. The strength of demonic beasts was already stronger than humans. Therefore, quasi-demon overlords were stronger than human quasi-saints. The reason why they didn't conquer the Emperor's Sky Continent was probably because the quasi-demon overlords were also suppressed by the Emperor's Sky Continent willpower. Under the suppression of the Emperor's Sky Continent willpower, the strength of the quasi-demon overlord was probably inferior to a great emperor. I originally didn't want to bet, but I have no choice but to do so now. Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingguo. Bet on what? Yan Qingguo had a bad feeling. Let's go. Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qingguo's arm with his left hand and took out the teleportation board. Forceful and tyrannical divine flame sword energy was poured into the teleportation board. In an instant, the energy pool within the teleportation board was filled up. Immediately after, a light burst into the sky and vanished with Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. Come back. The Soul Emperor's expression changed as he ordered the Void Swallow Octopus to sweep the place where the duo vanished. Bang boom. The spatial zone was cracked by the tentacles of the Void Swallow Octopus. The horrific suction force swept in all directions and even penetrated deep into the void. However, the Void Swallow Octopus was still a little slow. In the face of the powerful teleportation power, let alone being a little slow, even if it moved at the same time, it would be hard to intercept. Standing quietly on the head of the Void Swallow Octopus, the Soul Emperor had a gloomy expression. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have the teleportation board. The teleportation board was even more precious and rarer than the teleportation talisman. It was already lost in the Emperor Sky continent. Above the vast sea, the void suddenly rippled. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo appeared with a flash. TFFF. The duo vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time and their chi presences were much weaker. This is the teleportation board? Yan Qingguo asked. That's right. Li Fuchen had always wanted to test if the teleportation board could bring him back to the Seven-Color Continent or the East Unicorn Continent, but he didn't dare to try. After all, the teleportation power was spatial power. If there was a mistake, not even his corpse could be found. From the looks of it, the teleportation board was indeed able to help him return to the Seven-Color Continent or the East Unicorn Continent. But as they were carrying a person and the distance was too far, they were only able to teleport a portion of the distance. Under the backlash of the spatial power, the duo suffered severe injuries. The injuries had even affected the chi blood source. After all, in the face of the spatial power, there was no difference between inside and outside. The teleportation board can locate the continent, but this teleportation board is too low grade. The chi in the energy pool isn't enough to teleport two individuals. Yan Qingguo said. Chapter 673. With their chi blood source injured, the duo's strength was greatly reduced. After flying for half a day, the duo rested on a deserted island. This was an island that spanned a few thousand miles. A few thousand miles might be huge for ordinary people, but for powerful martial artists, it wasn't considered huge. As for the boundless sea, an island that spanned a few thousand miles was too small. In fact, an island that was too small in the boundless sea wouldn't last for a long time. In just a few years, it would be crushed by the waves or destroyed by some sea beasts. This deserted island that spanned a few thousand miles might cease to exist in a few years or a few dozen years. Li Fuchen wasn't proficient in arrays, but he was proficient in incantations. When the Vajra incantation was executed, the island that spanned a few thousand miles was enveloped by a layer of golden barrier. On the golden barrier, there were countless twisted golden incantations. But soon enough, the golden barrier was withdrawn. From the outside, there wasn't a single trace of it. The duo sat on a mountain peak of a deserted island and started to recuperate. A few days later, the duo shook their heads helplessly. The chi blood source was harder to recover than they imagined. Unless they had the Thunder Calamity herb or the Thunder Calamity elixir, it was basically impossible to recover within a short period of time. Bang bang bang, on the island, the Vajra incantation would appear from time to time. It turned out that a few demonic beast kings wanted to barge into the island. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't plan to eliminate these demonic beast kings. In the sea, each demonic beast king had their own territory. Similarly, each demonic beast king had a demonic beast ruler above them. It wasn't worth it to kill a demonic beast king and provoke another demonic beast ruler. The duo soared into the sky and vanished into the horizon. The sea was too huge and it was hard for the duo to determine the direction. They might have been heading towards the seven-color continent previously, but no one knew if there were any deviations later on. As humans, if they were traveling on the vast sea, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered by powerful demonic beast rulers. On this day, the sea region that the duo were at was suddenly filled with storms. Countless lightning bolts were exploding and it felt as though it was the end of the world. It is the birth of a demonic beast ruler. Yan Qingwu's expression changed. The depths of the sea and the coastal waters were different. In the depths of the sea, the weather was unpredictable. A slight change in the atmosphere could trigger a huge storm. Moreover, the coastal waters were connected to the continent and were suppressed by the will of the continent. Normally, it was very difficult for the weather to change. This was also the reason why the appearance of the void-swallowing octopus in the East Sea didn't cause any changes. Haha, it has been a long time since I have eaten a human. Both of your cultivations are a little lacking, but the taste isn't any worse than a human emperor. In the storm, a several hundred-mile-long black and red-striped sea serpent coiled up. Demonic beasts generally preferred to maintain their original appearance. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't change into human form. It is the gassy devil snake. Be careful, the gassy devil snake is a mid-tier demonic beast ruler and its venom is extremely potent. If a great ruler is poisoned by it, their life would be in danger. Yan Qingwu warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't know much about sea beasts, but Yan Qingwu probably knew them well. The sword light and the saber light flashed at the same time, and the two of them instantly appeared over 200 miles away. But the gassy devil snake's body was too massive. 200 miles wasn't even beyond the range of its body. With a swing of its tail, it lashed at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. At the same moment, there was a strange force that suppressed the void. Break! Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about worsening his qi blood source's injuries. The hand of force surged with qi power and slammed at the gassy devil snake's tail. Rumble! There was an earth-shattering sound as Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The gassy devil snake was a mid-tier demonic beast ruler and was equivalent to a high-tier emperor. Let alone the injured Li Fuchen, even if he was at his peak condition, he still wouldn't be a match for the gassy devil snake. Black Saber, Fate! Yan Qingwu reacted quickly and slashed at the gassy devil snake's tail. Swish! The gassy devil snake's tail was indestructible, but under Yan Qingwu's saber art, it was still slashed open. Fresh blood sprayed out and dyed the sea region red. Blood Shadow Technique. The gassy devil snake roared and the fresh blood that sprayed out quickly condensed into a blood-red gassy devil snake. This gassy devil snake was even more ruthless and its body was emitting a blood-colored halo. When Yan Qingwu's qi protection and saber intent made contact with the blood-colored halo, there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. Golden Armored Water God Incantation. Rumble! Billions of kilograms of seawater rose up and turned into a golden armored water giant. The water giant wielded a sharp sword and cleaved the blood-red gassy devil snake. The Golden Armored Water God Incantation was a mid-class incantation, and with Li Fuchen's proficiency that wasn't inferior to the incantation Martial Emperor, it was enough to contest with mid-level emperors. Especially the first attack of the Golden Armored Water God Incantation, it was extremely powerful and could even threaten high-level emperors. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't expect the Golden Armored Water God Incantation to defeat the gassy devil snake, as it was impossible. Therefore, after executing the Golden Armored Water God Incantation, Li Fuchen immediately reminded Yan Qingwu to retreat. Bang! The gassy devil snake's main body tore apart the Golden Armored Water God Incantation in a single attack. At the side, the blood-red gassy devil snake that was cleaved in half had reassembled and didn't suffer any damage. Looking at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, who were retreating, the gassy devil snake roared with rage. The blood-red gassy devil snake suddenly exploded and turned into a blood cloud that spread out in a frenzy. In the blink of the eye, it caught up to Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Such powerful toxicity! Li Fuchen felt that his sword energy was tainted with the toxicity and only his sword intent was able to isolate it slightly. The duo didn't care and continued to execute their shifting techniques. Finally, half a day later, the duo escaped from the gassy devil snake's pursuit. A single mid-tier demonic beast ruler is able to put us in such a miserable state. I wonder how many other mid-tier demonic beast rulers are there in the sea. This was the first time Li Fuchen felt the ruthlessness and cruelty of the sea. Yan Qingwu said, "The sea has more demonic beast rulers than you can imagine." Someone once believed that the number of demonic beast rulers is at least 100 times more than human emperors. It is fortunate that the number of demonic beast overlords is only 10 times more than saints. Furthermore, human saints are too powerful and can basically fight against a group of saints. Otherwise, the demonic beast race would be the ones ruling the deep blue plane and not the humans and demonic beasts ruling it together. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, the key to determining the strength of both races was the saints. No matter how many emperors there were, it wasn't useful. It was just that the core strength was stronger. When a demonic beast reaches the demonic beast overlord, it is just the evolution of the bloodline. When a human reaches the saint realm, it is a leap in life level. If the saints are considered as mortals, then the saints are considered as saints. In short, even the weakest saint is countless times stronger than an emperor. In history, there is no such thing as an emperor that can challenge a saint. Never before. Yan Qingwu's face revealed a trace of fanaticism. In her previous life, she was a great emperor and was extremely close to the saint realm. However, she knew clearly that great emperors and saints might only be a step away, but to truly cross over was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Once they crossed over, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. From then on, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. Furthermore, before humans reached the saint realm, they were at a great disadvantage as compared to the demonic beast race. If their cultivation techniques and martial arts weren't outstanding, they would need to have a higher cultivation level in order to contest with the demonic beast race. But after reaching the saint realm, the humans would be able to suppress the demonic beast race. In normal situations, a single saint would be able to contest with a few demonic beast overlords. Chapter 674. Heaven-class high-tier martial arts have an extremely high requirement for the true spirit. In normal situations, one would need a true spirit at the law phase realm to execute a heaven-class high-tier martial art to the extremity. Otherwise, even if you comprehend a heaven-class high-tier martial art, you will only be able to execute a few times the power of a heaven-class mid-tier martial art. Along the way, Yan Qingwu told Li Fuchen about the basic knowledge of the martial Tao. No wonder. Li Fuchen nodded. Yan Qingwu's saber art was definitely a heaven-class high-tier saber art. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, the power of a heaven-class high-tier martial art should be at least 5 times or even 10 times stronger than a heaven-class mid-tier martial art. It was obvious that Yan Qingwu's saber art wasn't that powerful yet. Be it cultivation techniques, martial arts, or armors or weapons, after reaching the heaven class, there would be a huge gap between each rank. This is also the reason why there is a huge gap between law phase realm emperors. In normal situations, law phase realm emperors that cultivated heaven class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts would only be considered regular emperors. No matter how high their cultivation levels were, they would still be at the bottom. Of course, if the cultivation techniques and martial arts weren't of high grade, they wouldn't be able to cultivate to a high level. Next would be the law phase realm emperors that cultivated heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class mid-tier martial arts. These emperors are the most common and their strength is several times stronger than the previous emperors. Even if they don't have any fated encounters, they would still have a chance to progress to the mid-level of law phase realm if they cultivate diligently. Next would be the P-class emperors that cultivated heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts. These emperors are almost at the pinnacle of the law phase realm. Even great emperors would find it hard to kill them. After all, their chi isn't inferior to great emperors. It is just that their attack methods are slightly inferior. If they are determined to escape, it is still possible for them to escape. Lastly would be the great emperors. In order to become a great emperor, heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class high-tier martial arts are the standard and there is no upper limit. You have seen the Blue Sun Emperor's methods in the Anger Axe Abyss. Regular emperors wouldn't be able to contest against him. Even if they were a few thousand or 10,000 miles away, a great emperor would still be able to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. As for quasi-sages, they can no longer be considered within the scope of the law phase realm. Their bloodlines have started to evolve and they are between the emperor and sage. Their strength is extraordinary, so it isn't wrong to consider them as preparatory sages. I can see that you have already mastered a heaven-class mid-tier martial art, and even created some heaven-class mid-tier sword moves. However, if you want to create a heaven-class high-tier sword move, it is not enough to rely on your comprehension. You have to travel around, understand the operation of natural rules, and feel the aura of heaven and earth. Yan Qingwu gradually believed that Li Fuchen wasn't a reincarnator. A person's experiences couldn't be faked, unless Li Fuchen was intentionally hiding it. Therefore, she didn't mind telling Li Fuchen everything she knew. Li Fuchen nodded. The difference in the law phase realm was indeed ridiculously huge. Back when the Blue Sun Emperor was in the Anger Axe Abyss, he was suppressed by the Axe Dao law more than them. If they were in the outside world, apart from using the teleportation board to escape, there was no other way. One had to know that the two of them didn't even see the Blue Sun Emperor. As for heaven-class high-tier martial arts, Yan Qingwu was right. After creating a heaven-class mid-tier sword move, Li Fuchen could vaguely sense that it was impossible to create a heaven-class high-tier martial art by relying on his perception. Everything was conserved and it was impossible for him to create a heaven-class high-tier martial art out of thin air. In order to create a heaven-class high-tier martial art, he had to use his foundation to exchange for it. Foundation was something that required accumulation and knowledge. On the sea, the duo was drifting aimlessly. On this day, do you feel that the surroundings are enveloped by an invisible power? Yan Qingwu frowned. Li Fuchen said, it should be the power of an array. An array was actually a simulation of nature and then guided to form a unique product of laws. A powerful array was like a world by itself. The duo reckoned that the array that enveloped this sea region was at least a quasi-class 9 array. If it was a class 8 array, the duo would be able to detect it easily. Rumble. There was a loud roar as a four-clawed blue whale that was over 100 miles long burst out of the water and flew into the sky. Before this, the duo didn't even notice the four-clawed blue whale approaching. It wasn't because the four-clawed blue whale was powerful, but because the power of the array weakened their senses. The four-clawed blue whale didn't attack the duo. Its massive demonic beast body rapidly shrunk and turned into a middle-aged man with blue hair. You two are rather lucky. This is the ancient Star City and killing is prohibited. While speaking, the four-clawed blue whale left rapidly without bothering about the duo. Ancient Star City. Yan Qingwu thought of something. What is the ancient Star City? Li Fuchen asked. Yan Qingwu said, in the deep blue plain, there is a massive merchant guild called the Ancient Star Merchant Guild. I heard that the Ancient Star Merchant Guild established plenty of cities on the sea and these cities are specially used to trade with the demonic beast race. Of course, they also provide places for human experts to cultivate and recuperate on the sea. If I didn't guess wrongly, this Ancient Star City is established by the Ancient Star Merchant Guild. Is it possible to return to the human continent through the Ancient Star City? Li Fuchen continued to ask. Yan Qingwu shook her head, I am not sure either. Caw! A sharp bird's cry shattered the seawater. From afar, a two-headed bird that was a few dozen miles in size flew over. Just like the four-clawed blue whale, once the two-headed bird entered the Ancient Star City, it immediately turned into a human form, but it had two heads. I really want to eat you too. The two-headed bird licked its lips and flashed as it flew ahead. Let's go over and take a look too. Li Fuchen was very curious about the Ancient Star City. All right. Yan Qingwu had never seen a city in the sea and this was an opportunity. The Ancient Star City was situated on an island. This island wasn't huge and was only 10,000 miles in radius. If there wasn't any protection, it would probably be destroyed by the waves or sea beasts in a few years. The ancient Star City didn't have any city walls, and when looking from afar, the buildings on the island were all over the place. Some places were denser, some places were sparser, some places were shrouded in mist, and it was hard to see clearly. Without any obstructions, the duo arrived on the island. There are so many demonic beast rulers. With the duo's eyesight, they were able to identify the demonic beasts and humans with a single glance. Of course, there were very few humans here. Along the way, there would only be 1 or 2 humans among 100. Furthermore, these 2 humans seemed to be the members of the ancient Star City and had been busy. Apart from demonic beast kings and demonic beast rulers, the duo also saw plenty of demon kings and demon rulers. Among the same cultivation realm, demons were considered the monarchs. The weakest demon king would have the strength of a human half-emperor. The weakest demon ruler would have the strength of a peak-class emperor. Chapter 675. The ancient Star City was separated into 3 regions: the Outer Ring, the Inner Ring, and the Core region. Li Fuchen could see that the Outer Ring had more active demonic beast kings and demon kings. Most of the demonic beast rulers and demon rulers were heading towards the Inner Ring. After asking someone, the 2 of them found out that there were conditions to enter the Inner Circle. One had to be at the Law Phase realm, or one had accumulated and traded 100 million mid-grade spirit stones worth of resources in the ancient Star City or the ancient Star Chamber of Commerce. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, and most of the primary sea realm monarchs didn't have such wealth. Only half-emperors and combat emperors would have such wealth. Let's take a look at the Outer Ring first. Li Fuchen wanted to see if there were any heaven and earth treasures in the Outer Ring that could recover his chi blood source. In one of the Outer Ring's trading halls, plenty of demonic beast kings were setting up stalls. The ancient Star City might not have many human monarchs, but it was only in comparison to the demonic beast race. There were still a few thousand of them, and these few thousand human monarchs were definitely the customers of the demonic beast kings. Deep Sea 10,000-year pearl, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, a total of 3. A middle-aged demonic beast king with a long face and hair that looked like green algae was yelling from nearby. 2 million for 3, are you selling? Yan Qingwu asked. Women were rather fond of pearls, even great emperors. 2 million is too little, at least 2. 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged demonic beast king shook his head. If you don't want to sell for 2 million, then forget it. Yan Qingwu turned and left. 2, 5 million, 2. 3 million, at least 2. 1 million. You humans are too ruthless, 2 million it is. The middle-aged demonic beast king saw that Yan Qingwu wasn't interested and had no choice but to make the deal. But when Yan Qingwu handed over 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, the demonic beast king revealed a trace of delight. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones might be lower than his expectations, but it was much better than selling to the ancient Star City. The ancient Star City only purchased the Deep Sea 10,000-year pearl for 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The additional 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Fire Jade Coral, 5 million mid-grade spirit stones per stock. Cold Water True Essence, 3 million mid-grade spirit stones per drop. Rock of Heavenly Desolation, 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the trading hall, there were constant shouts. After these demonic beast kings transformed into humans, they didn't look as ruthless as before. How much is this dragon blood pearl? Coming to a bald middle-aged man with closed eyes, Li Fuchen pointed to the blood-red bead on the stall and said. Inside this blood-red bead, there was a dark red thread swimming around. It looked like a small dragon. The dragon blood pearl was a rare artifact that could nourish the chi blood source. It might not be comparable to the Thunder Calamity herb, but it was worth at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in the Emperor's Sky continent. If it was converted to mid-grade spirit stones, it would be over 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. The bald middle-aged man did not open his eyes. 100 million is too expensive. Li Fuchen frowned. The dragon blood pearl did not actually contain dragon blood. Moreover, even if it did contain dragon blood, it depended on what kind of dragon blood it contained. The difference in price between flood dragon blood and true dragon blood was like heaven and earth. What? You don't want to buy it? The bald middle-aged man opened his eyes. These were a pair of blood-red eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a boundless ruthlessness and bloodthirst. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. Li Fuchen walked away. You don't know. After seeing my item and asking for the price, you want to buy it. The bald middle-aged man threatened. This is the ancient Star City. Do you still want to make a move? Li Fuchen said. Of course I cannot make a move in the ancient Star City, unless you stay here for your entire life. You don't have to worry about that. Li Fuchen left. This kid is dead for sure. The Blood Demonic King's father is the Blood Demonic Great Ruler. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler is the strongest demonic beast ruler in the nearby billions of miles. Even the ancient Star City has to show some respect. I reckon that he doesn't know the Blood Demonic King. The two human monarchs that offended the Blood Demonic King were killed the moment they left the ancient Star City. If this kid is smart, he will stay in the ancient Star City for the rest of his life. If he goes out, he will definitely die. The demonic beast kings were in a heated discussion. I really don't know if you are lucky or if you are good at creating trouble. You immediately offended a demonic beast great ruler. Yan Qingwu shook her head and said. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly, who would have known that I would offend a rich second-generation ancestor. The human race had rich second generations, it was obvious that the demonic beast race had rich second generations too. Back then, even if Li Fuchen spent 100 million mid-grade spirit stones to purchase the dragon blood treasure pearl, he would still be targeted. The saying, "Don't expose your wealth," wasn't just for show. The demonic beast king's stall was mostly selling deep-sea treasures. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu might not need some of the items for now, but they were wealthy and didn't mind purchasing some treasures that weren't available in the human world. Especially Li Fuchen, he had close to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones and plenty of high-grade spirit stones. It wasn't a big deal to purchase some treasures. In the outer region, after strolling through a few of the transaction halls, the duo still weren't able to purchase any treasures that could recover their chi blood source. It seems like we can only trade with the ancient Star City. The duo didn't need to think to know that the ancient Star City's items were definitely very expensive. After all, they had a monopoly. As expected, Dragon Blood Treasure Pearl, 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Thunder Calamity Herb, 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Heaven Dragon Fruit, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. In the ancient Star City's resource hall, a white-haired elder with primary sea realm cultivation introduced. Without a choice, the duo had to purchase one Thunder Calamity Herb each. With the Thunder Calamity Herb, the duo needed a place to rest in seclusion. In the outer region, the inns were separated into 4 classes, namely, A, B, C, and D. The D-class inns provided a place to rest in seclusion and would require 100 mid-grade spirit stones a day. The C-class inns were covered with cultivation arrays and the effects were comparable to the 7-color continent. It would require 500 mid-grade spirit stones a day. The B-class inns were slightly better than the 7-color continent. The cultivation effects were comparable to the Red Rainbow Sect's interior and it would require 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. As for the A-class inns, the cultivation effects were comparable to the Emperor Sky continent and it would require 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. One had to know that the ancient Star City's cultivation array was built on a quasi-class 9 array, and the effect was naturally extraordinary. Furthermore, this was the inns in the outer region. In the inner region, the inns were also separated into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. The D-class inns had much better cultivation effects than the A-class inns in the outer region. It would require 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. The C-class inns would require 2 high-grade spirit stones a day. The B-class inns would require 5 high-grade spirit stones a day. The A-class inns would require 20 high-grade spirit stones a day. The duo's accumulated transactions in the ancient Star City had already reached 100 million mid-grade spirit stones and were qualified to enter the inner region. But the duo didn't wish to waste high-grade spirit stones and chose the D-class inns in the inner region. It would only require 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. The cultivation effects are indeed great. It is a pity that the heaven and earth law isn't as complete as the Emperor's sky continent. After entering the D-class inns in the inner region, Li Fuchen sensed carefully and said to himself, if the heaven and earth law wasn't complete, the comprehension would be much weaker. After all, the cultivation of the martial Tao wasn't just about absorbing the heaven and earth spirit qi. Chapter 676. A single stalk of Thunder Calamity Herb wasn't able to completely recover Li Fuchen's qi blood source, but it was almost recovered. Li Fuchen was planning to continue comprehending the joint heaven sword pattern. Before this, Li Fuchen had already comprehended the joint heaven sword pattern to the 90% mark. Once it was fully comprehended, the joint heaven sword would turn into a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword and it would come with a heaven-class high-tier sword art. It would be a great boost to Li Fuchen's strength and it would at least increase his strength by 10 times. 1 month passed. 2 months passed. Li Fuchen's progress on the joint heaven sword pattern was very slow. After 2 months, the comprehension rate wasn't even at the 91% mark. It wasn't because Li Fuchen's perception wasn't strong enough, it was because this layer of the joint heaven sword pattern was too insane. Li Fuchen reckoned that unless his spirit soul evolved into the pale red spirit soul, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this layer of sword pattern in a short period of time. The ancient Star City's array formation had a range of 10 million miles. Within this 10 million miles, killing was prohibited, otherwise, the array formation would attack. The sea within the coverage of the formation was also known as the Ancient Star Sea. In the Ancient Star Ocean, there were human kings and even human emperors searching for resources all year round. The ocean was too vast, and the environment was extremely complicated. Even the demon race did not dare to say that they had explored the entire ocean. It would be impressive if they could even explore 10% of it. At the bottom of the Ancient Star Sea, there was a kind of herb called deep-sea blood Ganoderma. Although it was only a top earth-level herb, its value was not lower than a normal low-level heaven-level herb. The main reason was that the deep-sea blood Ganoderma could not only nourish the qi and blood, but also calm the soul. Li Fuchen couldn't afford the heaven dragon fruit, after all, 300 million was too expensive and it wasn't necessary. Since he wasn't planning to leave the ancient Star City for now, he could take his time to recover. Hence, the deep-sea blood Ganoderma had become his target. With his insane spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was like a fish in water in the ancient Star Sea. With his current spiritual awareness, only great emperors would be able to suppress him. At the bottom of the ancient Star Sea, more than 200,000 meters deep, a figure was traveling at a high speed. My speed is still too slow. Looks like I'll have to create a water escape technique. More than 90% of the deep blue plain was the sea. In the future, the water escape technique would become more and more useful. Several hours later, Li Fuchen rushed to the side of a blood-colored plant shaped like a small umbrella. With a wave of his hand, the deep-sea blood Lingji landed in Li Fuchen's hand. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and continued to search for traces of the deep-sea blood Lingji. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's face flashed with surprise. In a deep abyss at the bottom of the sea, Li Fuchen discovered an unusual deep-sea blood Lingji. This deep-sea blood Ganoderma was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made from a blood-colored crystal. It shone brightly, and around the blood Ganoderma were illusory blood dragons and blood tigers running. It was an astonishing sight. Blood Lingji King. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would still know that this was the blood Lingji crown. Normally, a deep-sea blood Lingji would need to be nurtured at the bottom of the sea for around 1,000 years before it would grow. However, it was said that the blood Lingji King would need to be nurtured for 10,000 years. If the ordinary deep-sea blood Lingji was a peak-rank Earth-level herb, then the blood Lingji King could be counted as a low-rank heaven-level or even a mid-rank heaven-level herb. Its value far surpassed the thunder calamity grass, and even surpassed the sky dragon fruit. Li Fuchen didn't bother to exhaust his qi and executed the sword shift to rush towards the abyss at the bottom of the sea where the blood Lingji King was. At the same moment, a blood-colored figure and a figure with 4 arms had also sensed the presence of the blood Lingji King. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen was the closest to the abyss and was around 10 times closer than the 2 figures. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the abyss at the bottom of the sea. From a few miles away, Li Fuchen waved his hand and instantly kept the blood Lingji King, causing the dragon and tiger phenomenon to vanish. Put down the blood Lingji King. The blood-colored figure approached first, and it was a stalwart middle-aged man who looked similar to the blood demonic king. The blood demonic great ruler was the strongest demonic beast ruler within the radius of 1 trillion miles. Back when the ancient star city wasn't established, the ancient star sea was just a part of his territorial sea. Before the blood demonic great ruler arrived, a blood sea-like chi presence surged at Li Fuchen. If it was a regular primary sea realm monarch, they wouldn't even dare to make a move against this chi presence. Before Li Fuchen could speak, another 4-armed figure approached quickly. Blood demonic, I am the one who discovered this blood Lingji King first. If you know your limits, you better back off. The 4-armed figure was a robust man with 4 arms and 4 eyes. His upper and lower jaws were protruding like a crocodile's mouth. The 4-armed great ruler was the strongest demonic beast ruler in the 4-armed sea that was close to the blood demonic sea. His strength wasn't inferior to the blood demonic great ruler. 4-armed, don't forget that the ancient star sea was once a part of my blood demonic sea. It isn't your place to speak. The blood demonic great ruler said in a deep voice. You said it yourself. That was in the past, this is now. The 4-armed great ruler's tone was very dominant. You want to start a war? The blood demonic great ruler's body was overflowing with murderous aura. Let's start a war then. Who is afraid of who? The 4-armed great ruler wasn't afraid at all. The demonic beast race had always been belligerent, and he, the 4-armed great ruler, had never been afraid of anyone. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely intense. But soon enough, the blood demonic great ruler withdrew his murderous aura and said, let's obtain the blood Lingji King first. The deep-sea blood Lingji was also very useful to the demonic beast race, especially to great rulers. The blood Lingji King was one of the opportunities for them to break through to the demonic beast overlord. The demonic beast race relied on excavating the potential of their bloodline to strengthen themselves. The blood Lingji King that could strengthen their qi blood source would definitely be able to strengthen their bloodline and allow them to evolve more easily. But the blood Lingji King was too rare. The blood demonic great ruler was once the ruler of the ancient star sea and had only obtained 1 stock of the blood Lingji King for thousands of years. This was his 2nd time seeing the blood Lingji King. No matter what, the blood demonic great ruler wouldn't let the blood Lingji King go to waste. Anyone who took something that belonged to him would have to die. Human kid, hand over the blood Lingji King and the storage bag. Then sever your arms and get lost back to the ancient star city. The 4-armed great ruler had never placed humans in his eyes. His attitude towards Li Fuchen was also that of a command. Li Fuchen smiled and said, this is the ancient star sea, why should I listen to you? Do you think we cannot kill you in the ancient star sea? The blood demonic great ruler grinned and released wave after wave of murderous chi at Li Fuchen. The quasi-class 9 array might be incredible, but it wasn't able to completely restrain a great ruler. Even if the blood demonic great ruler only had 100% of the strength, he was confident he could kill Li Fuchen. Only this much strength? Li Fuchen used his sword intent to resist the blood demonic great ruler's murderous chi with ease. Courting death. The blood demonic great ruler extended his right hand and extended a sharp blood-colored claw at Li Fuchen. Bang boom! Dense purple lightning appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the blood demonic great sovereign and the claw shadows that the blood demonic great sovereign released. Ultimately, when the claw shadow approached Li Fuchen, it had already lost 99% of its power and was dispersed by Li Fuchen's sword. The blood demonic great ruler was in a miserable state and his body was covered in burn marks. The quasi-class 9 array was an array that was used against half-overlords. If a great ruler dared to make a move, they would have to pay a price. If the blood demonic great ruler disregarded everything and activated the all-out attack of the quasi-class 9 array, he might perish at any moment. Damn it! The blood demonic great ruler's face turned dark. Li Fuchen's strength was obviously at the emperor level and he wasn't weak even among the emperors. Blood demonic, this is all you have. Watch me. The four-armed great ruler opened his mouth and shot an illusory sharp arrow at Li Fuchen. Chapter 677. The demon spirit arrow flashed and shot into Li Fuchen's brain. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. Let alone a 10% power demonic spirit arrow, even a 100% power demonic spirit arrow wouldn't be able to injure his true spirit. The true spirit was a person's quintessence while the spiritual awareness was a diluted quintessence. It was already very difficult to use the spiritual awareness to attack the true spirit. Even Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't deal too much damage to others' true spirits. On the contrary, it was almost impossible for others to injure Li Fuchen's true spirit. The smile on the four-armed great sovereign's face didn't last long before it turned ugly. In his opinion, 10% of the demonic spirit arrow's power was enough to make a regular law phase realm emperor suffer a fate worse than death. This was his innate ability and not a simple spiritual awareness attack. But looking at Li Fuchen's appearance, he was obviously fine. You too, I won't accompany you any longer. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered with the blood demonic great ruler and the four-armed great ruler as he turned to leave. The two demonic beast great rulers forcefully endured the desire to make a move and watched as Li Fuchen left. In the ancient Star Sea, there was a limit to their strength. If they disregarded everything and made a move, they might be killed by the array before they could kill Li Fuchen. Blood demon, looks like we won't be able to do anything to him for the time being, the four-armed great emperor said slowly. The blood demonic great emperor said coldly, unless he stays in the ancient Star Sea, he will regret it. After Li Fuchen devoured the blood Lingji crown, if he devoured Li Fuchen, the effects would only get stronger. In the eyes of the demon race, humans had always been great tonics to strengthen their bloodlines. After returning to the ancient Star City, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. With 19 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma and a blood Ganoderma king, he felt that not only could his blood essence recover, but it could also reach a new level. But Li Fuchen still underestimated the effects of the deep-sea blood Lingji. Just 9 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma had completely restored his blood essence and even strengthened it. Taking out the blood Lingji king, Li Fuchen broke off a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It was hard to describe this feeling. Li Fuchen felt that apart from the qi blood source getting stronger, there was an invisible power in the qi blood source that was also getting stronger. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this invisible power should be the bloodline power. The human bloodline was very weak. Even if it was a body refinement martial artist, the bloodline power was far inferior to the demon clan. After all, every race had its own characteristics. The unique characteristic of the demon race and the demon race was their bloodline. The specialty of the human race was their innate bone structure. However, after reaching the Saint Sovereign realm, the human bloodline wouldn't be any weaker than the demon race and the demon race. In fact, the human bloodline would even surpass the demon race and the demon race's bloodline. If the bloodlines of the monster race and the demon race were fixed, they would only be strengthened in the later stages. On the other hand, the human bloodline had yet to take shape and was highly malleable. After using 1 stalk of the blood Lingji king, Li Fuchen felt his bloodline power was at least 10 times stronger and a sharp qi presence was emitted. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's bloodline was the Sword Dao bloodline and contained traces of Sword Dao laws. One day, when Li Fuchen stepped into the saint's realm, the first-generation children would perfectly inherit his Sword Dao bloodline. Even if their bone frames and innate talents were inferior, they would at least be able to reach the law phase realm. There were some ancient texts that described the first-generation saints' bloodline as humanoid demonic beasts. It stated that they could rely on excavating the bloodline to constantly improve and grow stronger. Even if their perception was inferior, it wouldn't be able to stop them from becoming experts. At most, their prospects would be a little worse. As for the remaining 10 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma, Li Fuqian gave them to Yan Qinggu. The deep-sea blood Ganoderma had the effects of calming the soul and strengthening the true spirit. If the true spirit was powerful enough to withstand heaven-class high-tier martial arts, Yan Qinggu's strength would definitely be several times stronger than now. As time elapsed, Li Fuqian's sword pattern comprehension speed was slightly faster. With concentration, it was obvious that it would allow a person to utilize the advantage of perception to the greatest extent. 91%, 92%, in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed and Li Fuqian's sword pattern comprehension was at 93%. The comprehension of 93% of the sword pattern was extremely terrifying. Even if Li Fuqian only had a tree branch, after the sword pattern was attached, the power would be comparable with a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. In other words, the current joint heaven sword's power was far inferior to the sword pattern that Li Fuqian comprehended. Secondly, the higher the sword pattern proficiency, Li Fuqian felt that his sword heart was getting stronger too. He finally understood why the sword spirit asked him to pay more attention to the sword pattern. It was obvious that the sword pattern was related to the sword heart. The reason why Li Fuqian was able to condense the sword heart was mostly due to his extremely high sword pattern proficiency. After understanding this layer of relationship, Li Fuqian became even more attentive towards the sword pattern. One had to admit that the power of concentration was extremely terrifying. In just 2 short months, Li Fuqian persisted and comprehended the sword pattern to 95%. The efficiency was several times higher than before. In the ancient star sea, there were waves that were boundless. It was unknown when a giant shadow was extending from the sea. This shadow was too massive, and when it entered the ancient star sea region, it actually didn't transform into a human form. The ancient star city's quasi-class 9 array wasn't a regular quasi-class 9 array. It had the ability to change forms. Any demonic beast that entered the range of the array would automatically change forms. Demonic beasts that couldn't change forms wouldn't be able to enter. Beep 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 beep, in the ancient star city, there was a mournful alarm that echoed. Inside the city lord residence, an elder wearing a starry robe woke up from his seclusion. When he took a look at the array, he was stunned. Demonic beast overlord. The starry robe elder was shivering. With the help of the quasi-class 9 array, he believed that he would be able to slaughter regular demonic beast overlords. However, demonic beast overlords were more than 10 times stronger than demonic beast overlords. A single slap from the demonic beast overlord would probably turn the ancient star city into ashes. Almost subconsciously, the starry robe elder took out a crystal ball from his storage bag and crushed it. Rumble. The shadow burst out from the water. It was a giant beast that looked like a lizard and had a circle of tentacles on its head. This giant beast was too massive and was at least a few thousand miles in size. Its eyes were like the sun and moon in the sky and were emitting luminous divine light. When the ancient star city's array and buildings encountered the divine light, they immediately melted. In an instant, a large number of demonic beast kings and human monarchs perished under the beast's gaze. Wanji, get lost from the ancient star city. In the sky above the ancient star city, an illusory figure that was also a few thousand miles in size appeared. You want to stop me with a mere formation clone? The giant beast raised its right claw and clawed at the ancient star city. Bang! The illusory figure blocked the claw, but the claw force still destroyed half of the ancient star city. That horrific law power had seemingly frozen the ancient star city's time and space. Hurry up and flee. The surviving demonic beasts, demons, and humans of the ancient star city were fleeing frantically. Li Fuqian and Yan Qinggu were also among the fleeing crowd. It was fortunate that the duo resided in the inner district. When taking a glance, the entire ancient star city's outer district had been completely destroyed. Half of the inner district had been destroyed and only the core district remained intact. The duo didn't have the time to understand what was happening. Their only thought was to escape, the further the better. Rumble. Chapter 678. In a single breath, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu escaped from the ancient Star Sea. Despite the case, there were still Qi forces that flew over 10 million miles and blasted on the nearby sea region. For a moment, the seawater exploded and the concentrated water droplets shot out like tens of thousands of arrows, causing Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's Qi blood to boil. Li Fuchen finally witnessed the terror of a demonic beast overlord. This is the ocean. Without the continent willpower to suppress it, it is very chaotic and dangerous. If we are lucky, primary sea realm monarchs would be able to cross the ocean and reach another continent. If we are unlucky, even great emperors would be killed. Yan Qingwu said. Li Fuchen said, if that's the case, the continent is a greenhouse used to nurture humans. Yan Qingwu nodded, you can say that. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be able to grow. The duo didn't dare to stop. Without the protection of the ancient Star City's array, they wouldn't be able to contest with the blood-demonic Great Ruler and the four-armed Great Ruler. Once they were targeted by the duo, they would have to use the teleportation board to escape and suffer damage to their Qi blood source again. In one breath, the duo fled for 7 days and 7 nights. Perhaps because the nearby demonic beast rulers were heading to the ancient Star City and hadn't returned yet, the duo didn't encounter a single demonic beast ruler along the way. It was a smooth journey. There seems to be a continent ahead. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness, and when it reached a few 100,000 miles, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. This barrier contained an unshakable willpower and it was impossible to penetrate. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this should be the continent willpower. Half a day later, the duo arrived at the vicinity of the barrier. In front of them was a boundless coastline. A Qi presence that belonged to a continent was spreading out and intimidating countless sea beasts. It is actually a mid-class continent. The duo were rather delighted. In this vast ocean, it was already extremely difficult to find a continent, let alone a mid-class continent. It was 10 times harder. The duo didn't spend much effort and found a mid-class continent. Li Fuchen sensed carefully and said with disappointment, it is a regular mid-class continent. It made sense. A top-notch mid-class continent like the Emperor Sky continent wouldn't be so easy to find. The continent willpower blocked the spiritual awareness but didn't stop the duo from entering. On a boundless plain, a war was ongoing. The two sides of the battle were the black-clothed men with the centipede pattern on their backs and the white-clothed men with the bamboo pattern on their sleeves. It seemed that the black-clothed men had the absolute advantage. The white-clothed men were dying from time to time. Black Centipede King, you schemed to kill more than 10 kings of my Azure Bamboo School. If we don't take revenge, we will not live under the same sky. One of the white-clothed monarchs who was at the 7th level of primary sea realm yelled out at the other black-clothed monarch. The black-clothed monarch sneered, after today, whether or not your Azure Bamboo sect exists is still a question. You want revenge? Dream on. The Black Centipede sect was stronger than the Azure Bamboo sect in the first place, and after plotting and killing more than 10 kings, the Azure Bamboo sect was no match for them. This battle had already been going on for several hours. The Azure Bamboo sect originally had several thousand people, but now there were only 1,000 left. In contrast, the Black Centipede sect still had 3,000 people. Seeing that the Azure Bamboo School was about to suffer a crushing defeat, two figures suddenly flew over from afar. This is a restricted battlefield. Please change your route. A king of the Black Centipede sect soared into the air and stopped the two. They were none other than Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu said, "Scram." As he spoke, he burst out with a Qi presence that only the peak level of primary sea realm would have. What? Peak level monarch? The Black Centipede King and the Green Bamboo King were shocked. The Black Centipede sect and the Green Bamboo Guild were only second-rate factions in the four-way continent. They were the only two high-level primary sea realm experts, and only first-rate factions had peak-level primary sea realm experts. But they didn't have any impression of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. The Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch knew clearly how powerful a peak-level monarch was. There was once a peak-level monarch that killed a 7th-level monarch in a single move. This incident had shaken the entire four-way continent. Of course, even if they were all at the peak level of primary sea realm, there would be a difference in strength. But no matter how weak they were, they wouldn't be willing to provoke them. With no other choice, the Black Centipede sect and the Green Bamboo sect could only stop fighting for fear of offending Yan Qingguo. You too, please forgive me for offending you just now. The Black Centipede King cupped his fists respectfully at Yan Qingguo. Li Fuchen said, "Put aside the war first. The two of you, come over for a moment." Li Fuchen looked at the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch. The Black Centipede Monarch had an unpleasant expression. He had already given in, but the opposition was insatiable. "The two of you better leave quickly." The Black Centipede Monarch endured his anger and said. Li Fuchen smiled and reached out to grab at the duo. In an instant, there was a horrific suction force and the duo involuntarily flew towards Li Fuchen. Presumptuous, let go of the sect patriarch. The 18 monarchs from the Black Centipede sect formed a battle formation and blasted at Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen's extended right hand lifted one of his fingers. Bang bang! The battle formation was shattered and everyone inside was sent flying. Such power! The monarchs from the Green Bamboo Guild who were preparing to make a move were flabbergasted. A single suction force was able to suck their guild patriarch and the Black Centipede sect patriarch, the Black Centipede Monarch over. Li Fuchen then used a single finger to destroy the Black Centipede battle formation. Such strength was simply horrifying. Stop, this lord doesn't have any ill intentions. How could the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch not understand that Li Fuchen was also a peak-level primary sea realm monarch? Furthermore, he was a peak-level primary sea realm monarch with absolute strength. I will just ask you a few questions, don't be nervous. Li Fuchen smiled and said. My lord, please ask. The Green Bamboo Monarch bowed and cupped his fist. Li Fuchen asked, what continent is this? What factions and experts are there on this continent? The duo had just arrived and could be said to be blind. Therefore, there was a need to find someone to understand this continent. My lord isn't from the four-way continent. The Green Bamboo Monarch was enlightened. No wonder they didn't have any impression of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. It turned out that they weren't from the four-way continent. After knowing that the duo crossed the ocean, the Green Bamboo Monarch and the Black Centipede Monarch became even more cautious. Those that could cross the ocean weren't regular monarchs and were probably half-emperors. The Black Centipede Monarch interrupted and said, this continent is called the four-way continent and it is shaped like a square. The factions on the continent are categorized as first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, etc. There is only one first-rate faction and that is the four-way empire. There are 4 first-rate factions, dozens of second-rate factions, and hundreds of third-rate factions. As for the unrated factions, there are countless of them. My Black Centipede sect and the Green Bamboo Guild are 2 of the second-rate factions. In addition, the four-way continent has 10 great monarchs and they are all at the peak level of primary sea realm. Four-way empire. Why? The four-way continent has law phase realm emperors? Yan Qingguo asked. The Green Bamboo Monarch shook his head and said, the four-way empire's ruler is known as the four-way martial emperor. He is actually at the peak level of primary sea realm, but he is powerful and can contest with law phase realm emperors. That is why he is known as the four-way martial emperor and the four-way empire. I see. Chapter 679. It was obvious that the four-way martial emperor was a combat emperor and a rather high-level one. In the Emperor's Sky continent, there were plenty of combat emperors. It was already incredible to have a combat emperor on the four-way continent. As such, it was reasonable for him to call himself the four-way martial emperor. But in the eyes of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo, combat emperors weren't enough. Even peak-class combat emperors would only have the strength of low-level law phase realm emperors, while they had the strength of mid-level law phase realm emperors. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu looked at each other. Both sides were clear that the four-way continent didn't pose any threat to them. Continue. After understanding the four-way continent, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu quickly left. As for the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch, they didn't have the mood to fight anymore. Even if they were fools, they knew that a storm was about to engulf the four-way continent and they had to make preparations. Green Bamboo Monarch, consider yourself lucky. The Black Centipede Monarch led the Black Centipede sect's members and left. Let's go too. The Green Bamboo Monarch and the Green Bamboo Guild had also retreated, leaving behind a barren plain. Thundercloud City was one of the top 10 major cities in the four-way continent. It was also the main city of the first-rate faction, the Thundercloud cult. In the flourishing Thundercloud City, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. On the 9th floor of the Purple Cloud restaurant near the Thundercloud Plaza, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were seated by the window and enjoying the delicacies. The four-way continent might not be the ideal cultivation continent, but it had definitely broadened their horizons. Martial artists did not live to become stronger, but to become stronger in order to be free and unfettered. How carefree would it be to roam the various continents? Their current strength wasn't enough, but if there was a day that they could become saints, the distance between continents wouldn't be considered a distance anymore. The Thundercloud Plaza was a teleportation plaza. On one of the teleportation platforms, there was a flash of radiance and three figures appeared. In the middle was a blue-haired youth with a domineering and arrogant aura. On the sides were a burly man and a skinny middle-aged man. When everyone saw the blue-haired youth, they quickly retreated. This blue-haired youth was the Thundercloud cult's young cult master, Duan Mulei. He was already at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm, and with his identity as the young cult master, there weren't many who dared to provoke him in the entire four-way continent. Young lord, there's no need to worry. The Jade Net sect is only a second-rate force. It won't be long before they yield and obediently deliver Li Bihua to you. The skinny middle-aged man grinned evilly. Duan Mulei nodded. He wasn't afraid that the Jade Net sect would dare to defy him. He was only worried that someone would beat him to it. After all, in the four-way continent, the Thundercloud cult could not do whatever they wanted. Above the Thundercloud cult, there were still the four-way empires and other first-rate factions. You better not test my patience. A sinister look flashed across Duan Mulei's face. Duan Mulei, who was about to leave, glanced at the Purple Cloud restaurant. Duan Mulei froze as if he had been struck by lightning. At a window seat on the 9th floor of the Violet Cloud restaurant, a stunning woman was sitting by the window. Be it in terms of appearance or temperament, this woman was superior to Li Bihua. Duan Mulei found it hard to understand how such a stunning woman could exist in the four-way continent. After all, he should have seen such an outstanding woman before. No matter who she is, I will have her. Duan Mulei roared in his heart. What a peerless beauty! The burly man and skinny middle-aged man's eyes lit up and revealed infatuated expressions. They had seen plenty of beauties, but this was definitely the first time they saw such a beauty. It was a pity that such a beauty was destined to never belong to them. She would only belong to those absolute experts. You seem to have been targeted. Li Fuchen took a glance at Duan Mulei and smiled. Yan Qingwu said expressionlessly, I hope he doesn't court death. When facing a stunning woman like Yan Qingwu, Duan Mulei didn't even wish to wait for 15 minutes. After arriving at the Violet Cloud restaurant, Duan Mulei said to the shopkeeper, I am booking the entire Violet Cloud restaurant today. Ask all unrelated people to leave. Yes, young cult master. The Violet Cloud restaurant's shopkeeper didn't dare to say no. Thud thud thud. Duan Mulei brought the burly man and skinny middle-aged man to the 9th floor. This young lady, I am the Thundercloud cult's young cult master, Duan Mulei. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a drink? Get lost. Yan Qingwu didn't give any face to Duan Mulei. In fact, she didn't need to give any face. Be it in her previous life or this life, the thundercloud cult was just an ant in her eyes. Duan Mulei's expression turned stiff. He had already announced his status as the thundercloud cult's young cult master, but she still didn't give any face. I wonder what is this young lady's name? Duan Mulei can get to know her. Duan Mulei suppressed his anger and asked. He was afraid that Yan Qingwu was from the Four-Way Empire or other first-rate factions. I will give you 3 breaths of time, otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Yan Qingwu said. Such arrogance. This is the Thundercloud City. I, the Vajra martial monarch, would like to see how you are going to kill without mercy. The burly man berated. The Vajra martial monarch was a body refinement monarch, and even high-level monarchs would find it hard to injure him. TFFF. Just as the Vajra martial monarch finished speaking, a drop of water penetrated the Vajra martial monarch's forehead. Bang! The Vajra martial monarch fell to the ground and couldn't be more dead. What? The skinny middle-aged man was so frightened that he nearly jumped up and looked at Yan Qingwu with bewilderment. Yan Qingwu merely dipped her finger in wine and was able to kill the Vajra martial monarch with ease. Such strength was definitely not a regular high-level monarch. Peak-level primary sea realm. I have misjudged you. Apologies, I have offended you earlier. Let's go. Duan Mulei bowed and cupped his fist before withdrawing from the 9th floor with respect. Outside the Violet Cloud restaurant, the skinny middle-aged man said, Young cult master, are we going to let it go just like that? Is the Vajra martial monarch going to die for nothing? Duan Mulei said with a sinister expression, Of course not. Let's return to the Thundercloud cult's headquarters first. Yan Qingwu's strength was too terrifying. The two of them couldn't even withstand a single move from her. But if they weren't a match for Yan Qingwu, the Thundercloud cult had plenty of people that could deal with her. Putting aside everything else, if 28 mid-level monarchs were to set up the Thundercloud battle formation, even peak-class monarchs wouldn't be able to survive. If 28 high-level monarchs were to set up the Thundercloud battle formation, apart from the Four-Way martial monarchs, it was enough to wipe out anyone. The Four-Way continent didn't rely on individual martial strength, it relied on factions and battle formations. This person is rather shrewd. Li Fuchen laughed. He is just a clown. Yan Qingwu said. If there are more clowns, we will have a legitimate reason to search for resources. Since Li Fuchen had arrived at the Four-Way continent, he naturally wasn't planning to return empty-handed. It was fine if others didn't provoke him, but if they did, it would give him the opportunity to search for resources. He believed that the Thundercloud cult was one of the first-rate factions in the Four-Way continent and they should have plenty of resources. They might just have the resources that he required. Following Duan Mulei, the duo arrived at the Thundercloud cult's headquarters. In the majestic Thundercloud Mountains, there were thunderbolts crisscrossing. From time to time, there would be thunder dragons that were a few tens of thousands of feet in size scuttling around. It was obvious that this was the manifestation of a Thunder Dao array. In the Thundercloud Grand Hall, Duan Mulei reported everything about the Violet Cloud restaurant to the current Thundercloud cult master, Duan Mutian. Peak level of primary sea realm. Duan Mutian frowned. Every peak level of primary sea realm wasn't someone to be trifled with. But Duan Mutian was certain that there wasn't such a person in the Four-Way continent. Since there wasn't such a person in the Four-Way continent, it must be from the outside world. Come, follow me for a trip. Chapter 680. Leader, there is a man and a woman outside the array. From the looks of it, they don't seem to have good intentions. Right at this moment, someone came in to report. A man and a woman. Duan Mulei raised his brows. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were also a man and a woman. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? It shouldn't be possible. These two individuals shouldn't be so audacious to barge into the Thundercloud cult. Who is so audacious? Duan Mutian waved his hand and a screen of light appeared in the hall. After seeing the duo on the screen, Duan Mulei's eyes widened. Father, it is these two individuals. He didn't expect for it to be Yan Qinggu. Good, very good. I didn't go look for them, but they actually came. Duanmu Tian grinned. He admitted that the primary Sea Realm monarchs from the outside world were formidable and he might not be a match for them in a one-on-one. But with the Thundercloud battle formation, apart from the four-way Martial Emperor, no one else could contest with them alone. Let's go and meet them. Duanmu Tian flashed and flew out of the hall. Outside the array, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu stood in the air. To be serious, the Thundercloud cult's Thunder Dao array was rather incredible. With Li Fuchen's vision, he could easily see that the Thunder Dao array in front of him contained extremely horrific Thunder Dao law. Even a low-level emperor would find it hard to break the array within a short period of time. It was a pity that neither he nor Yan Qinggu had the combat strength of a regular low-level emperor. It would only take a single move to break the array. Of course, they weren't bandits and there wasn't a need to start a fight. What are the two of you here for? Duanmu Tian asked. Li Fuchen sized up Duanmu Tian and said, "We are here to take a look at the Thundercloud cult's treasury. I wonder if we have the honor." This is the Thundercloud cult, it isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. In the outside world, Duanmu Lei was fearful of Yan Qinggu and Li Fuchen. But in the Thundercloud cult, Duanmu Lei wouldn't be able to control his temper and berated. Impatient. Yan Qinggu waved her hand and sent Duanmu Lei flying while vomiting fresh blood. Duanmu Tian's face sank, and he said in a ghastly tone, "Looks like the two of you are intentionally going against my Thundercloud sect. Since that's the case, then don't blame my Thundercloud sect for bullying you with numbers. Just bring it on. Whatever moves you have, we'll take them on." According to Li Fuchen's plan, he was going to beat the Thundercloud cult into submission first. He was going to beat them until they were convinced and didn't dare to speak any nonsense. Only then would everything be smooth. "I, Duanmu Tian, will fight you first." Duanmu Tian didn't know the strength of Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu yet, but he was the Thundercloud cult leader and one of the top 10 monarchs of the four-way continent. If he used the Thundercloud battle formation right from the start, it would give off a cautious and cowardly impression. Therefore, he was planning to probe Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu's strength first. Thunderblade 9 Styles. Duanmu Tian's weapon was a quasi-heaven-class artifact saber. When he drew the artifact saber, thousands of thunderbolts burst out. Immediately after, a violent and dazzling thunderbolt saber light cleaved at Li Fuchen. Flashy but impractical. It wasn't Li Fuchen who made the move, it was Yan Qinggu. She flashed and appeared in front of Li Fuchen. She used her right index and middle fingers to clamp the thunderbolt saber light with ease. What? Impossible. Everyone was stunned, including Duanmu Lei who was wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. Break. Duanmu Tian twisted the artifact saber and wanted to slice off Yan Qinggu's finger. But Yan Qinggu's two fingers felt as though they were grabbing onto a venomous snake's weak spot. No matter how Duanmu Tian twisted the artifact saber, it wasn't able to move at all. Crackle. Yan Qinggu used strength on her finger to break the thunderbolt saber light. She then flicked her finger and shot out a chi force that penetrated Duanmu Tian's shoulder. PFFF. Duanmu Tian vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying with a pale face. He was caught by one of the Thundercloud cult's elders. Form the Thundercloud battle formation. 7 high-level monarchs and 21 mid-level monarchs instantly grouped together and turned into a thundercloud that was flickering with thunderbolts. Once the thundercloud was formed, it immediately emitted an apocalyptic chi presence. Thunder Dragon Descent. Within the thundercloud battle formation, there was a thunderous voice. Immediately after, a thunder dragon that was as thick as a house swept out and blasted at Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu didn't wish to waste any more time. She drew her saber and slashed. What kind of saber move was this? When the saber was executed, the black saber light felt as though it slashed open the spatial zone. The thunder dragon that was as thick as a house couldn't even withstand for a blink of the eye and was immediately split apart. Before the saber light dissipated, it had also split the thundercloud into two. Everyone in the thundercloud vomited blood and were sent flying as they suffered severe injuries. This was because Yan Qingwu held back, otherwise, there would be no chance of survival after this saber move. Too powerful. I'm afraid only the four-way martial emperor can contest with her. The members of the Thundercloud cult were fearful. The Thundercloud battle formation was already the Thundercloud cult's greatest trump card. It might not be set up by 28 high-level monarchs, but it shouldn't be destroyed in a single attack. Furthermore, the Thundercloud cult didn't have 28 high-level monarchs either. In the four-way continent, only the four-way empire had 28 high-level monarchs and above. Retreat into the formation. Duanmu Tian yelled out. Swish 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 swish, the members of the Thundercloud cult who were already at the edge of the town quickly entered the formation. Immediately after, the formation revolved violently. Thunder dragons that were over 10,000 feet or 100,000 feet circled around the Thundercloud cult's protection formation. At the top of the formation, there was a thunder eye that was a few thousand feet in size. 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation, Quasi-Class 8 Array. This array isn't bad. Do you want to do it or let me? Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. A mere Quasi-Class 8 array isn't a problem for me. A Quasi-Class 8 array corresponded to half-emperors and combat emperors. It sounded very weak. After all, the duo had the combat strength of mid-level emperors. But if it corresponded to half-emperors and combat emperors, it didn't mean that half-emperors and combat emperors could break the array. On the contrary, if there wasn't a specific method, half-emperors and combat emperors would never be able to break the array. They would only be gradually killed by the array or be trapped in the array. Even a low-level emperor at the Law Phase realm wouldn't have an easy time breaking a Quasi-Class 8 array. After all, the array was in a continuous cycle. Even if there was a crack, the crack would immediately be mended. In order to break the array in a short period of time, one would either have to execute an attack that surpassed the limits of the array or have a thorough understanding of the array and attack the weakest part of the array to destroy the array core. Yan Qingwu didn't use any powerful saber move. She wielded the black curved saber and cleaved down with thunder. Swish! The black saber light was almost half the size of the Thundercloud Mountains and it immediately penetrated the 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation. The Thunder Dragons were all destroyed by the saber light and the Thunder Eye had also collapsed. Finally, the 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation cracked and exploded like a blue crystal. The violent Thunder Dao array power spread out and formed a massive thunder cloud above the Thundercloud Mountains. The thunder lightning was like a tide and it felt like it was going to descend at any moment, drowning the entire Thundercloud Mountains and the entire Thundercloud cult. Do you really think my Thundercloud cult is easy to bully? Invite the Thunder Beast. Duanmu Tian's eyes were about to split open. With a wave of his right hand, the thunder lightning in the massive thundercloud poured down and poured into a mountain peak of the Thundercloud cult. Roar! Chapter 681. No one knew that the Thundercloud cult still reared a lightning beast. The lightning beast was a saint beast. When it reached adulthood, it would be equivalent to a low-tier demonic saint. It loved to sleep, and once it woke up, it would wreak havoc and destroy everything with its lightning. The thunder beast that Lei Yun was raising was far from adulthood. In terms of grade, it was only a high-level demon king. However, in terms of strength, it already had the strength of a demon arch. According to Duanmu Tian's knowledge, this lightning beast was hatched from a lightning beast egg brought back by the first sect master of the Thundercloud cult. As it had lived in the Thundercloud cult since it was young, it had a certain affection for the Thundercloud cult and treated the Thundercloud cult as its territory. Of course, the lightning beast was still a lightning beast. Once it was enraged, it would not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Thus, Duanmu Tian did not wish to awaken the lightning beast unless it was absolutely necessary. The mountain peak collapsed, and a huge head drilled out from the ground. Its head looked like a lizard's head, but it also looked like a rhinoceros's head. However, there were 3 horns on its head, and each horn was covered in simple lightning runes. As the Thunder Beast awakened, traces of dark blue lightning jumped on its horns, and a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. Lord Thunder Beast, these two have invaded your territory. Please subdue them. Duanmu Tian's voice sounded in the lightning beast's mind. Invading my territory? The Thunder Beast was enraged, and its eyes turned bloodshot. Crackle! One of the horns on the Thunder Beast's head shot out a lava-like chain of lightning at Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen. The Thunder Beast's Thunder Dao law comprehension might not be high, but as a sacred beast, it had a powerful Thunder Dao bloodline. The thunderbolts it produced were of an extremely high grade. Li Fuchen could see that the thunderbolts produced by the Thunder Beast were similar to the mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation, but it was much stronger. Yan Qingwu sneered and waved her black scimitar. A black scimitar light pierced through the sky and scattered the lightning chain. If it was an adult saint beast or a saint beast that was close to becoming an adult, she would naturally back off. However, the lightning beast before her was not enough to make her feel apprehensive. The Thunder Beast became even more enraged when the lightning chain was shattered. Rumble! The earth split open, and the Thunder Beast's body appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a terrifying demonic beast that was dozens of miles long. Its body was like a fierce tiger, and it had incomparably sharp eagle claws. Its tail was a thick crocodile's tail. You dare defy me? Die! The three horns on the Thunder Beast's head spouted orange-red lightning, dark blue lightning, and dark purple lightning. The three types of lightning interweaved together, wreaking havoc. Many members of the Thundercloud cult didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before they were instantly annihilated. Fortunately, most of the buildings of the Thundercloud cult were behind the Thunder Beasts. There were very few buildings at the front. Otherwise, the entire Thundercloud cult might have been destroyed by the Thunder Beasts. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu finally executed a saber move against the intertwined tricolored thunderbolts. As soon as the saber move was executed, the powerful saber intent split the ground and created a huge canyon. The tricolored thunderbolts only lasted for a breath's time before dispersing. Yan Qingwu's saber art was a heaven-class high-tier saber art. Even with her current true spirit, she was unable to fully unleash the power of the heaven-class high-tier saber art. However, it was not something that the Thunder Beast could defend against. Unless the Thunder Beast evolved into a low-tier demonic beast, the Arch, Yan Qingwu might not be a match for it. Impossible! I am a saint beast! The Thunder Beast did not believe that there was anyone on the Four Corners continent who could contend with him. Yan Qingwu, are you thinking of taming this holy beast? Li Fuchen could see that Yan Qingwu didn't use her full strength, otherwise, with her strength, a single blade would be enough to defeat the Thunder Beast. Do you know how valuable a saint beast is? Yan Qingwu rolled his eyes at Li Fuchen. Although the Thunder Beast was ranked at the bottom of the sacred beast list, once it reached adulthood, it would at least be a low-tier demon saint. In her previous life, she was only a martial monarch. If she had the help of the Thunder Beast, she would not have had to reincarnate. In order to tame a saint beast, crushing it with a single move was useless. After all, saint beasts had their own pride. Even if they couldn't defeat you now, given their potential, they would be able to defeat you sooner or later. The only thing Yan Qingwu could do was to show off her talents and subdue the Thunder Beast. Tamed lightning beast? Duanmu Tian was dumbfounded. Everyone from the Thundercloud cult was dumbfounded. The existence that they treated as their trump card was actually being tamed by the other party. Tame me. The lightning beast had gone completely mad. He was a dignified sacred beast. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Thunder extinguish life, die. The three sharp horns on the Thunder Beast's head vibrated with thunderous light and resonated with the boundless thunder clouds in the sky. In the next moment, bolts of tricolored thunderbolts descended from the sky like rain and struck at Yan Qingwu. This time, the tricolored thunderbolts weren't tangled together, they had fused to a certain degree. Apart from that, the number of thunderbolts had increased by more than 100 or 1,000 times. Just in time. Yan Qingwu's eyes flickered with radiance. It was obvious that the Thunder Beast had activated its powerful Thunder Dao innate ability. The innate ability of a Saint Beast had always been horrific and could destroy the world. But if the Thunder Beast could use an exceptional method to destroy the Saint Beast's innate ability, it would be enough to plant the seed of taming in the Saint Beast's heart. Saber is Dao, Dao is Saber. Black Saber, seek Dao. A saber intent that made Li Fuchen's scalp numb rushed into the sky. This saber intent was too powerful and it felt as though it could sever time and space. It felt as though it could sever yin and yang. In the face of this saber intent, the laws and the continent willpower retreated. In the next moment, a saber light that was even more dazzling than the blazing sun soared into the sky. A single saber slashed the thunder clouds and destroyed the source of the tricolored thunderbolts. The tricolored thunderbolts were like illusions that had dispersed. Is this a heaven-class high-tier saber art? How could Li Fuchen not see that Yan Qingwu had used some unknown method to forcefully increase her true spirit level? As such, she would be able to utilize the heaven-class high-tier saber art to the limits. No, it is probably even more terrifying than regular heaven-class high-tier saber arts. Li Fuchen could feel the shadow of the great Dao from the black saber, seek Dao. It seems like she wasn't a regular great emperor in her previous life. Li Fuchen said to himself. There was a flash of paleness on Yan Qingwu's face as she said to the Thunder Beast, "You are a sacred beast. If you stay in the four-way continent, you will need a long period of time to reach adulthood. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will become a demonic beast overlord within 10 years. If you don't follow me, I will have no choice but to kill you. Being merciful to the enemy is the same as being cruel to yourself. I will not wait for you to take revenge." After speaking, Yan Qingwu's body burst out with murderous aura and the Seek Dao saber intent locked onto the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was already shocked by Yan Qingwu. Now that the Seek Dao saber intent was locked onto him, his spirit willpower was lowered to the extreme. At the same time, he felt that Yan Qingwu was right. He had stayed in the four-way continent for many years and his progress was getting slower. He mustn't continue to be lazy. Lord Thunder Beast, you cannot abandon the Thundercloud cult. Duanmu Tian was flabbergasted and quickly said. The Thunder Beast glared at Duanmu Tian and said, "You dare to order me? Lord Thunder Beast, please calm down. Duanmu Tian doesn't dare." Duanmu Tian immediately shut up. Looking at Yan Qingwu again, the Thunder Beast said, "All right, I am willing to follow you. But I will not be your pet, I will at most be your partner." In his eyes, Yan Qingwu was worthy to be his partner. If it was someone else, even if it was a human emperor, the Thunder Beast would only agree verbally. Once its strength increased, it would devour the person in a single bite. Sure. Yan Qingwu revealed a smile. She didn't want to completely tame the Thunder Beast as it was impossible and not even a great emperor could do it. Can you give me some face and not kill them? The Thunder Beast continued. He still had some feelings for the Thunder Cloud cult and didn't wish to see the Thunder Cloud cult perish. Li Fuchen said, "We don't plan to eradicate the Thunder Cloud cult either. We just want to take a look at the Thunder Cloud cult's treasury. Hurry up and open the treasury and lead us over." The Thunder Beast let out a breath of relief and berated Duanmu Tian. Yes. Duanmu Tian's heart might be dripping blood, but even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to defy the Thunder Beast, Yan Qingwu, and Li Fuchen. He had no choice but to bow and bend his knees to lead them to the Thunder Cloud cult's treasury. Duanmu Lei was already in a daze and was extremely terrified. He was afraid that Yan Qingwu would settle the score with him later. The Thunder Cloud cult's treasury was set up with a Class 7 high-tier concealment array. If Duanmu Tian didn't lead the way personally, even Li Fuchen would need to spend some effort to find it. The treasury was massive and it was at least a few miles in radius. It was separated into over 100 rooms. I have underestimated the Thunder Cloud cult's foundation. The Thunder Cloud cult's treasury had over 100 stalks of heaven-class herbs and there were a few stalks of heaven-class mid-tier herbs. Spirit Reversal Herb? Yan Qingwu's eyes lit up as she found a herb that was extremely useful to her. Spirit Reversal Herb was a heaven-class mid-tier herb. This herb could temper the true spirit and strengthen the spiritual awareness. On the Saint Spirit continent, a single Spirit Reversal Herb was worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Soul Herb. Yan Qingwu found the Spirit Reversal Herb while Li Fuchen found 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. In terms of value, the 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs weren't inferior to the Spirit Reversal Herb. Chapter 682. Duanmu Tian's heart was in extreme pain. Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen had very high standards. Apart from top-notch resources, they didn't want anything else. But these top-notch resources were the Thundercloud cult's collection for countless years. If he knew that they were going to be plundered today, he would have used them regardless of whether they were useful or not. Of course, as compared to the Thunder Beast's escape, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The Thunder Beast was a sacred beast, and it was the trump card that allowed the Thundercloud cult to stand tall in the Four-Way continent. Otherwise, the Thundercloud cult would have already surrendered to the Four-Way Empire. The Four-Way Empire had a 100-men battle formation. Once it was set up, it would be able to kill anyone or even gods. 100 years ago, the Four-Way Martial Emperor once used this 100-men battle formation to kill an injured low-tier demonic beast ruler in the coastal sea, shocking the entire continent. Sigh. Duanmu Tian sighed. Right now, he was hoping that Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen could find trouble with the other factions, especially the Four-Way Empire. 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs were rather useful for Li Fuchen's spirit soul transformation. Previously, 5% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul was already pale red. Right now, 10% was pale red. This caused Li Fuchen's perception to increase drastically. In the past, when Li Fuchen's thoughts revolved, his mind would be filled with purple lightning. Right now, it was filled with purple lightning, accompanied by pale red light particles that exploded in the sky. That kind of feeling was as if it was constantly enlightening even the deaf. Soul herbs, I need more soul herbs. Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. The effects of the high-grade soul herbs had decreased, but Li Fuchen believed that with enough high-grade soul herbs, it was possible to turn half of the spirit soul into pale red. It was obvious that the more the spirit soul transformed, the more time was required. In order to shorten the time, harsh conditions were needed, like consuming soul herbs. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how many soul herbs were needed to transform the purple spirit soul into pale red spirit soul. But it was all worth it. The red spirit soul obviously didn't belong to the mortal world. Just 10% of the spirit soul had turned pale red, but Li Fuchen already felt a huge difference. In the future, if half or all of the spirit soul turned pale red, it was unknown what kind of transformation would occur. It isn't possible to comprehend the joint heaven sword pattern within a short period of time. I can create a heaven-class high-tier sword move first. Yan Qingwu was unable to unleash the full power of heaven-class high-tier martial arts because her true spirit was not strong enough. But Li Fuchen was different. His soul was terrifyingly strong, and so was his true spirit. He didn't dare say that his true spirit was stronger than a great emperor's, but it was definitely not weaker. He might even reach the level of a sage to be. Apart from the absolute heaven sword art, Li Fuchen had also mastered 6 heaven-class mid-tier sword moves. They were Meteor Fall, Flowing Merciless Edge, Incineration Sword, Sky Ring Sword Armor, Divine Wind Raging Howl, and Sword of Impermanence. Among them, Flowing Merciless Edge, Incineration Sword, and Divine Wind Howl were mixed with other laws of true meanings. Only Meteor Fall, Sky Ring Sword Armor, and Sword of Impermanence contain Sword Dao laws and true meaning. Although it would be more difficult to upgrade Meteor Fall to Heaven Tier High Tier. But this time, Li Fuchen decided to start with Meteor Fall. There was no other reason. Meteor Fall's lethality was stronger, simpler, and more extreme. This was in line with the simplicity and power of the Sword Dao laws. As compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu had a greater harvest. A single stalk of Spirit Reversal Herb allowed her true spirit's toughness to increase by several times. If she was only able to utilize 30% to 40% of a heaven-class high-tier martial arts power previously, she was now able to utilize 50% to 60% of the power. In a frontal battle, even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Of course, Li Fuchen had too many tricks up his sleeves. If they were to fight to the death, Yan Qingwu wasn't certain that she could win. It is time to cultivate the reincarnation saint spirit technique. No one knew that apart from the reincarnation secret technique, Yan Qingwu had also obtained the reincarnation saint spirit technique. The reincarnation saint spirit technique was able to strengthen the true spirit and transform it into a saint spirit. A saint spirit was a saint's true spirit. Once Yan Qingwu transformed her true spirit into a saint spirit in advance, when she progressed to a saint, her saint spirit would be even stronger. Apart from that, transforming the true spirit into a saint spirit in advance would be of great help when progressing to the saint level. However, in order to cultivate the reincarnation saint spirit technique, one had to reincarnate once. Just this point was enough to make countless people give up. Furthermore, one could not immediately cultivate the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique after reincarnating once. If one's true spirit wasn't strong enough, forcefully cultivating the reincarnation saint spiritual technique would only cause one's true spirit to collapse. Yan Qingwu had already tried this once and paid a huge price. Otherwise, her true spirit would be much stronger than it was now. After all, she was a reincarnator. As soon as she started cultivating, Yan Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. With the strength of her true spirit now, she could finally cultivate the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. The reincarnation Holy Spirit technique had a total of 4 levels. At the first rank, the true spirit would be comparable with regular law phase realm emperors. At the second rank, the true spirit would be comparable with high-level emperors. At the third rank, the true spirit would be comparable with great emperors or even half-saints. As for the fourth level, it was comparable to a sage. According to the description of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique, once one cultivated to the fourth level, not only would the true spirit transform into a Holy Spirit, but the soul would also gradually transform from gray to green, known as a Holy Spirit. Once the saint's soul was formed, it would be hard for one not to become a saint. The reason why it was so difficult to advance to a saint was that not even 1 out of 100 great emperors could succeed. The main reason was the scarcity of heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques. Without a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique, even a 9-star bone frame would find it hard to become a saint. Yan Qingwu, who had once lived on the Saint Spirit continent, was very clear about this point. But if one merely possessed a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique, they would only be able to reach the half-saint level. It was still extremely difficult to become a saint. The reason was the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul. If the Soul Spirit and True Spirit didn't transform into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul, a half-saint wouldn't be able to become a saint. In order to transform the Soul Spirit and True Spirit into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul, it would depend on one's aptitude. For a 9-star bone frame, as long as one cultivated a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique to the highest rank, as time elapsed, the Soul Spirit and True Spirit would gradually transform into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul. The stronger the aptitude, the faster the transformation speed. Secondly, it depended on the individual's fated opportunities. Like the heaven-defying reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. Or some insane herbs that could forcefully enhance the Soul Spirit and True Spirit. Or perhaps, he had devoured the Saint Spirit of a saint. All 3 of these fated opportunities were extremely hard to come by, especially the third one. After all, a saint's spirit wasn't a true spirit and it was extremely difficult to devour it. Even other saints might not be able to devour it easily, let alone those below saints. The only possibility was to capture a severely injured saint's spirit and devour it. But no matter how weak a saint's spirit was, it was still a massive existence for a true spirit. It was easier said than done to devour it. Time elapsed bit by bit. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had been staying in the Thundercloud cult and cultivating diligently. Chapter 683. Meteor Fall was the sword move that was most suitable for Li Fuchen's understanding of the sword Dao. Simple, extreme, and a one-hit kill. There weren't any fancy techniques. Or rather, the most magnificent sword move was a sword that returned to the natural state, a sword that was in harmony with the nature of the universe. Before condensing the sword heart. If the spirit's soul didn't turn pale red by 10%. It was rather impossible for Li Fuchen to push Meteor Fall to the Heaven-class high tier. After all, the difference between Heaven-class mid-tier and Heaven-class high tier wasn't just a little bit. When a martial artist comprehended a Heaven-class martial art, they would truly start to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every increase in the Heaven-class martial art, the martial artist would have a new understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This gap was getting harder to make up for. This was also why even if Yan Qingwu didn't condense the Tao heart, her combat strength was still comparable to Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't powerful enough and wasn't able to utilize the strongest power of the Heaven-class high-tier saber art. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for her. Beyond Heaven. Meteor. In order to create a martial art, one had to have a concept and an idea. Li Fuchen split Meteor Fall into two parts. The first part was Beyond Heaven. Beyond Heaven was naturally from beyond heaven and was untainted by the mortal world. It was untainted by the mortal world, therefore, it was simple and extreme. The second part was the Meteor. Meteor pursued an instant of brilliance and an instant of speed. How can it be simple and extreme? How can I burst out with all the power and speed in an instant? Li Fuchen thought hard. As compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu's progress was much smoother. In just a few days, Yan Qingwu had cultivated the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the first rank. It might not be at the first rank, but Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't inferior to a law phase realm emperor 80%. Yan Qingwu's eyes were filled with radiance. At this moment, her black saber art was able to utilize 80% of its power. With 80% of the black saber's power, Yan Qingwu was confident that even a high-level emperor would be severely injured if they were careless. The Heaven-class high-tier black saber's sword Tao rule and true meaning had risen to a whole new level. It was impossible to block it with pure energy alone. In other words, as long as one did not have a high grasp of the rule and true meaning, even if one's true qi was 1,000 or 100 times stronger than Yan Qingwu's, one would not be able to block the black saber. Has it improved again? Not far away from Yan Qingwu's seclusion, the Thunder Beast's body had shrunk to the size of a dog. Even its appearance had changed a little, making it look like a demonic dog. When the Thunder Beast sensed the fluctuations of saber intent coming from Yan Qingwu, its trust in her increased. According to the information inherited from the bloodline in his body, he was very clear that if he relied on natural growth, he would need about 100 years to pass the infancy stage and 1,000 years to pass the growth stage. He didn't know when he was brought back to the Thunder Cloud cult, but he was only 600 years old since he hatched from the egg. If he continued to grow step by step, he would need 300 years to become a demonic beast saint. Although he was a holy beast and his lifespan was many times longer than ordinary demonic beasts, 300 years was still a very long time for him. If he could become a demonic sage within 10 years by following Yan Qingwu, he was willing to pay any price. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. No, I am still lacking a little more. It was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined to push Meteor Fall to the Heaven-class high tier within a short period of time. It wasn't because his perception wasn't good enough, but it was too difficult. Even great emperors would find it hard to create Heaven-class high-tier martial arts. If Heaven-class high-tier martial arts were so easy to create, there wouldn't be so few great emperors in the Emperor Sky continent. In normal situations, most of the great emperors would obtain Heaven-class high-tier manuals from their predecessors before they could distinguish themselves and become great emperors. In fact, if Li Fuchen was given enough time, he was 100% confident he could create a Heaven-class high-tier martial art. But Li Fuchen wanted to grasp it earlier. It seems like I have to take the initiative to gather soul herbs. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if 15% of his spirit soul could turn pale red, it would be easy to push Meteor Fall to the Heaven-class high tier. The prerequisite was to have enough soul herbs. After sharing his thoughts with Yan Qingwu, she didn't hesitate and said, "Count me in." Recently, her reincarnation saint spirit technique was stuck at the stage where it was extremely close to the first rank. If she couldn't take this step, she wouldn't be able to utilize the greatest power of the black saber. "Count me in too." The Thunder Beast had always loved to fight and wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. "Then let's go to the Sky Snake Temple first." Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to inquire about the various factions from Duanmutian. He decided to start from the nearest first-rate faction. Sky Snake Temple, it was one of the 4 major first-rate factions in the Four-Way continent. As compared to the Thunder Cloud cult, the Sky Snake Temple might be weaker, but in terms of safety, even 10 Thunder Cloud cults wouldn't be comparable to the Sky Snake Temple. The Sky Snake Temple's array was a true Class 8 low-tier array. Even a low-level emperor would find it hard to break it. In terms of safety, if the Sky Snake Temple claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. On this day, 2 humans and 1 beast arrived outside the Sky Snake Temple's array. "Leave this array to me." The Thunder Beast transformed into its true form, and the 3 horns on its head shot out countless thunderbolts that blasted at the Sky Snake Temple. Bang boom! The thunderbolts collapsed and the Sky Snake Temple's array was instantly activated. A horrific snake that was several times larger than the Thunder Beast emerged from the array and swung its tail at the Thunder Beast. Rumble! As it was caught off guard, the Thunder Beast's massive body was sent flying. For a moment, the ground shook. Courting death. The Thunder Beast had underestimated the power of a Class 8 low-tier array. But after suffering such a loss in front of Yan Qingwu, how could he endure it? He activated his innate ability and gathered thunderclouds in the sky. Bolts of tricolored thunderbolts struck at the horrific snake. The horrific snake was struck by countless thunderbolts and wounds appeared on its body. But these wounds healed very quickly. After all, this horrific snake wasn't a living being with flesh and blood. It was the materialization of the array. As long as the array didn't collapse, the horrific snake was indestructible. The Thunder Beast wasn't resigned and continued to fight with the horrific snake. "Who dares to attack my Sky Snake Temple?" A group of people flew out. They were the Sky Snake Temple Master and the various elders. Li Fuchen said, "I just wish to trade for some resources. My pet isn't sensible and has offended you." The Sky Snake Temple had always been arrogant and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to have a fair trade with them. Li Fuchen's idea was to trade for top-notch resources if he could. If not, he would just crush them. "Who are you calling a pet?" The Thunder Beast swung his claw and sent the horrific snake flying while glaring at Li Fuchen. He was convinced by Yan Qingwu because Yan Qingwu was stronger than him and Yan Qingwu had greater potential. As for Li Fuchen, he had yet to make a move. In the Thunder Beast's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength and potential were far inferior to Yan Qingwu. It was already fortunate that Li Fuchen could be a partner, but Li Fuchen actually called him a pet. "Attacking my Sky Snake Temple will only result in death. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance." One of the Sky Snake Temple's elders yelled out. "It seems like we cannot negotiate anymore." Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk and raised his right hand before slamming down. Chapter 684. The Hand of Force was equivalent to a Middle Heaven class body refining martial art, and in terms of pure destructive power, a Middle Heaven class body refining martial art was not inferior to a High Heaven class Jin Qi martial art. Of course, it was a bit unrealistic to say that a Heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art could be compared to a Heaven-class high-rank true Qi martial art. The laws and true meanings contained in Heaven-class high-tier Qi martial arts were not something that Heaven-class mid-tier body-tempering martial arts could compare to. It was important to note that if the laws of true meanings were strong enough, they could completely ignore the difference in power between the two sides. However, even so, the destructive power of the Hand of Force was not something that a low-tier 8 formation could contend against. With a single palm strike, the formation instantly collapsed. Impossible! The Sky Serpent Palace Master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sky Snake Palace's Sky Snake formation was the best in the Four-Way Continent. Even if the Four-Way Martial Emperor or the Four-Way Empire's 100-man battle formation came, they could forget about breaking the Sky Snake formation. How could it be broken by a palm strike? Could it be that the other party had found the loophole of the snake-like formation? Only the past Sky Serpent Palace lords knew that the Sky Serpent Array formation was not perfect. There was a formation that was hard to fix. What? The Lightning Beast was also startled. He thought that Li Fuchen was far inferior to Yan Qingguo and didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so ferocious. Just this palm strike was enough to turn him into meat paste. When did human primary sea realm monarchs become so powerful? According to the Thunder Beast's bloodline inheritance, human monarchs were no match for demonic kings, let alone a holy beast demonic king like him. Even the array had been broken, the Sky Snake Temple had no choice but to admit defeat. They had no choice but to open up the treasury and allow Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo to take away all the top-class resources that the Sky Snake Temple had stored for many years. Of course, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo wouldn't take the resources for free. The two of them each left behind a sword intent and a saber intent in the Celestial Snake Palace. If the Sky Serpent Palace had an extremely talented person, they could comprehend a heaven-grade sword art and heaven-grade saber art from the sword intent and saber intent. After all, the sword intents and saber intents left behind by the two were not ordinary. They were not true intents that were casually released during battle. Instead, they were infused with a trace of true spirit energy, which could be comprehended more easily. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. After the Thundercloud Cult and the Sky Snake Temple, the other two first-rate factions were also looted by Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. Due to the huge commotion, the entire Four-Way Continent was in an uproar. Everyone knew that two powerhouses had come from the Four-Way Continent, and they had suppressed the four first-rate forces and taken away many of their resources. Everyone knew that the Four Continent had two experts. After plundering the three first-rate factions, including the Sky Snake Temple, Li Fuchen obtained another 11 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. This made him rather curious as he felt that the Four-Way Continent had a lot of soul herbs. In the Seven-Color Continent, let alone high-grade soul herbs, even regular soul herbs weren't available. Of the continent was continent of the emperor of the continent was the emperor of the continent. Chi suitable of the continent is of the continent. 11 stalks of high-grade soul herbs allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to reach the next level. 14% of it had already turned pale red. At this moment, the eternal aura emanating from his soul became more and more obvious. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once his spirit turned completely pale red, his spirit might be immortal. By then, even if his physical body decayed, his spirit would still be able to survive. Even a saint's spirit wouldn't be immortal. Once the time was up, it would still crumble and dissipate. This was the iron law of the universe. Finally, the trio arrived outside the Four-Continent Empire's imperial capital. Inside the imperial capital, the Four-Way Martial Emperor had a gloomy expression. Are they finally here? As the ruler of the Four-Way Continent, the Four-Way Martial Emperor had always been on guard against anyone invading the Four-Way Continent. This world was too huge and there were countless experts. He knew that only after reaching the Law Phase realm would he truly have the strength to protect himself. He would be able to attack or retreat. Outside the imperial capital, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo were standing on the head of the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast had already transformed into its true body. Its massive body had covered the sky and was giving everyone in the imperial capital a heavy pressure. Inside the imperial capital, be it the princes, princesses, dukes, or major clans, they were all flabbergasted. In the past, they felt that authority was everything. With authority, they would be able to enjoy wealth and be carefree. They would be able to control the fates of others and build their happiness on the pain of others. But right now, they suddenly realized that when authority encountered absolute strength, it would be as fragile as a bubble. A gentle breeze from the wind would burst it. Emperor Father, you must win. The king is invincible. Furthermore, there is the 100 men battle formation. Those with authority had placed their hopes on the four-way martial emperor. They weren't willing to part with their authority and wealth. Only the four-way martial emperor could guarantee everything. Break! The thunder beast raised its front claw and tore apart the imperial capital's array. As compared to the thunder cloud cult's array, the imperial capital's array wasn't much stronger and was only a quasi-class 8 array. A quasi-class 8 array wouldn't be able to stop the thunder beast. After all, the thunder beast had the strength of a low-tier demonic beast ruler, and low-tier demonic beast rulers were much stronger than low-level emperors. If the thunder beast wasn't hard to control, the thunder cloud cult would have the chance to rule the four-way continent with the help of the thunder beast. Demonic beast, don't you dare be arrogant. The four-way martial emperor wielded a golden spear and thrust at the thunder beast. With Li Fuchen's vision, he could naturally see that the golden spear was a heaven-class weapon. Heaven-class weapons didn't just have immense power, they were also extremely sharp. It was sturdy enough to injure the thunder beast. The prerequisite was to hit the thunder beast. Overestimate yourself. The thunder beast brandished its front claw again and sent the four-way martial emperor flying. Form the golden dragon battle formation. The four-way martial emperor knew that he wasn't a match for the thunder beast and quickly yelled out. In response, 33 high-level monarchs and 66 mid-level monarchs soared into the sky and gathered towards the four-way martial emperor. Immediately after, there was a dragon roar and a golden dragon appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. This golden dragon was a few hundred miles in length and the golden dragon scales were vivid and lifelike. It had 5 claws under its abdomen. Roar! The golden dragon roared and swung its tail to send the thunder beast flying a few hundred miles away. Courting death. The thunder beast was infuriated. Previously, it was sent flying by the Sky Snake Palace's Sky Snake Array. This time, it was sent flying by the golden dragon again. How could it endure such humiliation? Crackle bang! The thunder beast's body was covered with thunderous radiance and a thunderous armor appeared. This was the thunder beast's second innate ability. Thunder armor. The thunder extinguish life was a large-scale attack ability. The thunder armor was an innate ability for close combat. Crackle bang! Every time the golden dragon clashed with the thunder beast, it would be ravaged by the thunderous power. However, the golden dragon battle formation was extremely powerful and the thunderous power was unable to break through it. On the thunder beast's head, Li Fuchen shook his head. The thunder beast might be powerful, but it wouldn't be able to deal with the golden dragon battle formation within a short period of time. Raising his right hand, Li Fuchen grabbed at the golden dragon. A horrific scene occurred. A palm that was a few thousand miles in size grabbed the golden dragon as though it was grabbing a small snake. Crackle! The golden dragon crumbled and exposed the four-way martial emperor and the others. Are they still primary Sea Realm monarchs? The four-way martial emperor had always thought that Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu dared to be so arrogant because of the thunder beast. No matter how strong they were individually, they would only be comparable to him. Chapter 685. What do you want? The four-way martial emperor admitted defeat. In the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to give in. Li Fuchen said, I don't want anything, I just want to trade for some resources. The top-notch resources of the 4 first-rate forces were already considerable, so the resources of the 4 empires would undoubtedly be on a higher level. If that's all, then there's no need to fight at all. The four-way martial emperor frowned. Li Fuchen laughed, if I had said this right from the start, would you have bothered with us? The four-way martial emperor fell silent. Indeed, if Li Fuchen had asked to exchange resources right from the start, Li Fuchen wouldn't have agreed. In the end, he would still have to fight. Follow me. The four-way martial emperor didn't dare to play any tricks as his life was in Li Fuchen's hands now. The treasury of the 4 great empires was incomparably vast. Even if the 4 first-rate factions were to work together, they would still pale in comparison. The top-notch resources in the treasury didn't disappoint Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. With these 2 reverse spirit herbs, I can almost cultivate to the first stage of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. In the Four-Way Empire's treasury, Yan Qingwu found 2 stalks of spirit reversal grass. The harvest was greater than she had imagined. But as compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu's harvest was far inferior. Li Fuchen found 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs in the treasury. Other than that, there was also a stalk of special-grade soul grass. Soul grasses were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and special. Low-grade soul grass was a low-tier earth-class herb, mid-grade soul grass was a high-tier earth-class herb, high-grade soul grass was a low-tier heaven-class herb, and special-grade soul grass was a high-tier heaven-class herb. Li Fuchen had never seen a heaven-class high-tier herb before. It was said that heaven-class high-tier herbs had some effect on saints. Let me ask you, in the Four Corners continent, where do you find more soul grass? After keeping the soul herb, Li Fuchen asked the Four-Way Martial Emperor. The Four-Way Martial Emperor answered honestly, there is a dangerous place in the Four-Way continent called the Soul Valley. Every time a dense fog appears in the Soul Valley, soul grasses will appear. However, the Soul Valley is extremely dangerous. Once you enter it, you might never come out again. Soul Valley. Li Fuchen memorized this name. He planned to visit it when he had the chance. If I had known earlier, I would have come out earlier. The Thunder Beast, who had transformed into a demonic dog, frowned in annoyance. In the Four Corners Empire's treasury, there were many medicinal herbs that could strengthen the bloodline of demonic beasts. Back in the Thunder Cloud cult, Duan Mutian would offer some treasures for him to consume every few years. However, the quality and quantity of those herbs couldn't be compared to the Four-Way Empire. Yan Qingwu said, the Four-Way Empire is just a monarch-class force. There are many emperor-class forces and even saint-class forces in the outside world. By then, there will be many more herbs that are of a higher grade than this. She had promised the Thunder Beast that it would become a demonic beast saint within 10 years, and it wasn't just empty words. As far as she knew, there were a few kinds of natural treasures that would allow demonic beasts to advance by leaps and bounds after consuming them. As long as one of them could be found, it could shorten the time required to advance by more than half. After leaving the imperial capital of the 4 great empires, the 2 humans and the beast found a mountain range and began their closed-door training. 15%, 16%, after consuming 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs, 18% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul had already turned pale red. The effects of the soul grass are getting weaker and weaker. Previously, from 10% to 14%, he had only used 11 high-grade soul herbs. Now, he had actually used 15 high-grade soul grasses to increase it to 18%. I wonder what are the effects of this special-grade soul herb. Li Fuchen stuffed the special-grade soul herb into his mouth. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes that were radiating with radiance. No wonder it is a special-grade soul herb. The effects are almost twice or even more than 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. At this moment, 25% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul had turned pale red. The powerful thinking ability had caused Li Fuchen's mind to sway. He felt that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't comprehend. 3 days later, in the sky above the mountain range, meteor fall. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and thrust at one of the mountains. PFFF. The mountain peak was penetrated first before turning into ashes. This sword move was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. When the sword move was executed, the mountain peak spatial zone was in a restricted state. The instant the sword penetrated the mountain peak, it was eliminated. Immediately after, the entire mountain peak started to disintegrate and turned into ashes. However, this sword move wasn't complete yet and it wasn't fast enough. In Li Fuchen's opinion, only when it was fast enough to distort the spatial zone would it be considered fast. 1 week later, at Yan Qingwu's seclusion location, an intense saber intent rushed into the sky. Swish! Yan Qingwu flew into the sky and cleaved down. Without any sound or presence, everything was cleaved apart. Even the heaven and earth law was cleaved apart by the saber. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Beast's blood ran cold. He felt that if he faced this saber move, even his demonic beast spirit would be cleaved into nothingness and there wouldn't be any chance of survival. I can finally utilize the full power of the black saber. After cultivating the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the first rank, Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't inferior to regular law phase realm emperors. It was enough for her to utilize the full power of the black saber. Of course, it was still insufficient to utilize the black saber's quintessence, Seek Dao. After all, the black saber's quintessence was already at the level of a heaven-class peak-tier saber art in certain aspects. Just as Yan Qingwu cleaved, a few dozen miles away, there was a sword intent that rushed into the sky that distorted the spatial zone. Such a powerful sword intent. Yan Qingwu raised her brows while her face was filled with astonishment. Yan Qingwu, let's spar. Li Fuchen floated up and stood in the sky. After comprehending for over a week, Li Fuchen finally created the heaven-class high-tier meteor fall. Right now, he was just lacking a real battle. Alright. Yan Qingwu raised the black saber above her head and cleaved at Li Fuchen with the black saber, Wave Breaker. As compared to the previous saber, Yan Qingwu had already gone all out with this saber. In the void, chi waves were surging violently. These chi waves weren't just pure air, they were obviously the materialization of chi and heaven and earth laws. Everything that the saber pointed at was the saber intent and nothing else. It repelled everything. Li Fuchen smiled and drew the joint heaven sword before brandishing it. There was a slight distortion in the spatial zone. The distorted spatial zone caused distance and time to lose some meaning. At the same moment, a dazzling sword light ignored the distorted spatial zone and clashed with the saber light. A scene that stunned the Thunder Beast happened. Most of the mountains that were over 10,000 miles in radius were connected to the ground. They instantly floated up and stopped in the sky, including the Thunder Beast. Thunder Armor. The Thunder Beast was appalled and quickly activated its innate ability, the Thunder Armor, to protect itself. TSS TSS TSS. At the center of the clash of the saber and sword, there were black cracks. The black cracks were extremely unstable and a split moment later, they suddenly exploded. There was a loud rumble as the floating mountains and land were all turned into dust. TFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Thunder Beast was sent flying. He could feel that Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had intentionally controlled their forces to bypass him. But just the prowess was already too much for him to endure. What a great heaven-class high-tier sword art! Yan Qingwu praised. It isn't comparable to your black saber, which has so many moves. Li Fuchen knew clearly that if they were to compete in saber arts and sword arts, he wouldn't be a match for Yan Qingwu after a long time. Chapter 686. The Soul Valley was the most mysterious and terrifying place in the Four Corners continent. A long time ago, someone had discovered a soul grass outside the valley. After consuming it, their comprehension ability had greatly increased, and their cultivation base and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. All of a sudden, soulgrass had become extremely popular, and everyone in the four continents wanted to obtain it. However, they soon discovered that soulgrass could make people addicted. When their addiction flared up, if they didn't have any soulgrass to consume, they would rather die than live. As the soul grass outside the valley was plundered, the addicts entered the Soul Valley without hesitation. Roughly speaking, out of 10 people who entered the Soul Valley, only one would come out alive. The rest would disappear without a trace. This incident served as a warning to future generations. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to consume soul grass. However, there were still a few people who entered the Soul Valley every year to search for soul grass for various reasons. Perhaps in their eyes, not being able to improve their strength was more terrifying than death. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the entrance of the Soul Valley. He did not let Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast accompany him. The Soul Valley was too dangerous. Furthermore, Li Fuchen reckoned that the Soul Valley should be related to the spirit soul and true spirit. In this aspect, Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast were far inferior to him. The dangers of entering the Soul Valley were also far greater than him. The Soul Valley was shrouded in fog all year round. Even spiritual senses could not penetrate it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was already able to extend out a few dozen meters on the Emperor Sky continent and a few hundred meters on the Four-Way continent. With his reaction speed, a few hundred meters was considered a safe distance. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen entered the Soul Valley. Squeak squeak squeak, vaguely, Li Fuchen heard the depths of the fog, from the screams of countless mice. The listener was a little distracted. Executing a clear heart incantation, Li Fuchen took a step forward and walked forward. After around 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. His spirit soul force could sense a stalk of high-grade soul herb that was towering in the mist, and it was very eye-catching. With quick steps, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the high-grade soul herb. With a wave of his hand, the high-grade soul herb landed in his hand. What are the conditions for the growth of the soul grass? Li Fuchen is very strange. Why the Four-Way continent has soul grass, but the Seven-Color continent does not. Logically speaking, the Seven-Color continent was not inferior to the Four-Way continent at all. After another 10 minutes, Li Fuchen discovered the second stalk of high-grade soul herb. Then the third, the fourth. Gradually, Li Fuchen realized that the further he went, the longer the time it took to discover the high-grade soul herbs. It started with 15 minutes, then 2, 3, 1 hour, 2 hours. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was already very deep into the Soul Valley. Fortunately, he had left a strand of soul aura outside the Soul Valley. As long as that strand of soul aura didn't dissipate, he wasn't afraid of not being able to leave. 10 plants, 11 plants, 12 plants, it's a little strange. Li Fuchen gradually felt that something was amiss. Why was it that the path he was taking just happened to have high-grade soul grasses all along? Furthermore, it took longer and longer for him to find the soul grass, but it was also subconsciously telling him that as long as he continued forward, there would be high-level soul grass. Apart from that, the range of his soul strength had also been reduced by more than half. Now, he could only extend it to 100 meters. I'm afraid it's a trap. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and started to retreat. Just then, his soul force sensed a stalk of soul grass growing silently. This soul grass was a special grade soul grass. A stalk of special grade soul grass was at least 30 times more effective than a high-grade soul grass. It was truly a heaven-class high-tier herb that could only be found by luck. It's a trap. If it was someone else, they would never give up on this special grade soul grass. But what kind of person was Li Fuchen? He knew that a human's greatest weakness was desire. As long as there was desire, there would be a weakness. The appearance of the special grade soul grass was too coincidental. It was just when he was hesitating. It was obvious that this Soul Valley didn't wish for him to leave and wanted to lure him into the depths of the Soul Valley. Turning around, Li Fuchen used his fastest speed to return. Swish! There was the sound of chains breaking through the air. Illusory chains were shot at Li Fuchen. Soul Spirit Power? Li Fuchen's scalp turned numb. He could clearly see that these chains were formed by Soul Spirit Power. The Spirit Soul chains were extremely fast and Li Fuchen didn't know how to use his Soul Spirit Power. He could only release it and was immediately bound by the Spirit Soul chains. You aren't simple. You are actually able to resist the temptation of the special grade soul grass. A voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind. Who are you? Li Fuchen struggled. But the sword energy was useless against the Spirit Soul chains. Only the sword intent had some effect, but the effect wasn't significant. Who I am isn't important. What is important is that you better not resist. Perhaps, I can make you my soul slave. Soul slave? Li Fuchen immediately understood. In the Soul Valley, there was a hidden Soul Dao cultivator, and this Soul Dao cultivator was much more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. At least, the Soul Emperor didn't have such soul spirit ability. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't directly encounter the Soul Emperor. Slash! Li Fuchen activated the Meteor Fall Sword intent and slashed on the Spirit Soul chains. Crackle. A fine crack appeared on the Spirit Soul chains. Heaven-class high-tier sword intent. Incredible. I didn't expect a primary C-realm martial artist to actually comprehend a heaven-class high-tier sword intent. The voice was filled with admiration. However, a mere heaven-class high-tier sword intent isn't enough to deal with me, unless you can comprehend a heaven-class peak-tier sword intent. Slash! Li Fuchen didn't say anything and pushed the sword heart's power to the limits. Another sword intent slashed on the Spirit Soul chains. This time, the crack on the Spirit Soul chains was magnified by several times. Sword heart? The person who spoke was very surprised. It seems like I have underestimated you. Those who are able to condense the sword heart before the soul merge realm are all exceptional prodigies. No wonder you can comprehend a heaven-class high-tier sword intent. The heavens are truly blessing my mist soul. With your aptitude, it is too unfair for you to be my soul slave. I shall let you become a part of me. The Spirit Soul chains tightened and pulled Li Fuchen into the depths of the Soul Valley. Not good. Li Fuchen activated his sword intent and slashed at the Spirit Soul chains in a frenzy. Finally, one of the Spirit Soul chains was severed. But it wasn't just one Spirit Soul chain that restrained Li Fuchen. Furthermore, the severed Spirit Soul chain didn't scatter and was reconnected. In just 15 minutes, the Spirit Soul chain stopped. Li Fuchen looked up and in his vision, there were densely packed figures seated cross-legged. These people had closed their eyes and at their glabella, there was a thin Spirit Soul chain extending all the way into the depths of the mist. In the depths of the mist, there was a pitch-black cave entrance and the mist was surging out from the pitch-black cave entrance. These people are all the people that entered the Soul Valley? Li Fuchen vaguely knew what the Soul Valley owner was thinking. He used the soul herbs to lure people into the Soul Valley and then absorbed their spirit soul power to strengthen himself. Let me see what is so special about your spirit soul. One of the spirit soul chains rapidly thinned before it suddenly pierced into Li Fuchen's glabella. Li Fuchen felt an intense pain in his mind. Purple spirit soul, what kind of spirit soul is this? The person who spoke was panting heavily. He had never seen a purple spirit soul before. A saint's spirit soul was merely a green spirit soul. A purple spirit soul was simply unheard of and never seen before. Could this be the legendary divine soul? My mist soul shall dominate the universe. The fated opportunity to step into a whole new realm is here. Chapter 687. Bang! The spirit soul chain that had never failed this time. It felt as though it had stabbed into a steel wall and the spirit soul chain was repelled. The spirit soul chain didn't believe it and continued to stab at the purple spirit soul. But without exception, all of them were repelled. Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul was like a purple amber and was much stronger than he imagined. In fact, he could feel traces of eternal and undying chi presence from the purple spirit soul. In this world, there is nothing that is eternal. Break! The spirit soul chain tunneled in and stabbed at the purple spirit soul like a violent storm. The golden amulet isn't moving? Li Fuchen frowned. In the past, whenever his spirit soul was in danger, the golden amulet would activate and refine the spirit soul or true spirit. But this time, the golden amulet wasn't moving at all. Could it be that the golden amulet will only be activated when there is danger? I might be restricted now, but my spirit soul isn't in danger at all. Li Fuchen guessed. It made sense. Back in the Mist Cemetery, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was very low and his spirit soul's grade wasn't high either. Therefore, it was hard for him to resist the true spirit of a monarch. Back at the Red Sea, he might have the pale purple spirit soul, but the Black Flood Dragon ruler's Emperor-class true spirit wasn't something he could resist. This time, his spirit soul was already upgraded to the purple level. Of course, if it was just the purple spirit soul, it would still be hard to resist the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain attack. It was fortunate that 25% of his purple spirit soul had turned pale red. The pale red spirit soul had an eternal and undying chi presence and was extraordinary. Since his spirit soul wasn't in danger and the golden amulet wasn't activating, Li Fuchen had to use his brain. The Soul Valley owner is able to turn his spirit soul power into the spirit soul chain. I have the purple spirit soul and should be able to do it too. Li Fuchen started to condense his spirit soul power. Once, twice, after dozens of attempts, Li Fuchen was still unable to condense his spirit soul power, let alone the spirit soul chain. That's right, I can observe the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain. With a thought in Li Fuchen's mind, a pair of purple eyes appeared on the purple spirit soul and stared at the spirit soul chain. The spirit soul chain was much more mystical than Li Fuchen imagined. It might seem to be formed by the spirit soul force, but it was actually formed by pieces of spirit soul runes. It also meant to say that in order to form the spirit soul chain, one had to first form the spirit soul runes. The spirit soul runes were integrated and Li Fuchen wasn't able to see through them. Fortunately, Li Fuchen had plenty of time. Dang! When the spirit soul chain stabbed onto the purple spirit soul, there were some fragments that scattered. These fragments were actually formed by countless spirit soul runes. Some of the spirit soul runes had already cracked, and with Li Fuchen's spirit soul eye, he was able to observe the internal structure. I see. Li Fuchen gradually understood. Learning soul runes could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It was difficult because the internal structure of the soul rune was hidden and difficult to see through. The reason why it was simple was because once they saw the internal structure, it would be equivalent to piercing through the veil and revealing the secrets at a glance. Of course, even if ordinary people had the secret technique to condense soul runes, it would still be difficult for them to condense soul runes. After all, this was a soul Dao technique. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to cultivate. Since he understood the internal structure of the spirit rune, Li Fuchen started to attempt to condense the spirit rune. In his mind, an extremely tiny spirit rune was gradually forming. As time elapsed, the spirit rune was getting more and more complete. The Soul Valley owner obviously didn't notice this scene as he controlled the spirit soul chain to constantly attack the purple spirit soul. Buzz! There was a subtle ripple as a complete spirit rune was condensed by Li Fuchen. The rest was simple. With a thought in his mind, the spirit rune turned into 3, then into countless numbers, before forming a purple spirit soul chain. This purple spirit soul chain wasn't as imposing as the Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain, but it looked much sturdier and indestructible. What? The Soul Valley owner's voice was like thunder that echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. The Soul Valley owner was too shocked and shocked. He was certain that Li Fuchen didn't know any Soul Dao technique previously, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. It just so happened that Li Fuchen had also executed the spirit soul chain. Was it a coincidence? No. The Soul Valley owner didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. He might not be willing to admit it, but his rationality told him that during this period of time, Li Fuchen had secretly learned his Soul Dao secret technique, spirit soul chain. Such innate talent and perception were simply world-shaking and were rarely seen in the past and present. I don't believe that your spirit soul chain can contest with me. The Soul Valley owner didn't panic. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique and wasn't proficient enough yet. The Soul Valley owner still had a chance. Cling cling clang clang, the two spirit soul chains clashed together. The Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain had astounding prowess and contained extremely abundant spirit soul power. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul chain was just ordinary apart from the color that was gorgeous. It looked just like a real purple spirit soul chain. But when the two clashed, the green spirit soul chain didn't destroy the purple spirit soul chain. Instead, it was tangled up by the purple spirit soul chain and was getting tightened. Impossible! The Soul Valley owner's voice turned sharp. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique and logically, the the spirit rune shouldn't be as integrated as before. Could it be because Li Fuchen's spirit soul is rather special? That must be the case. The Soul Valley owner was very enraged. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul was powerful, once he occupied Li Fuchen, it would be more beneficial to the Soul Valley owner. But Li Fuchen was too powerful. The Soul Valley owner felt like a dog trying to bite a tortoise and didn't know where to start. Bang! In terms of prowess, the purple spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the green spirit soul chain. But in terms of toughness, the green spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the purple spirit soul chain. After a moment of struggle, the green spirit soul chain broke. Bang, 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 the rest of the green spirit soul chains had also broken. As the green spirit soul chain withdrew from Li Fuchen's mind, the pressure on Li Fuchen was instantly relieved. The purple spirit soul chain then rushed out from his forehead. Young man, you are incredible. I, Mist Soul, admit defeat. I wonder if we can make a deal. Once the deal is done, I will give you 10 stalks of special grade soul herbs. The Soul Valley owner said. What is the deal? Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since the Soul Valley owner couldn't do anything to him, there was no need for him to flee. The deal is very simple. Lure 100 primary sea realm monarchs into the Soul Valley. For every 10 monarchs that are lured in, I will give you 1 stalk of special grade soul herb. The Soul Valley owner guided Li Fuchen patiently. Do you think that is possible? Li Fuchen sneered. He wasn't a fool, and how could he not know that the Soul Valley owner was absorbing martial artist spirit soul to strengthen himself? If he lured 100 primary sea realm monarchs in, the Soul Valley owner might be able to recover, or at least recover. The Soul Valley owner went silent for a moment. 50 is fine too. I believe you have already experienced the benefits of the special grade soul herb. With these 10 stalks of special grade soul herbs, you will be able to progress to the law phase realm within 10 years. As for me, I just wish to maintain my spirit soul from dissipating. In order to recover, let alone 50 monarchs, even 500 monarchs are impossible. After speaking, the Soul Valley owner didn't speak anymore. However, Li Fuchen could feel a pair of invisible eyes staring at him. I refuse. Li Fuchen said resolutely. Who knew how many spirit souls the Soul Valley owner had absorbed over the years? The risk was too great. After speaking, Li Fuchen turned and left. Young man, I will remember you. There will be a day when I will let you know what hell is. The Soul Valley owner's voice was awe-inspiring, like the cold wind that blew out from the depths of hell, causing Li Fuchen's skin to shiver. Half a day later, Li Fuchen walked out of the Soul Valley. When turning back to take a glance at the Soul Valley, Li Fuchen still had lingering fear. If his spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, he would probably be no different from a living dead person and would be providing spirit soul energy for the Soul Valley owner every day. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen suddenly drew at the entrance with his finger. In an instant, a sword intent sealed the entrance of the Soul Valley. Roar! There was a roar, and the entire Soul Valley seemed to have come alive. It doesn't matter if I, the Mist Soul, swear that I will kill you. Definitely. Chapter 688. 12 stalks of high-grade soul herbs allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to have some improvement. Right now, 27% of his spirit soul was pale red. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get his hands on that special grade soul grass. The Soul Valley Master could obviously control the growth of the soul grass. Unless he could pluck it immediately, the other party could drain the soul grass of its energy with just a thought. I can continue to comprehend the sword pattern of the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen didn't have any hopes to break through to the law phase realm within a short period of time. His objective was to comprehend the 3rd rank of the Joint Heaven Sword pattern as soon as possible. By then, the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven Sword and Heaven-class high-tier Sword Art would allow him to contest with peak-class emperors like the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had already been in the four-way continent for half a year. The ocean was filled with endless dangers. The two of them planned to leave the four-corner continent after they were fully prepared. 99%, just one more step. Li Fuchen sighed. The third layer of the joint heaven sword pattern was harder to comprehend than he had imagined. He thought that with 27% of his soul turning pale red, he would be able to comprehend the third layer of the joint heaven sword pattern very quickly. With your current cultivation level, even if you were given a heaven-grade high-tier sword, you wouldn't be able to fully display its power. However, if your attainment in the sword patterns is extremely high, everything will be different. Besides, once you comprehend the third layer of the seal, the sword patterns, it will have endless magical effects. As the joint heaven sword was unsealed layer by layer, the sword spirit was much more active than before. Li Fuchen nodded. Sword patterns were actually the closest to the essence of the sword Tao. On the other hand, sword techniques were the application of the sword principle. The second level of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. While Li Fuchen was concentrating on comprehending the joint heaven sword pattern, Yan Qingwu finally cultivated the reincarnation Saint Spirit technique to the second rank. Right now, her true spirit was comparable to a high-level emperor and was able to unleash the ultimate power of the Black Saber's quintessence. The power of the Black Saber ultimacy was 3 times that of the Black Saber. 99%. 99%. 97%. 99%. After another 3 months, Li Fuchen had finally comprehended the joint heaven sword pattern to the extremity. He was just one step away from comprehending it completely. On this day, sword lights suddenly flashed in the sky, and a majestic pressure of the sword Tao descended from the sky, enveloping the world. Yan Qingwu raised her head in shock. This is a sword Tao phenomenon. Only by cultivating the sword Tao to an extremely high realm would one be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. It was said that when an emperor broke through to a saint, there would be a great Tao anomaly in the sky. If it was a water Tao cultivator, there would be a water Tao anomaly. If it was a fire Tao cultivator, there would be a fire Tao anomaly. It was extremely rare to trigger a great Tao anomaly at the law phase realm. There weren't any records of triggering a great Tao anomaly at the primary C realm. Yan Qingwu didn't know what Li Fuchen did to trigger the descent of the sword Tao anomaly. After all, even if one comprehended a heaven-ranked high-tier sword technique, it wouldn't be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. Sword pattern, the pattern of sword principle. The third layer of the joint heaven sword pattern is already close to the essence of sword principle. Li Fuchen felt that his sword Tao was unprecedentedly clear and his sword heart seemed to be stronger by 1 level. I wonder what's the use of the third layer of the sword pattern. With a thought in Li Fuchen's mind, a sword net enveloped a mountain ahead. The sword net contracted and was imprinted on the mountain. The mountain then rapidly turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Another sword net fused into a river and the river turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Subsequently, Li Fuchen turned the wind into a sword. Grass into a sword. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be a sword. Everything is a sword. Li Fuchen was enlightened. The third layer of the sword pattern was actually the state of everything being a sword. The so-called everything is a sword wasn't just in terms of form, it was in terms of essence. If it was just in terms of form, any swordsman could do it. Go! Li Fuchen pointed with a finger and a blade of grass rushed into the sky. With a slash, the clouds were split open and the heaven and earth laws were split. This sword actually had the power of a heaven-class high-tier sword art. With a sudden inspiration, Li Fuchen started to activate the sect origin swords. As a 5-star secret technique, sect origin swords was very tyrannical in the early stages, but as Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, sect origin swords wasn't even considered a chicken rib and had long been abandoned. The only thing that could enhance the power of the sect origin swords was the bronze sword essence, but because there wasn't a follow-up silver sword essence, it had also been abandoned. Right now, the sect origin swords finally had a use. Clang clang clang, streaks of sect origin swords chi floated above Li Fuchen. These streaks of sword chi were very ordinary, and just like Li Fuchen's sword energy, there wasn't any enhancement. 5-star secret techniques weren't able to enhance primary Sea Realm chi, let alone Li Fuchen's sword energy. The only use was that there were enough of them. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen relied on splitting the sword energy, he wouldn't be able to control too much sword energy, let alone injecting the sword pattern. With a single thought, the formless sword pattern was fused into the sect origin swords. In an instant, each sword chi's prowess was enhanced by 1,000 times. It was just like heaven-class high-tier artifact swords appearing in the world. The horrific murderous intent was like a tornado that tore the ground and shattered the clouds. Within a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles, all living beings could feel the stinging sword chi and murderous chi. The sect origin swords specialized in cultivating the natal sword energy. The stronger the natal sword energy, the more sword chi could be stored. Li Fuchen might not have specially researched the sect origin swords for the past few years, but the natal sword energy had increased along with his cultivation level and had reached a very powerful stage. It was able to store up to 1,000,000 streaks of sword chi. Imagine 1,000,000 heaven-class high-tier sword chi blasted out. What kind of terrifying scene would it be? It would probably be able to contest with a great emperor. The sect origin swords were withdrawn immediately after being released. The horrific murderous intent had also instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. Li Fuchen's attention was placed on the joint heaven sword. In fact, the joint heaven sword was also responsible for triggering the sword Dao anomaly. Once the joint heaven sword's third seal was removed, the joint heaven sword had evolved from heaven-class low-tier to heaven-class high-tier. A heaven-class high-tier artifact sword was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. Wherever the sword light shone, heaven and earth law would retreat, leaving only sword Dao law. In other words, a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword already had its own field. It was an absolute field that only existed in sword Dao law. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen's mind had more information. Void heaven sword art, heaven-class high-tier sword art. After reading the information, Li Fuchen lamented the power of a heaven-class high-tier sword art. The void heaven sword art was a void Dao sword art. It could use spatial blades as swords to kill without leaving a trace. When cultivated to the extremity, no matter how big the world was, it would just be a sword's distance. You've finally unlocked the third layer of the seal. Once this layer is unlocked, my aura will spread out and be sensed by some peerless saints. Although they won't come looking for you for now, they will sooner or later. The sword spirit said. A heaven-class high-tier artifact sword's chi presence will be emitted automatically? Li Fuchen asked. The sword spirit said, no, only a few of the equipment will emit their chi presence. Most of the heaven-class peak-tier equipment won't be able to. What about above the heaven-class peak-tier? Chapter 689. On the turbulent ocean, there was a thunderbolt that was advancing straight ahead. This thunderbolt was a demonic dog that was over 20 feet long. On the back of the demonic dog sat a man and a woman. No wonder it is the Thunder Beast. It can ride on thunderbolts. Li Fuchen praised. In terms of traveling methods, he was far inferior to the Thunder Beast. Unless he used shifting techniques. But shifting techniques consumed too much sword energy and couldn't be sustained for long. 2 humans and 1 beast were Li Fuchen, Yan Qingguo, and the Thunder Beast. After their strength improved greatly, the duo didn't stay on the 4-way continent and were planning to search for a higher-class continent. Splash! The seawater burst into the sky as a 100-mile-long sea snake opened its mouth and bit at the trio. Green Loop Emperor Snake, Class 8 low-tier sea beast. Yan Qingguo and the Thunder Beast acted as though they didn't see the Green Loop Emperor Snake and ignored it. As the Green Loop Emperor Snake approached rapidly, a water sword suddenly appeared and penetrated the Green Loop Emperor Snake's head before exploding. This water sword was naturally released by Li Fuchen. When the sword pattern realm reached the level where everything in the world was a sword, even a water sword's power was comparable to a heaven-class high-tier sword art. Of course, there was still a huge difference in strength when compared to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen still had the Sword Heart and the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. It was fortunate that it was still easy to kill a low-tier demonic beast ruler. In terms of sword Dao proficiency, no one below the Saints is a match for you. Yan Qingwu was very knowledgeable. Back on the Saint Spirit continent, she had even seen a few saints. But no one below the Saints had such a superior sword Dao proficiency like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and looked up instead. It was unknown when the sky was filled with blood clouds. Drops of blood were falling from the sky. Splash splash, the sparse blood turned into a blood rain. The Thunder Beast's thunderbolts were instantly extinguished by a few layers. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and the sky ring sword armor surrounded the thunderbolts. Bang 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 bang. When the blood clashed with the sword armor's sword intent, there was a horrific explosion. The Thunder Beast's scalp turned numb. He originally had some arrogance, but now, it was gone. Blood Dao Law. Yan Qingwu had a grave expression. To be able to execute the Blood Dao Law to such an extent, it was at least a high-tier demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen said, "It is the Blood Demonic Great Ruler." He had already memorized the aura of the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. There was no mistaking it. The blood rain was getting denser and even Li Fuchen's sword armor wasn't able to withstand it anymore. Break! Yan Qingwu pulled out her curved blade and slashed at the blood clouds in the sky. The blood cloud fluctuated for a moment before countless saber lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud dissipated. Human brat, you didn't expect to meet me again, did you? A blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a blood-red robe. Blood Demonic Great Emperor, it seems like you have a lot of eyes. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised either. After all, the Blood Demon Emperor was the ruler of the Blood Demon Sea, and he must have a lot of eyes in and around the Blood Demon Sea. Since he had been out at sea for so many days, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Seeing how calm Li Fuchen was, the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was rather surprised and said, "This isn't the ancient Star Sea. Furthermore, the ancient Star Sea doesn't exist anymore. If you are smart, surrender obediently and I might grant you a dignified death." It was impossible for the Blood Demonic Great Emperor to let Li Fuchen go. In his opinion, Li Fuchen who had consumed the Blood Lingji crown was a great tonic that would help him progress to a demonic beast overlord. Do you think it is possible? Li Fuchen waved his hand and poured the sword pattern into the seawater below. Rise! In the next moment, thousands of water swords floated up and shot at the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. Child's play. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor waved his hand and a blood-colored screen appeared in front of him. Boom 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 boom. The blood-colored screen vibrated and even showed signs of distortion. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor had a slight change in expression. The water swords were much stronger than he imagined. With so many of them, regular high-level demonic beast rulers would have a hard time blocking them. No wonder you are fearless. It turns out that your strength has improved greatly. But I am not a regular high-level demonic beast ruler. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor clenched his fist and expanded the blood-colored screen, causing the thousands of water swords to explode. As a demonic beast Great Emperor, the Blood Demonic Great Emperor's strength was much stronger than regular human Great Emperors. In normal situations, high-level demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human P-class emperors, P-class demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human Great Emperors, demonic beast Great Emperors would be able to contest with top-notch human Great Emperors. Some demonic beast Great Emperors with tyrannical bloodlines could even contest with human half-saints. No wonder he is a demonic beast Great Emperor. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would immediately use the teleportation board to teleport away after encountering the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. But now that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, it would be too cowardly to flee without a fight. Clang! The Joint Heaven sword was unsheathed. The sword light that was as solid as water scattered and the heaven and earth law retreated. Such a great artifact sword. The blood demonic great emperor squinted his eyes. He sensed a hint of threat from this sword. It meant that this sword had the possibility to injure him. Blood demonic great emperor, receive my sword. Li Fuchen stood on the head of the thunder beast and brandished his sword at the blood demonic great emperor. It was hard to describe the prowess of this sword. When this sword was brandished, the entire place was filled with sword light. When this sword was brandished, the dazzling sword light penetrated everything. When this sword was brandished, the blood demonic great emperor's area had turned into a sword Dao law world. All other laws had been expelled. Meteor Fall was a heaven-class high-tier sword move. With the support of the heaven-class high-tier joint heaven sword, the power of this sword move was already at a level that even the initiator, Li Fuchen, couldn't imagine. Yan Qingwu, who was at the side, had also felt the absolute elegance of this sword move. As for the thunder beast, it was already intoxicated. What a bastard! The blood demonic great emperor roared out while blood light burst out from his body. It then gathered into a sphere of blood that was a few dozen meters in size and enveloped him. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Even if he encountered a human great emperor, he wouldn't be in such a passive state. Li Fuchen's sword move was truly unimaginable. Of course, it was mainly because that sword was too terrifying. TSS. When the sword light dispersed, the sphere of blood had also vanished. The blood demonic great emperor looked down and saw a bleeding wound on his chest. As expected, it is still a little forceful to fight with a demonic beast great emperor. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. He knew that he was able to injure the blood demonic great emperor because of his weapon. After all, even a human great emperor might not possess a heaven-class high-tier weapon. Apart from that, it was also because the blood demonic great emperor was careless. Who would have thought that a primary sea realm monarch would be able to execute this sword move? You actually injured me. Great job. The blood demonic great emperor grinned while his eyes burst out with blood light. He hadn't been injured for over 100 years, and this was the first time in over 100 years. Is that so? You already have the first time, I believe you wouldn't mind a second time, right? Li Fuchen smiled first before his eyes turned sharp. Sect origin swords. As Li Fuchen yelled out, the entire place turned silent. The wind, clouds, and waves were all still. Chapter 690. Go! Li Fuchen waved his hand and shot 1,000,000 sword chi at the blood demonic great ruler. Courting death. Blood demon devours the heavens. The blood demonic great sovereign activated his innate ability. In the void, a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles in size condensed. The manta ray opened its mouth, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in its mouth. Under the blood-colored vortex's absorption, the countless sword chi disappeared without a trace. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after a few breaths, the blood-red manta ray had absorbed hundreds of thousands of sword auras. Gradually, some glowing cracks appeared on the body of the blood-colored manta ray, and faint sword gleams appeared. Li Fuchen's sword chi was much stronger than the water sword. The water sword was only fused with sword patterns. On the other hand, the sect origin sword chi was not only infused with sword patterns, but it also possessed a powerful lethality. After all, the sect origin sword's chi was born from Li Fuchen's life sword energy and contained a strong sword intent. Boom! The blood-colored manta ray finally exploded, leaving behind tens of thousands of 10,000 ancestral swords chi that swept toward the blood demonic great sovereign. Damn it! The blood demonic great emperor gritted his teeth and hid in the blood ball again. The sword chi and the blood ball dissipated. The blood demonic great sovereign's body was riddled with sword wounds. Seriously speaking, this kind of injury was just a drizzle to him. It was not worth mentioning at all, but he was still injured. The blood demonic great emperor swept his gaze over, and he became even more furious. It turned out that Li Fuchen and the others were nowhere to be found. 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast were still frantically rushing forward. A great emperor was still a great emperor and wasn't someone Li Fuchen could deal with. Not to mention the monster race great emperor. The fact that he was able to injure the blood demonic great sovereign was already commendable. If it was an ordinary human race great sovereign, he might not even be able to injure the blood demonic great sovereign. But of course, this didn't mean that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the motherfucking human king. Perhaps in terms of cultivation techniques and comprehension of laws, he wasn't any weaker than the great human emperor. His sword heart and sword marks had even surpassed the great human emperor. However, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. In a short period of time, he might be able to exchange a few blows with the blood demonic great emperor, and he might even be able to injure him. But if the battle dragged on, he would definitely die. If it was a human race great Arch, he could easily escape if he couldn't defeat the demon race great Arch. 2 people and 1 beast traveled at an extremely fast speed. Li Fuchen had the sword shift and fire shift, while Yan Qingwu had the saber shift. As a sacred beast of the Tao of Lightning, the Thunder Beast also possessed the ability to escape through lightning. In the time it took for a breath, the 2 humans and the beast could travel thousands of miles. Trying to escape? Dream on. A terrifying bloody pressure spread out. The blood demonic great sovereign transformed into a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles long. Bloodthirsty manta ray, a Class 8 high-tier sea beast. A terrifying sea beast known for its bloodthirst and cruelty. The blood-colored manta ray was hundreds of miles long, allowing it to move extremely fast. It could cover more than 1,000 miles in just a few steps. Boom! A water sword the size of a mountain broke through the sea and struck the abdomen of the blood demonic great sovereign. Although the water sword was powerful, the blood demonic great emperor's defense was even stronger. The water sword shattered upon colliding with it. The blood demonic great emperor's body swayed, and his speed slowed down. Following that, every time the blood demonic great sovereign advanced a certain distance, he would be struck by a water sword. No one knew how many water swords were hidden in the water, or how they were triggered. At the front, over 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen would occasionally shoot a sword pattern into the sea. These sword marks looked like they were formed by the convergence of lines, but as soon as they entered the water, they were like swimming dragons. As soon as they sensed the blood demon great emperor's aura, they would burst out of the water, as if they possessed intelligence. In fact, every sword pattern had Li Fuchen's personal imprint, therefore, it was able to recognize the blood demonic great sovereign's chi presence. Gradually, the distance between the 2 parties was getting further. 20,000 miles. 50,000 miles. 100,000 miles. 200,000 miles. In the next moment, the blood demonic great sovereign's spiritual awareness couldn't sense the trio anymore. The invisibility incantation was stacked with the tortoise breath incantation, allowing Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the thunder beast to finally escape from the blood demonic great sovereign's senses. Soon enough, half a month had passed. The trio had already escaped tens of millions of miles. This was because they didn't use shifting techniques, otherwise, they would have been able to escape even further. After all, shifting techniques consumed too much energy. Those below the law phase realm wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Above the boundless sea, there was a figure that was fighting with a white flood dragon. Adult flood dragons were all Class 8 demonic beasts, including this white flood dragon. Death Cleave. The figure was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He was wielding an excessively large giant saber, and as the giant saber cleaved, the intense saber light caused the white flood dragon to bleed profusely. Roar! The white flood dragon let out a painful roar and opened its mouth to shoot a dazzling white light at the middle-aged man. Crackle crackle. The seawater froze. The dazzling white light was obviously the rapid freezing cold chi. The middle-aged man was instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! The white flood dragon swung its tail and shattered the ice sculpture. The middle-aged man was sent flying while emitting cold chi. Just as the middle-aged man was about to be killed, a water sword sent the white flood dragon flying. Tilting its head, the white flood dragon's lake-like eyes locked onto two humans and one beast. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast? Courting death. The white flood dragon opened its mouth and shot a cold chi at the trio. With its body that was a few hundred miles in length, the cold chi might be like a beam of white light, but it was at least 10 miles in thickness. It wasn't an easy task to dodge, just like the middle-aged man in black armor. It was a pity that the white flood dragon was facing Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen wanted to dodge, he would be able to do so with a shifting technique. But he didn't need to dodge. Li Fuchen extended his hand and turned the sky ring sword armor into a layer of sword screen to block in front of him. Crackle crackle. Frost appeared on the sword screen, but it was hard to break through. Flee! The white flood dragon was rather intelligent. When it saw Li Fuchen's move, it knew that Li Fuchen wasn't someone it could deal with. The white flood dragon shrunk its body and dove into the seawater before vanishing. Many thanks for saving my life. The middle-aged man in black armor had obviously suffered from severe frostbite, but he was still able to fly. Li Fuchen injected a streak of sword energy into the middle-aged man's body to expel some of the cold chi before asking, "Do you know if there are any continents nearby?" "Where are they?" The middle-aged man in black armor didn't say anything. Li Fuchen's sword energy was very powerful and contained two types of laws. One was the Sword Dao Law and the other was the Fire Dao Law. The former could easily scatter the cold chi, while the latter could melt the cold chi. In just a few blinks of the eye, the cold chi in the middle-aged man's body was already 80% gone. The remaining cold chi was deeply rooted and had already formed frostbite. He could only rely on himself to slowly expel it. After letting out a breath of cold air, the middle-aged man cupped his fist to express his gratitude and replied, "There is only one continent nearby and it is called the Heaven Pillar Continent. I am from the Heaven Pillar Continent." Heaven Pillar Continent? What class is that continent? Yan Qingwu asked. The middle-aged man in black armor said, "The Heaven Pillar Continent is a top-notch mid-class continent. It allows Law Phase Realm Emperors to move freely." Top-notch mid-class continent, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu looked at each other and revealed delighted expressions. Chapter 691. The black-armored middle-aged man was called Yang Long and he was at the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. His Yang clan was one of the Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region and was situated in the Long Wind Mountains. This time, Yang Long was searching for an extremely precious ocean resource, but he encountered the White Flood Dragon. The White Flood Dragon's combat talent wasn't outstanding, but it could spit out rapid freezing cold chi and was far more dangerous than regular flood dragons. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, Yang Long wouldn't even be able to escape. Following Yang Long, the trio arrived at the Heaven Pillar Continent. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to find a place to cultivate, but due to Yang Long's hospitality, the trio decided to go to the Yang clan. Long Wind Mountains, Yang Long took out a token and opened up the array before leading the trio into the Yang clan. "Greetings, Patriarch." Along the way, people would greet Yang Long from time to time. Yang Long nodded and asked a high-level primary Sea Realm Yang clansman, "Is Yang Lu around?" The Yang clansman smiled bitterly and said, "Patriarch, Yang Lu has already gone out to travel." Yang Long frowned in response. Yang Lu was his grandson and his innate talent was one of the best in the Yang clan. He wasn't even 70 years old and was already at the 9th level of primary Sea Realm. However, he had a flaw. He loved to travel, to fight for justice, and to uphold justice. As such, it was unknown how many people he offended. If it wasn't for Yang Lu who helped to clean up after him, Yang Lu would have been chopped into pieces. Yang Long let out a sigh and gestured for them to leave. There were plenty of peaks in the Long Wind Mountains. Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast were arranged to stay on an extremely imposing peak. The Clear Wind Mountain is one of the top 10 peaks in my Yang clan. It is set up with a Class 8 energy gathering array. The three of you should have a good rest first. If there is anything, you can just transmit a message to me. While speaking, Yang Long handed over 3 communication tokens. Alright, many thanks. Li Fuchen was rather satisfied with the Yang clan's cultivation environment. It was much better than finding a random place outside and he wouldn't be disturbed. Such concentrated heaven and earth chi. On the clear wind mountain, the thunder beast was shocked. Compared to the heaven pillar continent, the four-way continent was simply a barren land. It was simply incomparable, and the heaven and earth essence energy in the clear breeze mountain was several times denser than the heaven pillar continent. It was as though one was bathing in an essence energy pool. He had a feeling that even without any resources, he would definitely be able to become a demonic Dharch within a few years and a demonic sage within 100 years. The heaven and earth law here seems to be more perfect than the Emperor Sky continent. Yan Qingwu said. Li Fuchen nodded. I reckon that the Emperor Sky continent was destroyed by the saints back then, causing the heaven and earth law to be damaged. Every continent was a half-sealed world. If one destroyed too much, the laws of the continent would leak out, just like when a person was injured, their aura would wither. After returning to an elite mid-class continent, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had plenty of things to do. The latter planned to break through to the law phase realm. As for Li Fuchen, he intended to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword style. With his current situation, he wouldn't be able to advance to the Transcendence realm in a short time. The Void Heaven Sword art had a total of 3 moves. The first move was called Void Reality, the second was called Void Blade, and the third was called Void Heaven Sword World. The first move, Void Reality, made use of the unpredictability of the Void Law. If one thought that it was fake, it would be real. If one thought that it was real, it could become fake at any time. Without the Void Sword Heart, it is indeed troublesome to cultivate. After a few days, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art wasn't even at the entry stage. It was truly unexpected for someone like him who had horrific perception. But after thinking about it, Li Fuchen understood. The Void Heaven Sword art was a heaven-class high-tier sword art. Furthermore, it didn't just contain the Sword Dao Law, it also contained the top-notch Void Law. When 2 laws were fused together, it might not be stronger than cultivating a single law, but the difficulty was definitely much higher. After a few more days, the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void Reality, was finally at the entry stage. It might just be at the entry stage and the power wasn't obvious, but the profundity of the move had surprised Li Fuchen. When this sword was unleashed, the sword light was like a layer of transparent gauze, or like a layer of water light. It seemed to be harmless, but anything that was enveloped by the sword light would silently melt and be annihilated, as if it had never existed in the first place. This was only the entry stage. If it was at the sub-completion stage or the completion stage, it was unknown how terrifying it would be. It is the polar opposite of the meteor fall. The meteor fall pursues extreme speed and power, using a single point to break through. The Void Reality uses the Void Law as a carrier and incorporates the Sword Dao Law to form a unique attack method. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art was progressing day by day. Soon enough, 1 month had passed and Li Fuchen had finally cultivated the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void Reality, to the completion stage. In terms of attack power, the Void Reality wasn't comparable to the meteor fall. After all, the Void Reality wasn't at the perfection stage yet. But in terms of profundity, the Void Reality was superior to the meteor fall. Li Fuchen believed that even he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality. This move was too strange and all defensive methods were nearly useless. Unless his Sky Ring Sword armor was pushed to the Heaven class high tier, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality and wouldn't even be able to weaken the Void Reality. One had to know that even the meteor fall had to first break through the enemy's defense before it could kill them. The Void Reality skipped the entire process. Of course, if the enemy's law comprehension was at the Heaven class high tier, it would be different. Laws and intents could only be blocked with laws and intents. The strength and purity of one's true chi did not matter as much as one might imagine. This was also why Li Fuchen was able to contest with the blood demonic great ruler for a few moves. After all, his law comprehension was already at the level of a great emperor, it was just his cultivation that was lacking. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Boom! On the clear wind mountain, a female law phase rose from the ground. The female law phase was rather similar to Yan Qinggu, but it had an additional prowess and a presence that was above the heaven and earth. The horrific willpower instantly enveloped the entire Yang clan and the entire Long Wind Mountains. It caused an uproar in the Yang clan. In the Yang clan's main hall, there was another law phase realm emperor apart from Yang Long. He was also the Yang clan head, Yang Deng. He lifted his head and had a shocked expression. When did the Yang clan have another law phase realm emperor? Why didn't he receive any information? No, it isn't a member of the Yang clan. Subsequently, Yang Deng shook his head. From the willpower of the law phase, it wasn't similar to the law phase cultivated by the Yang clan's cultivation technique. One should know that the Dharma form was the materialization of a cultivation technique. The Dharma form formed by every cultivation technique was different. If it was a member of the Yang clan that broke through to the law phase realm, the law phase would definitely have a slight resonance with him. Could it be someone's second uncle brought back? He already knew about Yang Long's situation. Chapter 692. The clear wind mountain had several peaks. On the eastern peak, the luxurious and majestic palace had already been razed to the ground. Yan Qingwu was seated in the middle of the ruins and the imposing female law phase was condensed from her body. As a reincarnated body, her cultivation was much easier than others, especially when it came to breaking through. After all, she was already a great emperor in her previous life. In this aspect, even Li Fuchen was inferior to her. In this life, after cultivating the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the second rank, it was extremely easy for her to break through to the law phase realm. After withdrawing the law phase, Yan Qingwu opened her eyes. There was a peerless spirit that burst out from her eyes and gave off the feeling of a great empress. On the western peak, Li Fuchen looked at Yan Qingwu from afar. It seems a little different again. Li Fuchen said to himself. He didn't know that the instant Yan Qingwu progressed to the law phase realm, the reincarnation saint spirit technique had automatically reached the third rank. Right now, her true spirit was already comparable with a great emperor. Sensing Li Fuchen's gaze, Yan Qingwu looked over too. The duo's eyes intersected in the void. At this moment, Yan Qingwu realized that she still couldn't see through Li Fuchen. She originally thought that once her true spirit reached the great emperor level, she would be able to see through Li Fuchen's foundation. However, Li Fuchen was like a black hole that she couldn't see anything and had leaked out a lot of her true spirit chi presence. He is at least a half-saint. The true spirit contained a person's secrets. Through the true spirit chi presence, she would be able to see through the other party's foundation. Since she couldn't see through it, it meant that the other party's true spirit was superior to her. Two figures instantly appeared on the clear wind mountain. They were Yang Long and the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Deng. Congratulations to young Lady Yen for progressing to the law phase realm. The Yang clan is honored. Yang Deng cupped his fist and spoke politely. He might not know Yan Qingwu's strength, but from the looks of the law phase, Yan Qingwu's strength was definitely stronger than him. The duo exchanged greetings and left quickly. They could see that Yan Qingwu didn't like such scenes. In the blink of the eye, it had been a period of time since Yan Qingwu broke through to the law phase realm. On the western peak of the clear wind realm, Li Fuchen pointed at the sky with his right sword finger. Swish! A thin sword light extended out. Silently, a large piece of the surging sea of clouds was missing, as if someone had erased it. The first move has finally reached its limit. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. Only by cultivating the first move of the Void Heaven Sword art to the extreme could one cultivate the second move. Similarly, only by cultivating the second move to the extreme could one cultivate the third move. Otherwise, even if one spent 10 times the time, one might not be able to achieve anything. Perhaps with the foundation of the first move, Li Fuchen's progress was much faster when cultivating the second move, Blade of Void. He reached the entry rank on the first day, sub-completion on the third day, and completion on the 10th day. Hua! In the sea of clouds, a transparent blade flew out and cut the sea of clouds into pieces. This transparent blade wasn't an ordinary sword light or sword chi, but a spatial blade that was infused with sword Dao laws. Even a great emperor would be crippled if not dead after being sliced by the spatial blades. Of course, a great emperor wouldn't use his body to resist the spatial blades. 20 days later, he had also cultivated the void blade to the limit. The time he spent on it was much shorter than the first move. Next, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the third move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was the true kill move. According to the description of the Void Heaven Sword art in Li Fuchen's mind, once this move was executed, even those who were much stronger than him would be defeated. A slight mistake might even result in death. However, in order to cultivate this move, one had to condense the Void Sword Heart. Only with the Void Sword Heart would one be able to control the Void Law and Sword Dao Law perfectly. Only with perfect control of the two laws would one be able to form the Sword World. Li Fuchen didn't believe it at first, but after half a month, he believed it. The third move, Void Heaven Sword World, was different from the first two moves. Once this move was cultivated, it would be at the extremity. Without reaching the extremity, it was impossible to form the Sword World. Therefore, it didn't have the so-called entry rank, sub-completion rank, or completion rank. The Yang clan's Grand Hall was currently in a gloomy atmosphere. No one would have expected for Yang Lu to offend the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was one of the few existences below the Great Emperor and was one of the great devils of the Heaven Pillar continent. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to say that they could kill him easily. Furthermore, the White Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull Great Emperor. No one would have expected that the Yang clan's patriarch Yang Long would actually head to the White Bone Mountain alone to rescue Yang Lu. In the end, he was captured by the White Bone Devil Emperor and his fate was unknown. Clan head, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Our Yang clan cannot afford to offend the White Bone Devil Emperor. One of the Yang clan's elders said bitterly. Discuss at length? If we discuss at length, the patriarch might not be able to survive. Another elder said loudly. What else can we do? If we can rescue him, why wouldn't we? Isn't there no other way? Why don't we head to the Heaven Fire Guild and ask them to mediate? I reckon it won't work. The Heaven Fire Guild has been on bad terms with the Skull Cult for the past few years. If the Heaven Fire Guild intervenes, the Skull Cult will definitely intervene too. I don't think the Heaven Fire Guild will interfere. After all, our Yang clan is in the wrong. In the Grand Hall, the Yang clan's elders were all discussing. Yang Deng waved his hand to get everyone to keep quiet. He then said slowly, we must rescue him, but we cannot ask the Heaven Fire Guild to intervene. We can only invite experts ourselves. To be honest, the Yang clan didn't know any emperor experts. The only ones that were suspected to be emperor experts were Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu. The Yang clan could only hope that Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu had such strength and that they were willing to lend a hand. But no matter how powerful they were, could they deal with the White Bone Devil Emperor? After all, the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-class emperor. With doubts, Yang Deng arrived at the Clear Wind Mountain. White Bone Devil Emperor. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Yan Qingwu said, if the White Bone Devil Emperor is a high-level emperor, I am very confident. If it is a peak-class emperor, I am not confident. With me included, it should be enough. In a one-on-one fight, Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could deal with a peak-class emperor. He might be able to contest a few moves with the Blood Demonic Great Ruler, and the Blood Demonic Great Ruler's strength was already considered a top-notch Great Ruler. But that was because the Blood Demonic Great Ruler had underestimated Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only able to contest a few moves with a peak-class emperor. Anyone would be able to contest a few moves with a Great Ruler, or even a few dozen moves. Furthermore, there was a counter between experts. Li Fuchen might be able to contest a few moves with the Blood Demonic Great Ruler, but he might not be able to contest a few moves with a human Great Ruler. Are the two of you confident? Yang Deng didn't dare to believe his ears. Originally, he didn't have much hope and was just trying his best. He didn't expect for the two of them to remain calm after knowing that the White-Bone Devil Emperor was a P-class emperor. Let's depart. We will not joke around with our lives. Li Fuchen rescued Yang Long purely because Yang Long and the Yang clan were pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, Li Fuchen didn't plan to provoke the White-Bone Devil Emperor. Furthermore, the White-Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull Great Ruler. Many thanks to the two of you. Chapter 693. White-Bone Mountain was a famous ominous land in the Heaven Pillar continent. This place was filled with miasma all year round. Those who were weak would turn into white bones in a short period of time. Even those who were strong would get lost in here. In the end, they would still not be able to resist the corrosion of the miasma. Of course, the miasma wasn't natural, but was derived from the White-Bone Mountain's grand formation. On this day, 3 shadows flashed and disappeared into the miasma. The trio was naturally Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and Yang Deng. The miasma might be a poisonous miasma that was produced by a Class 8 array, but it was still impossible to turn a Law Phase Realm Emperor into white bones. However, after a long period of time, it might be possible. As for Li Fuchen, he might not be a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but his Sky Ring Sword armor was much better than a Law Phase Realm Emperor's Chi protection. It was able to neutralize the poison Dao Law in the miasma with ease. The miasma covered a very wide area, which was at least 10,000 miles. Along the way, Li Fuchen and the others saw countless white bones. There were humans and demonic beasts. These white bones were extremely mystical. They could actually move freely, and they could even kill each other. Some of the purple bones even tried to attack Li Fuchen's group. A short moment later, under Li Fuchen's lead, the trio arrived at the vicinity of the true White-Bone Mountain. All of the miasma came from the White-Bone Mountain. Correspondingly, the miasma near White-Bone Mountain was the densest and the poison Dao laws were the highest. Yan Qingwu and Yang Deng felt that their vital qi was being drained away rapidly. The rate of consumption was more than 10 times faster than before. After taking a glance at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, Yang Deng gathered his courage and spoke loudly, "Yang Clan's Yang Deng is here to pay a visit to Senior White-Bone Devil Emperor." With the support of the Emperor rank Qi, Yang Deng's voice traveled into the White Bones Mountain. In just a short moment, 2 high-level monarchs flew out and grinned, "My master invites you over. Come, let's go in." Li Fuchen didn't mind. Normally speaking, entering another person's array wasn't a wise move. After all, even if one was stronger than the other person, one's strength would be greatly restricted in the other person's array. Unless one was a great emperor, no one would dare to enter a P-class emperor's array unless they were friends. But Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu weren't ordinary people. The duo might not be able to defeat the White-Bone Devil Emperor, but it was impossible for the White-Bone Devil Emperor to make them stay. Since Li Fuchen didn't mind, Yang Deng didn't even need to mind. The 3 figures flickered and entered the White Bones Mountain through the newly opened passage. White bones were piled up on top of the White Bones Mountain. It was hard to imagine how many living beings had died here. Because there were too many white bones, a lingering yin qi enveloped the White Bone Mountain. This yin qi seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul, making Yang Deng feel very uncomfortable. At the peak of the White Bone Mountain was a pitch-black grand hall. At the front of the grand hall, there were 2 white bone flood dragons that would send shivers down one's spine. On the roof of the pitch-black grand hall, there were also 2 white bone flood dragons. Li Fuchen could see that these 4 white bone flood dragons were all real and not assembled together. "The 3 of you, please." The 2 high-level monarchs extended their hands to invite the trio into the palace, but they had extremely gloomy expressions. Li Fuchen led the way into the pitch-black palace. The interior of the palace was much more luxurious than they had imagined. However, they did not dare to compliment the decorations inside. There were human heads, tiger heads, dog heads, cow heads, and deer heads everywhere. There were heads of all sizes and there were at least 1,000 of them. Furthermore, these heads weren't white bones and were obviously preserved using special methods. There were still lingering chi presence of despair. Lifting their heads, the trio looked at the person at the host seat of the grand hall. This person was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He had a head of white hair and strange green eyes. His skin was so white that it looked like it was smeared with a few layers of thick powder. The White Bone Devil Emperor was one of the P-class emperors under the Skull Great Emperor. Senior Devil Emperor, I am Yang Deng. I came without an invitation. Please forgive me. Yang Deng bowed with respect. The White Bone Devil Emperor didn't look at Yang Deng and looked at Yan Qingwu instead. I already know why you are here. Leave her behind and everything can be discussed. The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't just infamous, he was also adept at plucking yin to replenish yang. The white bones on the White Bone Mountain were mostly the skeletons of beauties. Yan Qingwu didn't just have top-class looks and aura, she was also a first-level emperor. If he plucked her, his cultivation would definitely progress greatly. The Heaven Pillar continent only had around 100 to 200 emperors and there were less than 10 female emperors. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to pluck any female emperors. After all, these female emperors all had backgrounds. It was obvious that Yan Qingwu had just progressed to the law phase realm and didn't have any background for now. Hearing the response, Yan Qingwu frowned and emitted murderous aura. It seems like there is no room for discussion. Li Fuchen shook his head while his eyes turned sharp. Huh. When the White Bone Devil Emperor saw Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen's reaction, he couldn't help but laugh heartily as though he saw a hilarious scene. A first-level emperor and a peak-level primary Sea Realm monarch actually had battle intent towards him. How ridiculous was this? The two of you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I originally didn't want to make a move. Sigh. As the White Bone Devil Emperor sighed, he suddenly executed a palm strike. This palm strike might just be a normal palm strike, but the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-level emperor after all. This palm strike would even make high-level emperors retreat by 3 feet. Woo woo woo, in the void, a white bone palm that was a few dozen meters in size grabbed at Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and Yang Deng. Yang Deng felt that time and space were frozen and he couldn't move at all. He was extremely panic-stricken. Who didn't know that the White Bone Devil Emperor's White Bone Divine Palm was extremely vicious and tyrannical? Let alone a single palm strike, even a graze would turn into white bones. It was countless times more terrifying than the miasma outside. Was he going to perish here today? Open! Right at this moment, there was a black saber light that cleaved on the White Bone Palm at lightning speed. The White Bone Palm was filled with cracks as it was forcefully split into 2 by the saber light. The remaining saber light slashed at the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was rather surprised and casually shattered the saber light with a palm strike. Interesting, interesting. It seems like if I don't show some ability, I will not be able to take you down. While speaking, the White Bone Devil Emperor clenched his right hand at Yan Qingwu. Crackle crackle, white bones burst out from the ground of the palace hall. In a split second, a white bone cage had instantly trapped Yan Qingwu. Clang 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 clang, inside the white bone cage, saber lights were crisscrossing and sparks were bursting out. Now that her cultivation was at the first level of Law Phase Realm and her true spirit was at the Great Emperor's level, her previous life's elite saber art, Black Saber Art, was executed without any hesitation. However, this white bone cage was much tougher than Yan Qingwu imagined. The saber light was only able to create a gap on the surface and it was rather difficult to break it. Seeing that she couldn't break the white bone cage, Yan Qingwu didn't waste time. She executed the saber shift and instantly appeared outside the white bone cage. Shifting technique. The White Bone Devil Emperor's expression changed. There was a huge difference between comprehending a shifting technique or not. As a P-class emperor, he might be apprehensive of great emperors, but he wasn't completely fearful of great emperors. It was because he had already comprehended the white bone shifting technique. If he couldn't defeat a great emperor, he could simply escape. Of course, he wouldn't offend a great emperor to the extreme. If a great emperor was determined to kill him, he wouldn't be able to make it out alive. So what if you comprehended the shifting technique? Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. The White Bone Devil Emperor stood up and was preparing to make a serious move. Chapter 694. He couldn't dodge in time, but he could still use the White Bone shifting technique. The White Bone Phantom appeared and the White Bone Devil Emperor's figure was so transparent that it nearly vanished. Immediately after, a dazzling sword light penetrated the White Bone Phantom. At the same moment, the White Bone Devil Emperor's figure appeared on the right side of the palace. All of a sudden, there was a spray of blood. The White Bone Devil Emperor lowered his head and saw a crack on his white bone armor on his chest. Blood was spurting out from that crack. Damn it! The White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with ferocious light. His opponent's sword art was too fast. Even after using the White Bone shifting technique, he wasn't able to dodge it completely. Black Saber, Fate! Before the White Bone Devil Emperor could catch his breath, Yan Qinglu's saber move followed up. The power of the Black Saber, Fate was secondary, the crucial point was the grasp of timing. Fate, Fate! As the saying went, fate must not be revealed. This saber move was extremely mystical. It was like a divine saber move that was aiming for the White Bone Devil Emperor's flaw. The White Bone Devil Emperor was in extreme pain. Yan Qinglu's saber move was too crafty and he realized that no matter how he responded, it would be very awkward. Without a choice, the White Bone Devil Emperor had no choice but to use the White Bone shifting technique to dodge again. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yan Qinglu's saber move might not be as fast as Li Fuchen's sword move, but the White Bone Devil Emperor was still injured. All of you are courting death. When did the White Bone Devil Emperor feel so aggrieved? Not even when facing a great emperor. Bone Devil Flurry. The White Bone Chi burst to the extremity as the White Bone Devil Emperor forcefully executed his move. His hands were tearing in the sky. Woo woo woo. The palace was filled with layers of corpses and ghostly figures. If it wasn't for the protection of the array, let alone the palace, the entire White Bone Mountain would have been turned into ashes. Clan Head Yang, go and rescue them. Leave this to us. Li Fuchen released a sword intent to protect Yang Deng and send him out of the palace. Alright. Yang Deng knew that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed and wouldn't be of much help. When facing the White Bone Devil Emperor who executed his finishing move, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinglu were in a miserable state. The two of them were strong, but their cultivation levels were much lower than the White Bone Devil Emperor's. If they were to clash head-on, they would be at a disadvantage. He didn't know that the White Bone Devil Emperor was getting more and more shocked as he fought. Li Fuchen and Yan Qinglu's strength was obviously at the high-level emperor level and their attack power was already at the level of a P-class emperor. This kind of attack power could already injure a great emperor. After all, no matter if it was a high-tier emperor, a peak-tier emperor, or a great emperor, their defenses were roughly the same. Even if it was higher, it wouldn't be much higher. If one was hit by a direct hit, the result wouldn't be any different. Illusory reality. The sword light poured down like mercury and instantly enveloped the White Bone Devil Emperor. The white bone armor on the White Bone Devil Emperor's body shattered as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Die! The White Bone Devil Emperor's ferocious nature burst out as he slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. When facing the White Bone Devil Emperor's powerful counterattack, Li Fuchen had no choice but to resist forcefully. It was unknown when the White Bone Devil Emperor controlled the array in the dark and sealed the void, causing the evasion technique to lose its effectiveness. In the void, a white bone claw shadow flashed and crashed onto Li Fuchen. Puff! Spurting fresh blood, Li Fuchen flew backwards. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. The void split open like a wave as Yan Qinglu's saber cleaved on the White Bone Devil Emperor. This saber wasn't as mystical as the Black Saber, Heaven's Secret, but it was abnormally ferocious and tyrannical. When the saber cleaved, everything was like a wave that was cleaved apart. The White Bone Devil Emperor was a P-class emperor and naturally wouldn't be cleaved apart by a single saber. However, he was still severely injured. There was a long and narrow saber wound that extended from his left shoulder to his right hip. Courting death, you are courting death. The White Bone Devil Emperor was enraged. How many years had it been since he suffered such severe injuries? In his opinion, apart from great emperors, no one would be able to injure him. But today, he was injured by two juniors. With a burst of chi, a white bone law phase enveloped the White Bone Devil Emperor. At the same moment, the pitch-black palace exploded and provided enough space for the White Bone Devil Emperor to fight. Die, die, die. Controlling the White Bone Law phase, the White Bone Devil Emperor sent Yan Qingwu flying with a palm strike. Blade of Void. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's kill move arrived. A transparent blade immediately emerged from the void and pierced into the White Bone Law phase. Crackle crackle. The White Bone Law phase distorted and was torn apart. There was a giant opening. Black Saber, Seek Dao. A saber light that was like a blazing sun suddenly rushed at the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was shocked and desperately tried to close the White Bone Law phase. But in the face of this saber, the White Bone Law phase was shivering and didn't show any signs of closing. Instead, it was showing signs of instability. Black Saber, Seek Dao was Yan Qingwu's strongest saber move in her previous life. This saber move was already close to a Heaven-class peak-tier saber move and was known as the Saber of Heaven Dao. In the face of Heaven Dao, all beings were ants and could only accept it. How could they resist? The saber light cleaved open the White Bone Law phase and penetrated the White Bone Devil Emperor's body. Inside the expanding blazing sun saber light, the White Bone Devil Emperor's body was like a sieve as tiny saber lights were emitted. This saber move is even stronger. Li Fuchen once saw Yan Qingwu executing the Black Saber, Seek Dao. But back then, Yan Qingwu wasn't able to utilize the full power of this saber move. White Bone, Sacrificial Burial. Before the duo could react, the White Bone Devil Emperor who was inside the saber light clenched his right hand and the White Bone Mountains array started to circulate frenziedly. In the next moment, skeletons and skeletons flew towards Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu from all directions. It was impossible to count how many skeletons and skeletons there were. They only knew that the peak of the White Bone Mountain was quickly covered by skeletons and the White Bone Mountain was a few hundred feet tall. Crack crack. The pile of skeletons and skeletons rapidly shrunk. In the blink of the eye, it was a few thousand times smaller and turned into a giant ball of bones. You actually dare to make a move against me on the White Bone Mountain? The saber light dispersed and the White Bone Devil Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was like a hornet's nest and was filled with bloody holes. However, it was definitely a fool's dream to kill him in a single saber move. He was a P-class emperor and wasn't that easy to kill. Every P-class emperor had top-notch survivability. Even if a great emperor were to land a single move on them, they might not be able to kill them completely. Blade of Void. The translucent sharp blade pierced through the White Bone Devil Emperor's body. The White Bone Devil Emperor had a fearful expression as he forcefully turned his head. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? How could you? The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't willing to believe his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "You nearly succeeded." Under the seal of the White Bone Mountains array, Jiang Yi couldn't instantly execute the sword shift. After all, a battle was ever-changing, and a slight delay would allow the White Bone Devil Emperor to seize the opportunity to severely injure him. However, if he could prepare in advance, he would still be able to use sword escape. After all, he had condensed the sword heart. Of course, this was also thanks to him sensing the danger in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to execute the sword escape in time. You think you can kill me? Bone Rebirth. Bang! The White Bone Devil Emperor's body instantly turned into bone and exploded. In the distance, the White Bone Devil Emperor's body was rapidly condensing. What kind of secret technique is this? Li Fuchen didn't continue attacking. It was obvious that the other party had grasped an extremely powerful life-saving technique. Unless he could destroy the other party's true spirit, it would be difficult to kill him. Caw! In the ruins of the palace, a crack appeared on the bone ball. Caw caw caw, the cracks were like spider webs. After that, there was a loud bang. The blade light rushed out and split open the bone ball. Chapter 695. The White Bone Devil Emperor had plenty of trump cards, but Yan Qingwu had even more. After progressing to the Law Phase realm, Yan Qingwu was already able to use most of her trump cards. Of course, Li Fuchen could see that Yan Qingwu was still slightly injured, but he didn't know how severe it was. The White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes contracted when he saw Yan Qingwu cleaving open the bone sphere. If it was just Li Fuchen, he believed that he had some confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. But with Yan Qingwu, his chances of victory were less than 10%. This was also excluding the fact that the duo didn't have any other trump cards, otherwise, his chances of victory would be even lower. White Bone Devil Emperor, release them. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing apart your White Bone Mountain. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that Yang Deng hadn't rescued Yang Long and Yang Li yet. It was mainly because the place where they were imprisoned was enveloped by array power. With Yang Deng's strength, he wouldn't be able to break the array power. Release them. Why? Do you believe that I will kill them? The White Bone Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly. Yan Qingwu said, try me. You should have used up most of your trump cards, right? We still have plenty of trump cards that we haven't used yet. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. The eerie sword intent interweaved and felt as though it was going to slice the void into pieces. The White Bone Devil Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have such a powerful trump card. The White Bone Devil Emperor's expression changed a few times before he said with a fake smile, I have underestimated you. But this matter isn't over yet. Let's go. With a wave of the hand, the White Bone Devil Emperor released Yang Long and Yang Lu. Yang Long and Yang Lu were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't have much hope after being captured by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu to force the White Bone Devil Emperor to release them. Let's go. Li Fuchen turned around and left the White Bone Mountain with Yan Qingwu at the back. After Li Fuchen and the others left, the White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with endless ruthlessness. Swish! The White Bone Mountain's primary Sea Realm monarch was sucked into the White Bone Devil Emperor's hand and turned into white bones. No one has ever humiliated me, White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor crushed a message token. After returning to the Yang clan, Yang Long and the others were extremely grateful. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, Yang Long and Yang Lu would definitely be tortured to death by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They would ultimately become a pile of bones on the White Bone Mountain and would never be able to reincarnate. In order to thank them, Yang Long and Yang Deng decided to open the Yang clan's treasury to them. As long as the two of them had a use for it, they would take it. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu didn't stand on ceremony and chose a few useful items from the Yang clan's treasury. With this essence blood crystal, I should be able to step into the transcendence realm. When demonic rulers and body refinement emperors cultivated to a certain realm, they had a chance to condense essence blood crystals in their bodies. The essence blood crystal was undoubtedly the essence of demonic rulers and body refinement emperors. It was a pity that there might not even be 1 out of 100 demonic rulers and body refinement emperors that could condense the essence blood crystal. This caused the value of the essence blood crystal to be extremely high and was close to heaven-class high-tier herbs. After consuming the essence blood crystal, Li Fuchen started to circulate the Hand of Forces chi power. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skeleton Mountain in the center was 87,000 feet in height and it was majestic. It wasn't something the White Bone Mountain could compare with. On this day, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Skeleton Mountain Range. White Bone Devil Emperor. What brings you here? Just as the White Bone Devil Emperor was passing by a steep mountain peak, there was a bald man that was covered in sinister tattoos and laughed. The White Bone Devil Emperor turned around and took a glance. This bald man was none other than one of the Skull Cult's 4 cult protector martial emperors, the barbaric martial emperor. As the Skull Cult's cult protector martial emperor, the barbaric martial emperor's strength was only superior to the White Bone Devil Emperor and was ranked top 5 in the entire Skull Cult. "Can't I come back to take a stroll?" The White Bone Devil Emperor wanted his reputation and wouldn't tell the barbaric martial emperor about his situation. The barbaric martial emperor sized up the White Bone Devil Emperor and said, "From the looks of it, you seem to be injured. Why? Are you back to borrow artifacts for revenge? You don't have to worry about my matters." The White Bone Devil Emperor increased his speed and distanced himself from the steep mountain peak. In just a short moment, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the foot of the Skeleton Mountain. Every time he saw the majestic Skeleton Mountain, the White Bone Devil Emperor would feel reverence. When he saw the Skeleton Mountain, it was as though he was looking at the Skull Great Emperor. After taking out the token, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion without any obstructions. The Treasure Borrowing Pavilion, as the name suggested, was a place to borrow treasures. Of course, if one wanted to borrow treasures, they would have to pay. The higher the grade of the treasure, the higher the payment. However, if one had contribution points, they could use contribution points instead. The prerequisite was that they had enough contribution points. "Elder Hu, I would like to borrow the skeleton cloak," the White Bone Devil Emperor said to Elder Hu the moment he entered the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion. "You want to borrow the skeleton cloak?" Elder Hu was a little astonished. The skeleton cloak was a heaven-class secret treasure, and it was an extremely precious one. It was quite useful to a great emperor. Correspondingly, the price to borrow the skeleton cloak was very high. It required 50,000 high-grade spirit stones or 500 million contribution points. No one in the Skull Cult was willing to borrow it. "That's right, here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones." The White Bone Devil Emperor handed over a storage bag. To be honest, the White Bone Devil Emperor was rather reluctant to lose 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even if he added up his entire wealth, it would only be a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, if he didn't borrow the skeleton cloak, he wasn't confident he could suppress Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo. He might be able to defeat the duo with other heaven-class secret treasures, but he wanted to crush them and not simply defeat them. The Yang clan is protected by the Heaven Fire Guild and I cannot extinguish them. But it shouldn't be a problem to ransack them and it should be able to make up for my losses. The White Bone Devil Emperor had his own plans. As a member of the Skull Cult, he wasn't afraid of offending the Heaven Fire Guild. As long as he escaped quickly, the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "Alright, wait for me." After keeping the storage bag, Elder Hu entered the depths of the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion. A short moment later, Elder Hu came out. Behind him was a black cloth that was floating and on the black cloth was a lifelike skeleton. The skeleton cloak was one of the Skull Cult's elite secret treasures. Swish! With a wave of the White Bone Devil Emperor's hand, the skeleton cloak was draped over the White Bone Devil Emperor. White Bone Devil Emperor, familiarize yourself with the skeleton cloak first to prevent any mistakes. How could Elder Hu not know that the White Bone Devil Emperor must have suffered a loss outside and wanted to use the skeleton cloak to regain his face? Alright. The White Bone Devil Emperor closed his eyes and communicated with the skeleton cloak. 15 minutes later, the White Bone Devil Emperor opened his eyes. With a shake of the cloak, the White Bone Devil Emperor vanished and was replaced by a skeleton. The skeleton took a step out and vanished from the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion. Long Wind Mountains, Clear Wind Mountain. A materialized Chi spirit rose up and the entire Clear Wind Mountain was shaking. The hand of God is indeed formidable. After the Chi spirit vanished, Li Fuchen stood up and revealed a trace of delight.